Chapter 47:39. But immediately after Jian Wushuang's mind, the constructed galaxy shattered again, as if nothing had happened. This seems to be tasteless, but it is indeed a tasteless feeling, and it seems that it has no other effect except the magnificence. Could it be that the feelings that can only be formed in divine consciousness are only triggering their own intracranial orgasm? Soon Jian Wushuang negated again. This kind of feeling that can construct a galaxy, when it appeared in his mind, he reminded him of the original divine universe. In the divine power universe, the Supreme can construct a kingdom of God, which is equivalent to an extension of its own realm. In the God kingdom built by itself, it will greatly weaken the enemy's power. At present, the galaxy constructed in his mind seems to have the same effect as the construction of the kingdom of God. Since they are roughly the same, can we visualize the galaxies in our minds? Jian Wushuang thought so, and then he set out to try. Tap your fingers in the air, and you will find a star pattern, a mysterious mystery. But just as Jian Wushuang was ready to go further and realize this kind of realization, a sigh that seemed to be tortured to the extreme interrupted his thoughts. Who? Jian Wushuang was suddenly vigilant, and the vigor that had just scattered outside his body was recovered, ready to respond to the situation at any time. With this deep sigh resounding, the original stone ball, which was still like a small planet, restored its gray appearance and rolled to the feet of Jian Wushuang. The atmosphere was extremely dead. His figure was low and his palm was pressed against the handle of Tai Luo, looking at the place where the sound was coming. Being able to be in this space and make Jian Wushuang unaware. How terrible is this? Without rash action, he was thinking about how to escape. With that quiet sigh stopped, this plunged into a very dark space, suddenly brightened up, like the sun shining like that, so that everything had nothing to hide. Jian Wushuang was shocked, because he only found out that he was sitting cross-legged in a straight position right in front of him. It was a tall and sturdy figure. Even with his back to the sword Wushuang, it also showed a sense of oppressive oppression by Yuan Shi Yuji. Why? An extremely distressed voice sounded abruptly, and then under Jian Wushuang's gaze, the Yuanzhu Yuezi's stunning figure actually stretched out his palm and patted his head. Why can't I see? Why can't I see? There must be something wrong. Yes, it must be something wrong in my perception. In the voice of sorrow and thoughts, the photographic figure stood slowly, and the Chinese suit was windless and automatic. Then Jian Wushuang finally saw the face of this dignified figure. His extremely heroic cheeks may be slightly young because of being too young. His eyebrows are like distant mountains and his eyes are like stars, just like the characters walking out of the painting. At such a short distance, he regarded the sword as unparalleled as nothing, completely immersed in his own perception. The terrible sense of pressure on the whole body surged around him, as if millions of peaks had been pressed. Jian Wushuang only felt that his chest was extremely tight, and the blood flow in the body accelerated. This terrible dynamism has exceeded his existing cognition, and even the breath of the three emperors and real shadows is difficult to resist. It's just that the dynamism of this state disappears with the eye-opening eyes. The dead gray and pain that could not be concealed in his eyes made Jian Wushuang feel that he seemed to be experiencing some kind of bottleneck and could not break through. Why? I have already taken that step. Why can't I realize the Emperor's luck? The person was so stupid, his eyes were blind, and he began to lose soul. Don't I be an emperor after all this journey? Jian Wushuang was somewhat unclear, so he slowly stood up and walked over in front of the photographic figure. Surprisingly, that person's physique did not look at Jian Wushuang, and it didn't help that he waved his palm. It's strange, he can't see me. Is he not a living person? Jian Wushuang secretly said, and then he extended his palm again, tentatively preparing to touch him. But at the next moment, the stunning figure suddenly raised his head, and his sharp, sword-like gaze aimed at Jian Wushuang. Who is it? Jian Wushuang stepped back a few steps, his heart almost stopped beating. However, he later discovered that the person was not looking at him, but that he had spared him to look at the unknown. Jian Wushuang looked back and found no other people. He began to understand something. He entered this space by mistake. And the scene that happened was most likely a video that had not been sealed for many years. Then the photographing figure seemed to be talking to someone, a flash of pain in his eyes. No, no, I can't make this decision. The person's body retreated, and the pain in his eyes began to hesitate. But as time went on, the pain and hesitation in his eyes gradually shook. This photographic figure seems to have met the conditions with something unknown. In the end, he said hard, yes. As these two words fell, the entire hidden space began to tremble, and the fine cracks directly covered the entire bluestone slab. The space seems to be collapsing. Jian Wushuang was too late to think about it, and hurriedly backed away, preparing to escape from this place. The tremors resounded, the hidden space began to fall apart, and countless rubble dropped. Fortunately, the channel can still persist without breaking. Jian Wushuang ran in steps, and when he was about to escape from this hidden space, he looked back. The image in the hidden space is dying, but at the time of dying, the photographing body image has been sublimated, and a unique luck has blessed it. Boom! The entire Shenfeng mountain collapsed completely, and even the hidden space was destroyed. Jian Wushuang stood on a mountain and looked at the broken Shenfeng, which was still raising dust, with a complex look. Everything I just experienced is like a dream. Even if it is only a few days, it makes him seem to travel to an unknown era. Who was left behind in the scene just now? Gently holding the palm of his hand, Jian Wushuang found out that he didn't know when he had returned to its peak state, and it seemed that the utmost filling power could break through at any time. The sky vault, which was still in fierce fighting, now showed a strange silence, but Jian Wushuang knew that this battle for the peach has not ended. He could feel that the guy who had attacked him still had his breath on the sky. Since you haven't died, you have to do something you should do, such as revenge. On the soles of the feet, Jian Wushuang's figure disappeared, and the entire Shenfeng under his feet collapsed directly. Aren't you going to give up yet? Do you really want me to kill you here? Chapter 4740. The dark red sky has appeared, and there is a raging wind. There are very few Yinxian who can stand here. The slightly inferior young sun came and dragged the young sun out of the game at the last minute. At this moment, only less than 10 figures are still standing. The young man's face is somber, and his white-toothed suit has been broken, and his long black hair is broken and the band is dancing with the wind. Standing on the opposite side of him was a little emperor with a mouthful of blood and withered breath to the extreme. His palm holding the soft sword was shaking, but he still looked at the young man with scorn and sarcasm in his eyes. Finally say it, give Xiantao to me, and then get out of the game. The son's voice became colder, and the killing intentions in his eyes gradually disappeared. A little emperor with a bright red color on his cheek coughed out a ray of divine blood, and then said quietly, you said, how many days have Xiantao been on this emperor? Should it be 6 days? It's been 6 days since the sun corrected his cold face and Xiantao disappeared. During these 6 days, he had several opportunities to kill the little emperor, but he didn't play the killer because of some concerns. This also caused time to pass rapidly. Once Xiantao stayed in the hands of a certain Yinxian for 7 days, the battle for the peach was declared over. And this is the last day. You really don't plan to hand it to me? The sun took a step forward and horrified Yanli swept up. Xiao Daijin's thin figure seemed to fall at any time. But there was no fear in his eyes at all, and the meaning of sarcasm was more obvious. Idiot, don't you really think Xiantao is in my hand? The young man corrected his gaze, and was about to speak. A stone infused with yin, Li hit the back of his head without warning. Fool, look here. A clear voice sounded, and looking around, a black-shirt ranger figure held Xiantao in his left hand, looking at him with a smile. The sun corrected his pupils and shrank. He clearly remembered his blow, and he had already beheaded. Why didn't you die? If I'm dead, how can I take revenge by hand? Xiantao was thrust into his arms, Jian Wushuang calmly said. At the next moment, he suddenly set off, carrying the endless momentum, and ran into the young man without fear. Looking at the re-entered figure, the little emperor spit out a deep breath and relaxed completely. One of the most magnificent Tianmen poles was pushed down, and the unparalleled surging power almost completely suppressed the sun at the moment of collision. At the same time, Jian Wushuang pulled out the Tai Luo Excalibur and slashed down with great force. A sword is worth 10,000 swords. The sword that has returned to the pinnacle is unparalleled. The sword style is wide open and wide, full of domineering sense of desperation. For a time, the oppressed sun is difficult to fight back. Young master is very stubborn. At the same time, he also understands why the young master Yu was difficult to beat before. This Yanxian is extraordinary. A star-shaped sword burst out in the stars, lakes, and seas, and the horrible sword swept up, letting the unprepared sun correct and suffered a heavy loss. With a kick, Jian Wushuang backed away from the battle circle. The tooth-white kimono was completely broken, and the skin cut by thousands of sword intentions exuded in Hongshan blood. The sun's anger was extremely extreme, but the seemingly horrible sword intention was at the end, but only torn his clothes, not even serious injuries, which is simply an insult to him. He couldn't stand it. Between the palms of his hands, a pale red picture scroll spread out. At the same time, a silky, misty, chaotic atmosphere emerged behind the sun's correction, in which unimaginable power surged. Jian Wushuang also took away the contempt. He could feel this kind of move, and had already surpassed the existing state. Damn things, since you still come back to die, then I will fulfill you. The sun's uncontrollable rage broke out, and he stretched out his palms and snapped together. The silky misty chaos behind him vacated. Jian Wushuang tried to avoid it, but found that the pale red scroll that spread to his feet somehow seemed like a kind of prohibition, and he was firmly trapped in place. Two immortal fairy styles encircle Xiang Jianwushuang. He simply cannot survive. There was even a sneer on the face of Gongzi Dingna Yingwu. The silky, misty, chaotic atmosphere, no accident swallowed the sword Wushuang. The Emperor Shao, who was watching from afar, was shocked in his heart, and he really understood the terrible sun's correction. If he does not have a fairy-style body, there is no possibility to escape from his hands. And even if Wushuang is even more powerful, I am afraid it will not escape. This guy can never die so easily. Xiao Dijuan shook his head and looked closely into the distance. There, it seemed as though the chaotic breath of the unknown monster was eating away. There was a flash of pleasure in Gong Zizheng's face, looking at someone who dared to rebel against him and died in front of him. There was nothing more pleasant than this. Looking at the squirming, chaotic breath, thinking that the time was almost running, he was ready to recall with a wave of his hand. However, at the next moment, an abrupt peak of the mountain peak suddenly burst into that chaotic atmosphere. At the same time, a vertical waterfall falls from the sky dome and falls completely. Another big day emerged out of thin air, glorious. Such strange weather actually dispelled the chaotic atmosphere in a moment. You know, that's the most difficult fairy style. Young Master Zhang Yuan opened his eyes and looked at this scene in disbelief. After the chaotic breath completely dissipated, the thin and firm figure appeared again. Sword Wushuang at the moment, his eyes reflected the boundless stars. In his eyebrows, a galaxy composed of 7 stars is moving slowly. Faced with the correction of the sun, he pointed out. The giant water roared by Yanli swept away directly. At the same time, long winds, mountains, rivers, big sun, and other natural scenes appeared one after another. The unimaginable landscape appeared on the stage at the moment, and all of them hit the sun. Jian Wushuang's eyes gradually became clear, Ukanshu. He slowly raised the corner of his mouth. The magnificent galaxy that was constructed in his mind earlier was visualized by him now. The so-called mountains and rivers are just a mountain river. What the heart thinks is self-made. All these wonders are what Jian Wushuang thought. Whatever I want, I use everything. At this moment, Jian Wushuang can use everything in this entire heaven. Two-finger halberd, the giant mountain Shunfeng, which was originally pulled off by the sun's feather, now grew out of the clouds, facing the sun's correction. The boundless Shunfeng cover pressed down, reluctant to get rid of the giant water and endure the sun-drenched sun's correction, has been miserable. These methods turned out to be fairy style. Chapter 47-41. He did not think of it anyway. The guy, instead of not dying, manipulated the fairy style to return. A seemingly inconspicuous and impenetrable guy actually realized the fairy style, which made him not shocked. It should be understood that being able to comprehend the immortal style means that the realm of Yinxian is harmonious, and it touches a higher level. Understanding and making good use of it further illustrate its terrible point. Breaking through Yinxian will only be a matter of time. Since the ancient times, I do indeed know how many top cultivations are difficult to enter the realm of Yinxian. Above Yinxian, such a state of delusion makes Yinxian desperate. Yinxian is a watershed, even if Shou Yuan is endless, but he can't feel the mysterious luck. He can only despair. At the same time, even if it is an extraordinary fairy, there are very few who are able to die. The state cannot be broken through to another level, and the endless Shou Yuan is like a trap and a cage to them. Yinxian, who has not broken the shackles, may die in a fierce battle with the turmoil of one side of the sky, or he may self-cut off the source of the fairy, and will not even enter the cycle. This is a path of cultivation without retreat. The vast silence is far more than the brutal killing. The first step in breaking through shackles is to realize the fairy style. Right now, this ensuing spectacle is not a fairy style, and what would it be? The little emperor was already shocked. When he saw the figure, like the emperor of a party, he ordered the scene of the river. The scene he was most unwilling to see in his heart appeared. So, is this his real strength? Enough! You stop me! The sun's eyes turned red. He waved his palms and suddenly torn the mountain that suppressed him. The series of fierce battles have made the Sun Zizheng tired, especially in the previous fairy style of the Little Emperor, which has consumed more than half of his physical strength. The several Yinxian present were all retreating consciously, for fear of becoming a cannon fodder. Sword Wushuang, dotted with Zanggu galaxies, looked at him indifferently. The young man corrected, gasping slightly, with a little hysterical. Do you think that by just hitting the fairy style, do you want to deal with me? Prepare to regret it. The pale red scroll that stretched for thousands of miles became fuller, and the young man stood in the center of the scroll, slowly condensing his vigorous strength. Immediately afterwards, the picture scroll twisted up and formed a real shadow. Every real shadow is a sun's correction. The light red real shadow condenses like substance, all encircling the sword Wushuang. You guys, you never see the coffin without tears. Since you have to fight to the end, then I have to send you to see the coffin. The young man smiled strangely, and after whispering a word of extinction, he was swallowed by the darkness within the scroll's space of the instant. Outsiders could not detect the scene at all. Nearly 100 real shadows in the entire scroll space moved at this moment, carrying vigorous vigor and rushing forward. And Jian Wushuang noticed the change as soon as possible. He suddenly waved his hand, and a round of Yao Yao hung up, shining 100 miles. The indescribable beam of light barely ripped open the darkness, and those real shadows running forward and back struck the sun's beam, and turned into a pile of mud directly on the ground. But Jian Wushuang immediately felt something was wrong. The real shadows that had turned into mud were tumbling, but in an instant, they turned into thousands of chains, trapping him from bottom to top. In the next moment, this strangely dark space actually gave birth to countless strange eyes. Each pair of eyes is joking, cruel, or indifferent, as if one side is an endless abyss, which makes one sink into it at a glance. Jian Wushuang was trapped by chains, unable to move at all, and could only watch the eyes above his head madly eating the strength in his body. Outside this extremely dark space, the corner of Mourinho's mouth reveals a meaningless smile. If it's not in heaven, I will treat you well. Then he turned slowly and faced the lonely little emperor quietly and said, Your reliance is already one step ahead. You haven't quit yet. Are you going to let me throw you out? Xiaodaijin looked at Gong Zizheng coldly. With his own intuition, he knew that Jian Wushuang couldn't get out so easily. Sure enough, when the smile on the sun's corrective face had not receded, the extremely dark space behind him stretched out. A wailing cry wailed in the wind, and a huge amount of mixed black bursted out. The shape of a hand King Shenfeng is coming. Jian Wushuang was indifferent in his eyes, and then faced with the younger son, he threw the shunfeng in his hand. Under such an unexpected situation, Gong Zizing didn't even make a sound, and was overwhelmed by shunfeng who came from the face. The shunfeng, which was 1,000 feet tall, rose in the face of the storm, and turned into a mountain of 1,000 feet tall. With an irresistible power, he sealed his entire body in the roots of the mountain. The earth collapsed, the Tianhe River was against the current, and the vision was engulfed. Adhering to the principle of taking advantage of his illness and killing his life, Jian Wushuang condensed his strength on the soles of his feet, and then stomped on the top of Shanshan Mountain with a shocking and powerful foot. Boom! Thousands of gods can't stand this foot, and a deep gully has cracked. Julie went straight to the surface, and the young man who was under the pressure of the root of the mountain corrected, and he was so angry that when he was ready to rush out, he almost kicked the fairy source. As soon as his eyes were dark, the blood of Yin Hong spewed out of his nose. Just as Jian Wushuang was ready to take a break and took off his son's life, there was a loud sound from the morning and evening drums. The time has come, please stop here and rush to heaven. In a black robe, the extremely mysterious Yubo appeared in the sky, and some murky eyes looked at each Yanxian who only survived to the end. A flash of Sin Han flashed in Jian Wushuang's eyes when Ukanshu Kam was about to release the final thunder blow. It was found that the air seemed to stagnate, which actually restrained Yanli. He seemed to feel something and turned to look at Yubo who appeared in the heaven. Facing each other, Yubo's turbid eyes had a subtle fluctuation, and then he turned his head and waved his sleeves, and then sent the son who was sealed under the shunfeng back to heaven. Please, rush to heaven immediately. After saying this last sentence, the whole heaven was completely silent. The remaining Yanxian glanced at each other, and then all fled here quickly, rushing to heaven. Slowly spit out a breath, Jian Wushuang finally relaxed. This half-year-long battle for the peach, so far, ended with the victory of Jian Wushuang Zhenfeng Gongzi, holding Xiantao. Chapter 47-42. No one of Tianting Yanxian can guess this will be the end. Jian Wushuang is like a shock, breaking into every line of sight. It's unbelievable. For the first time, Xiantao in the feast was taken away by Yanxian except the 7 emperors. Moreover, Jian Wushuang is not the little emperor's companion. So this fairy peach in his hand is completely owned by him. Taking out the fairy peach containing the shackles of numerology from his arms, he didn't even miss it, like an ordinary fruit. Hey then. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly and threw the fairy peach to the little emperor. A stream of light flashed across the sky, and then fell into his hands. Looking at the fruit with diffusive power in his hand, Xiaodajan raised his brow slightly. He just had to bite a bit, and the chance in Xiantao would rush into the body to help him break through. But at the next moment, the little emperor's palm opened and closed, and the fairy peach was divided into 2 halves. Hey then. He said the same, throwing half of Xiantao to Jian Wushuang. The two smiled at each other, and then bit the fairy in their respective hands. Fairy rhyme is vast. Smoke is flowing. In the heavens where singing and dancing are still flat, the silence is extremely extreme at the moment. Emperor Zhenwuyang, who was sitting on the throne, suppressed the anger in a pair of captivating eyes. Under his next head, all the emperors were silent and dejected. Only then did the son, who was awake from the coma, correct his eyes, and his eyes were full of coldness. The 2 figures walked slowly into the heavenly palace. The little emperor, who is changed into a luxurious kimono, with a smile on his face, does not care that all his eyes gather. The sword has no double-faced color and is indifferent, slowly pacing forward, as if there are mountains and rivers in his chest, vaguely revealing the breath of dignity. Faced with this kind of scene, he did not panic, and even wanted to say a small scene in his heart. Before he entered Dayanhuan, standing at the pinnacle of the divine universe and controlling the avenue, let him raise his hand and throw it in his feet with an indelible camera. Even Jin Wuyang, who was sitting on the throne, had a weird feeling of sitting upright when facing this young man. But this feeling was quickly erased from his mind, and Jin Wuyang snapped the case suddenly. Black smoke. All Yanxian shivered, They naturally understood why the emperor was so angry. In the battles for winning the peach several times, almost all of the taboos that cannot be committed have been committed this time. They formed a camp with each other and became a weapon in the hands of various emperors and the eagle dog under the seat. However, the most important point is that the iron rule that the heaven cannot be stained with blood is broken by the little emperor and the weird guy beside him. So at this moment, the Yinxian who participated in the battle for the peach all looked at the two of them meaningfully. I haven't knelt down for me, something that doesn't work? Jin Wuyang screamed again, almost breaking the case in front of him with his palm. However, the two figures were motionless. Jian Wushuang only felt inexplicable. His eyes looked aside. The little emperor said a little in the corner of his mouth and said softly, "There is always a reason why the emperor wants me to kneel. After all, I am an ineffective thing and can't stand in front of them." After he finished speaking, he looked at the other 6 emperors, and his sarcasm was beyond words. The Emperor Zhenliang was very angry, and it was another case. "I am your father. Is this reason enough?" "Enough." The little emperor knelt on one knee. "Enough?" Seeing Emperor Xiao kneel, Zhen Wuyang's complexion slightly eased, and a pair of photographing eyes scanned the crowd. "It's really black smoke, a good game. This is the end of the point, but even dozens of Yinxian have fallen. Do you have the right to ignore this iron law?" The resentful young son you stood up at the moment, back to the emperor. "All the deceased Yinxian were all done by Gongzi Yin and the fellow around him. We have not missed. Do you think your mistakes are lighter than them?" Zhen Wuyang looked at him. "Shen Feng, who supported the heavens, was destroyed by your own hands and tried to break the rules. Is it you who wants to use this to open the Xianao ban?" Gong Ziyu cold sweat instantly fell. He did not expect that his meaningless actions will be found the real intention. "Emperor, listen to me. No need to explain. I will consciously go to Heaven Realm to get 100 sticks, but one stick will not work." Zhen Wuyang said angrily. Master Ziyu's face was pale. All the 100 sticks in this world were all held by the masters. Each stick was enough to make ordinary Yinxian suffer. If these 100 sticks go down, I am afraid that it will be difficult for him to get out of bed for 100 years. Follow the order. Young Master Yu gritted his teeth and returned to his original seat, and he even almost laughed out loud with his unfamiliar young master emotion. Wuyang said in a deep voice, "This time of the Xiantao battle, your performances have disappointed me. Everyone will consciously go to the Celestial Leadership 50 in the future to introspect." All Yinxian, faced with a bitter face, did not get much benefit from participating in the Feast of the Heavenly Court and ended up being hit by 50 sticks. But no one dared to refute. All bowed, complied. At this moment, Xiaodajan coughed up artificially, and there was a hint of red on his pale cheeks. "Emperor, the sun is weak, so I can't lead the club." Emperor Zhenliang heard the words, nodded, and flicked his hand. "The sun is exempted from punishment, and the rest of the people are still punished as usual." As soon as this remark came out, all the other 6 emperors were angered, glaring at the little emperor, but they dared not say anything, for fear of getting more sticks. It seemed to be afraid that Zhong Yinxian felt that he was partial, and Zhen Wuyang then said, "But Master Yang's behavior is bad, so fine him to listen to the wind table wall for 10 years. It's okay not to say this." As soon as I said it, all Yangxian's eyes almost burned the little emperor to ashes. It is said to listen to the punishment on the wall of the wind table. Isn't it more appropriate to go on holiday? The entire listening typhoon contains thousands of peach forests, immense bamboo fairy tales, among which there are fairy tales of heavenly courts, and from time to time fairy celestial dancers are dancing. In this environment, can you think about it? What are you waiting for before punishing? Isn't it enough? Zhen Wuyang Wei's voice resounded. All Yinxian heard the words and hurriedly rushed out of heaven, fearing to take the next step. Take a deep look at the little emperor. A gloomy and violent flash flashed in the eyes of the sun, and then walked out of the heavenly court. For a time, there were only more than 100 figures left in this vast heaven. Every veteran looks at Xiaodajan and Jian Wushuang with great interest, and seems to have great interest in their combination. With supreme coercive eyes, he looked at Jian Wushuang. Zhen Wuyang said quietly, Why don't you go to the penalty? Chapter 47-43. There was silence in the heavenly court, and Jian Wushuang looked at him. I'm not wrong, and the penalty can't be said naturally. Jin Wuyang said in a deep voice, Heaven does not allow blood to be contaminated, but you have killed more than a dozen Yen Xian. Isn't it a matter of seeing the rules of heaven? Jian Wushuang calmed himself. If I do and have to deter them, I stand here now. People do and offend me. I do and have to bother. But if people offend me and wipe out threats, it's the best choice. I don't think of any kind of threat. It's not a threat to change a place, whether it's in heaven or anywhere. All I can do is wipe out these threats by any means. Heaven was so quiet that the needle fell, but only Jian Wushuang's voice was recalling, and all the elders looked at him in a fixed manner. They didn't expect that this guy who suppresses the Yinxian powerfully in the realm and sweeps away the threats with his own strength. The words and behavior style are so similar. Jin Wuyang sat on the throne without a word, staring blankly at Jian Wushuang. At the same time, a great power came quietly in the heavenly court. Jian Wushuang only felt an unspeakable pressure, sinking on every inch of his skin, just like the 100,000 Shunfeng peaks. He bit the tip of his tongue without trace, and even did not exert his strength, resisting it with the strength of his body. Yubo, who was standing behind Jin Wuyang, also raised his muddy eyes at the moment to look at Jian Wushuang, and then watched his nose again. The little emperor also noticed that when he looked cold, he immediately pulled out the soft sword around his waist, and the sword cut off the pressure. Emperor, we are tired. We have to explain things quickly. Let's go to sleep. To face the wall. Little emperor withdrew his soft sword, looking at Xinwuyang with a look of anger. Looking at the little emperor who was not afraid and unscrupulous, Jin Wuyang was surprisingly not angry, wanted to say something, and finally sighed, without a good air, go away. Xiaotajin raised his eyebrows, and then pulled the sword Wushuang ready to leave. Wait, Zhan Wuyang's magnificent voice sounded again. Let Yu Cheng supervise you and think about it, and you will regret the lack of it. The old man standing behind Jin Wuyang ordered the two of them step by step, and then issued a restraint with his left and right hands, tying Jian Wushuang and Xiaotajin directly, and then quickly left the Tianting Giant Hall and rushed to the Listening Wind Tower. When Xiaotajin's figure disappeared, a moment of loneliness flashed in Zhan Wuyang's eyes. Zongxianjia, we rarely get together. Let's go to the Yuega Pavilion for a drink. Yubo, let me go if I can't do it. Although I have thought about it, I don't have to imprison personal freedom. In a magnificent place with thousands of peach blossoms and a breeze, the two are bound together, sitting back to back in a pavilion. Jian Wushuang was very depressed, but it was only 10 or 20 Yinxian beheaded, and he was fined for 10 years. Although the scenery is excellent, it is a bit uncomfortable to sit trapped in this pavilion and sit for another 10 years. The little emperor with his back to back was also helpless. He said a good word and didn't let Na Yu release his imprisonment. Little emperor, you will be asleep in 10 years. Yubo raised his eyes and looked at him, then he began to sit down not far away. When I saw that Yubo was already sitting, Xiaotajin pushed the sword without any trace and whispered, I have a soft sword around my waist. You gently pull it out and cut the chain. Jian Wushuang heard the words, and even if he started to touch the waist of the little emperor. The sword is in my belt. What are you doing under my waist? Mistakes, your hands are a bit numb. Don't move. Can I stay still? That's my itchy flesh. After some hard struggles, Jian Wushuang finally pulled out the soft sword and cut off the chain on Xiao Dijuan. Shaking his hand, Xiaotajin got up and took the soft sword, and also broke the chain on his body. Go, I'll take you to a good place. Little Emperor's rare expression of complacency, with a wave of his hand, took Jian Wushuang away. Jian Wushuang was hard to quit, looked back at Yubo, who was still sitting, and then left the pavilion with him. Just as the two left, Yubo slowly opened his eyes, shook his head helplessly, and continued to watch the nose. The two were almost blindly saying that I was leaving. How could Yubo not find out? But he had nothing to stop, and allowed them to leave. As long as you don't listen to the typhoon, everything is safe. Xinbu was lingering among these thousands of miles of peach blossom forest, and Jian Wushuang's tense state of mind had been relaxed a little. From the mouth of the little emperor, I learned that almost all of the noble fairies in the 9 heavens surrounding the heavens lived in this listening typhoon. It only took more than 1,000 steps to make a peach fairy sitting on the peach branch holding out the beautiful fairy wine. Brother Jian, how much wine is there? He took off 2 pots of peach blossoms in Taoxian's hands, and Xiaotajin directly gave Jian Wushuang a pot. It's okay. Jian Wushuang did not quit, holding up the thin ear jug and drinking for a long time. The wine line with a hint of powder enters the throat, and the sweet meaning is dispersed in the peach forest. Little Emperor smiled slightly and also learned Jian Wushuang, holding up the jug to drink. Although it seems that there is only 1 pot of peach blossom brewed by Taoxian, there are holes in the pot. Jian Wushuang drank about 100 pounds at once, and then stopped, only to feel transparent, unable to say that it was comfortable. The little emperor on the side was like a whale swallowing a cow, and he drank a jug of wine. I said, "You're so drunk. You panic?" Jian Wushuang asked. For their immortal Yinxian, things like wine, whether sincere or not, are already drunk. Even if it is fairy wine, it is nothing but the taste of the throat, not drunk. But he looked at the little emperor who had a hazy meaning in his eyes and found that things were not so simple. "No, are you drunk?" Jian Wushuang asked again. The little emperor with a red face heard the words and shook his head slowly. "No, I'm not drunk. How can I get drunk in this area?" Listening to the sound of this already big tongue, Jian Wushuang was helpless and took the hip flask in his hand. "Hey, Xiao Taoxian, give this seed a pot again and ask for aging." Jian Wushuang never imagined that as a Yinxian, she could be drunk by the local liquor. "Don't drink you. What will happen to you later? You will be taken back again." Thousands of pounds of wine entered the abdomen, although the little emperor was still awake, but his feet were already floating. Chapter 47-44. If there is no sword Wushuang carrying, I am afraid that even the road will be unstable. Brother Jian, good brother, only you are still by my side. Drunken and dim, Xiao Dijuan murmured. My son Xian has never been as happy as he is today. Without you, I wouldn't be able to step on the soles of those guys so as to vent my hatred. It's you. Let me see some hope. Xiao Dijuan smiled and pressed his fist against Jian Wushuang's chest. In addition, I have said long ago that there is a guarantee for the king. Everything is expected. Smelling the smell with a faint smell, Jian Wushuang stepped back slightly and said softly, "Sleep for a while. Wake up and talk about other things." "Can't sleep. Since we came here to listen to the Wind Pavilion, I will take you to a good place." Little Emperor's face hung with a meaningful smile. The next moment he directly took the sword Wushuang, moving the clouds and driving the fog, bring targeted straight ahead. "Where are you going?" "You'll know later. Definitely a good place to linger." Immortal rhythm. The peach blossom forest that stretches for thousands of miles was left behind, replaced by green bamboos. The whole listening typhoon is equivalent to the back garden of the heavenly court, and it is extremely beautiful. All fairy spirits and fairies play in it, and it is beautiful. Confused by Xiao Emperor's sword Wushuang, he vaguely felt that nothing good happened. The more I walked in this listening typhoon, there was a faint smell of incense in the clouds. "Where are you going?" Jian Wushuang confirmed again and again. Xiao Daijin's eyes became more and more hazy. "A good place is definitely a place that Brother Jian likes. I've been thinking about it for a long time. Today I will take you to a turn." No longer talking, Jian Wushuang had to follow him. When the clouds were gathered, a beautiful flowery paradise land appeared in front of us. The little emperor seemed a bit impatient, and the two of them stopped on the top of a low mountain. "Brother Jian, and follow me." It was only tens of steps away from the top of the mountain, and the little emperor rushed to the top in one arrow. Jian Wushuang followed, and at the same time he also had doubts about what was going to make him so excited. Striding up the mountain, Jian Wushuang looked forward. With just one glance, his eyes were completely round, and his eyes revealed unbelievable. Stepping over this mountain top, I saw that in this fairy-like, clear river water, There were nearly 1,000 fairies bathing in it. The beautiful picture is unobstructed. Silver bell-like playful sounds echoed in the valley, and they were laughing at each other, living like a real fairy bathing picture. Just glanced at it, Jian Wushuang squatted hurriedly, completely hidden in the fairy flower. Did you drink too much fake wine? Is this where we can come? Jian Wushuang was a little annoyed, and he was very angry that the little emperor brought him to this place. Xiao Dijuan also had some doubts in his hazy eyes. He rubbed his eyes vigorously and fixed his eyes for a few more times before murmuring, "No, why did you get here? Hurry up." Jian Wushuang apparently didn't want to stay here any longer. If this was discovered, reputation damage would be a trivial matter. It wouldn't be good to be caught and slammed. These seemingly delicate fairies are all real immortals. The little emperor nodded confusedly, and the two got up and prepared to run. "Oh, who stepped on my hair?" The two froze, turning back slowly. I saw in the cluster of flowers behind him, a small flower fairy was rubbing his head to wake up. Face to face, a cry of exclamation rang through the valley. "Sister, sister, it's them, just peeking at you taking a shower." At this moment, Xiaoxian said with his hands on his hips, pointing at Jian Wushuang and Xiaodigen. At the same time, nearly 1,000 fairies who landed from the water have already jumped to the top of the mountain, blocking the two in the middle. They all looked bad, murderous eyes, and wished to eat them alive. This is a big misunderstanding. We accidentally entered here and left. Jin Wuwei was embarrassed. Obviously, this excuse could not convince him. Next, Xiaodigen closed his eyes and fell asleep. "Sister, don't believe their bullshit. I have long seen that this young man is a color embryo. Do you believe they will intrude here? Obviously it has been a long time." A man in a thin purple shirt fairy, Lu Mei raised an angry voice. Another fairy in a yellow shirt was embarrassed. "I have long seen that the emperor's eldest son is not a good person, and Qin Xing beside him is not a good person, and he is naturally not a good person. Yes, never let them go." All fairies echoed. But at the forefront of these fairies, a slightly older, full-featured white shirt fairy didn't make a sound. Her Qiong nose moved slightly, and she was already aware of the alcohol on the little emperor. "Did he drink?" Fairy white shirt inquired. Jian Wushuang nodded. "I drank some in Taolin before, so I broke into here by mistake and hope the fairy will forgive me." Fairy Bai Shan didn't seem to want to embarrass him, but he only said slowly after carefully examining the swordsmanship, "Death is exempt. Living sin is inescapable. No matter if you are unintentional or sincere, you can't run this day. Now, sisters, just take a breath and hit the dead." Jian Wushuang instantly moved, running his whole body and running away with all his strength. And the little emperor who pretended to be sleeping, after hearing this sentence, the alcohol awakened most of the time, with a speed not much slower than Jian Wushuang, and fled the sea of flowers with all his strength. But there are too many fairies. In order to chase down the two, even all kinds of supernatural powers are used. Chaos Fist is still killing the master, not to mention these shameful fairies. A beating was already a deadly thing. "Don't touch me, it still hurts in my face." In a misty cloud above the pavilion on the top of the mountain, two black shirts sat side by side on the eaves. "Brother Jian, it's really my fault. I'm guilty of you. I couldn't drink anymore. It was just a sudden when the alcohol was up that I didn't know how to take you to the place where they bathed. But there is nothing in the world. I have no thought of peeking at all. It is really the wrong place. Shut up, the past will be over. Also, Brother Jian, I'm really not a color embryo." On the eaves of the pavilion, the two figures were speechless, and if they looked closely, the original handsome faces of these two men were all swollen, and they suffered from some serious skin trauma. Chapter 47-45. Jian Wushuang's cheeks were red and swollen due to the dodge, and he was far from the shock of Xiao Emperor's face that had been hammered and swollen. These fairies seem to have determined that Xiaodigen is the real color embryo, and took care of him with all his strength, but Jian Wushuang escaped the disaster. After picking a cloud and waving it on his face, Xiaodigen went on, "Brother Jian, in fact, The place I want to take you to is a place called Jiantian in this heavenly court. I see, Brother Jian. The sword in your waist is broken, and I want to find another one, or just blend the sword in the sword heaven. Jian Wushuang heard the words, and also believed some of what he said. After all, from the perspective of the little emperor's previous style of acting, it was not easy to come up and take him peeking at the ferry to take a bath. Where is the Jiantian you mentioned? Jian Wushuang asked. Probably, it's a place to put your obsession, said the little emperor. The people who slept there were the obsessions of some old brothers who were fighting with my emperor. Jian Wushuang nodded and stopped talking. The two rested on the roof of the pavilion for a few days before leaving for Jiantian. Out of the listening typhoon, at the edge of the heavenly realm of heaven, a small world in the chaotic haze is reflected in Jian Wushuang's eyes. Even with the strength of his immortal realm, he can't explore what is in this chaotic world. But judging from the strong and utter demise of the atmosphere from time to time, any obsession here is probably a terrible existence during his lifetime. Led by the little emperor, after entering the chaotic misty mist, it is really into the so-called sword sky. One step to the ground, raising waves of dust. Jian Wushuang looked around, only to see that the eyes were all endless gray sandstone. The dried trunks of the trees were facing the sky, like the same way to cover the face and weep. This gray sand surface extends all the way to the invisible distance and intersects the sky dome. Stay on the heart. The killing breath here and the obsession are too heavy. If it is eroded, it will be difficult to pull out. Shao Emperor Shun Sheng reminded. Jian Wushuang nodded. From the first moment he entered the Jiantian, he felt the whole world, almost completely composed of the meaning of killing and an unspeakable obsession. It is hard for him to imagine that there will be such a place in this peaceful heaven. Seemingly aware of the intrusion of external forces, the sword sky and sky began to fluctuate, and a tremendous obsession was shuttled. The little emperor waved a golden seal, and then his obsession disappeared. It was only a few dozen breaths of time to travel through the sword sky, and a black stone giant palace, which was located in the gray sand, appeared. Perhaps no one had set foot here. The giant hall was almost half buried in the gray sand, and it seemed reckless and lonely. In this giant palace, it is the place where my emperor's older brothers put their obsession. Little emperor looked at Jian Wushuang. Your sword is unmatched, but the next guy in this temple is normally. It will definitely help your kendo. Jian Wushuang heard the words and couldn't help but think of the set of swords in his arms. If he really had the horror of the swordsmanship, he could print it down and watch it carefully. With a wave of hand, she pushed open the door of Shan Feng Qi, and a familiar taste of hot iron was introduced into Jian Wushuang's nasal cavity. For swordsmen, this kind of iron and fire breath is the most intimate breath. This is the taste of casting swords. Sword Wushuang, who was originally calm at heart, could not wait to see the man in the mouth of the little emperor. The whole giant hall is wide and huge, and there are no rules in the building. The whole hall is like a burning furnace tripod, and the whole ground seems to be like magma, emitting a red color. Jian Wushuang sweeps the entire main hall, except for the seats of 100 seats. Only the fading murals on the surrounding walls are a bit noticeable. Due to a long time ago, this mural has faded and peeled off most, but Jian Wushuang can still guess that these murals should depict the most tragic war. The heavens are torn apart, and countless Yin Xian who is going to succeed are dying, determinately. Jian Wushuang did not delve into the meaning of these murals. He believes that all these heavens have a tragic past, and everything in the past cannot be changed. Little Emperor didn't seem to be here for the first time, and was very familiar with the sword Wushuang. After leaving the main hall, the air began to change from stuffy to dry. Even the diffusive force that escapes outside the body has the meaning of being burned, which shows how high the temperature is. This guy is unspoken and silent, but when it comes to casting swords, he said that nobody dare to talk about the second. As he moved forward, the little emperor said, in addition, he is the only disciple under the seat of an old friend of my emperor, and the sword is unfathomable. Speaking of my emperor's old friend, it is the only one I have seen, the sword immortal with the best swordsmanship. Jian Wushuang listened quietly. As for the current situation of Jian Xian and Dian Huan, he has not yet come into contact with him. And the only one he has encountered so far is only the sword fairy Ding Bai, who has an amazing face in the divine universe. Just a tremendous sword. Wang Jian was overshadowed. However, Jian Wushuang then thought abruptly. Before going to heaven, there was a mysterious man who did not appear from the beginning to the end of the interception, but he ripped hundreds of thousands of miles with his own sword Tianyu, beheaded dozens of Yanxian. Will the mysterious man be a sword fairy? There is no answer. Some people or things may always be a shock. In order to let this guy concentrate on casting the sword, I concealed all the swords from the entire sword day for him. The last time I met, or during the last heavenly feast, I don't know if this guy has made any progress now. Yu reading. www. Ukanshu. Calm walking forward, I do not know how long it took. When the ground beneath my feet disappeared, the entire giant hall reached its end. But the next scene shocked Jian Wushuang's eyes. I saw behind the giant palace, there was a chasm of chasm, and in this chasm, there is purple magma flowing from the center of the earth, roaring in it. Numerous real swords hang high above the sky, and each real sword slowly drops silvery white water droplets from the tip of the sword. Jian Wushuang's looks are even more incredible. Every silver white drop is actually a sword. Solid, figurative sword meaning. What kind of technique is it that can actually refine the sword in the true sword? Chapter 47-46. The so-called kendo and so-called sword intentions are all illusions, and they can be carried only by using the medium. The blade itself is a medium, and divine power, virtual power, and even more profound mysterious power are the ways of carrying and figuring. But this moment really shocked Jian Wushuang. These sword intentions, without the will of the master, there is no way to guide. Only the blade itself which finally acts as an intermediary. But they were actually refined and turned into a drop of silver-white droplets. And these sword-like water droplets also dripped from the sky dome into the abyss of that day. Because the temperature is terribly hot, the magma here is a strange fuchsia. Even the true core temperature of the sun can never be compared to this magenta magma. It is too hot. These sword-like drops of rain did not drip into the magma after falling, but they seemed to be connected to one place as if they were connected by something. It was only then that Jian Wushuang was able to find that under the abyss of the sky, there was still a hearth placed in the center of the magnificent magma. This statue seems to be in the burning furnace tripod, as if refining to create a magnificent day. 10,000 strands of golden awns overflowing from the tightly stitched furnace tripod, dazzling. Those swords like water droplets were all led into the furnace. At the same time, there was another imposing figure, which attracted Jian Wushuang's eyes. I saw it on the side of the furnace, the height, and the naked upper body, the hand hammer. The hammer, without any emotion, fell on a red sword embryo, sparks overflowing. Such a shocking picture makes Jian Wushuang have a feeling. There is no complexity and subtlety of kendo sword intention. Some are pure iron and fire. Sword makers need a lot of perseverance and great understanding to be able to cast a sword of heaven and earth. This blend of iron and fire is most breathtaking. After 2 or 3 calls, Jian Wushuang recovered. Brother Jian, watch together at close range? Xiao Dijuan smiled. Suppressing the inner restlessness, Jian Wushuang said slowly, okay. The 2 Yanxian fell into the abyss of the sky. The sturdy figure with the iron hammer in hand. I didn't feel the crimson sword embryo with all my heart coming from outsiders. Stepping on this earth floating on the magma like a lone boat, Jian Wushuang felt that the force outside the body began to burn. Beichun, am here? The little emperor spoke aloud, with a smile in his eyes. After the massive figure hit the sword embryo with a heavy hammer, he stopped the mechanical hammer and turned to look. A black cheek stained with iron shavings is almost unable to tell where the facial features are. However, Jian Wushuang saw a row of bright teeth. Brother Yin, the little emperor smiled. I thought you were stupid, but I still remember me. The height of her body is between several breaths. She shrinks to her normal height, and then runs quickly. His naked upper body, his muscular skin, all covered with flowing clouds and water lines, looked very profound and profound. Brother Yin, how come you have come here? I remember that it was not long since you last came here. The mixed figure with flowing clouds and water lines scratched his head. The little emperor said helplessly, "It has been a year since you last saw this time. This time it is a feast of heaven." Actually, after another year, I don't feel anything, said the figure, sucking his lips. I don't know when my master will come back. You will be back soon, you just need to wait. Xiao Dijuan raised an eyebrow and smiled, and then put his palm on Jian Wushuang's shoulder. Introduce you, brother Jian, Wushuang Jian. Ding Beichun. The black face also grinned and grinned. One of Jian Wushuang Bao's smiles, deep in his heart, he felt that the guy with big white teeth in front of him who smiled was not as hard to touch as he had imagined. Looking at the fiery magma that was rolling around, Xiaodaijin said, Beichun, it's been several years, and it's time for you to go out and travel. After all, it's too long for you to stay here alone. He reached out and wiped a handful of iron shavings on his face. The young man named Ding Beichun said, When master will come to pick me up, I'm going to leave. Now I'm just casting my sword and casting a sword sheath for the teacher. Jian Wushuang was slightly surprised, but did not expect Ding Beichun to cast a sword sheath only. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but ask, the materials and sword intentions made in this furnace are all prepared for casting the scabbard? Ding Beichun nodded, Yes, these things are not worthy of my master. I will barely make these things into a scabbard and give it to my master. Jian Wushuang opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. There was a wry smile in the corner of his mouth. Ding Beichun's sentence is really terrifying. With so many supreme swords, it is only suitable for casting into a scabbard. The little emperor is also a natural expression, which confirms Ding Beichun's words. By Beichun, I came here this time, and I also have something to ask for, said Xiao Dijuan. Brother Jian has a sword that he wears with him. Is it possible to repair it? Ding Beichun did not hesitate. Naturally, can you show me the broken situation? Jian Wushuang nodded, then pulled out the Tailuo Excalibur from his waist. The sword body came out of the sheath and issued a clear voice. Although the sword body had broken from the middle, it did not affect Chong Xiao's sharp intention at all. Ding Beichun's eyes suddenly lit up, took the broken Tailuo Excalibur, looked it over carefully, and then said, It's incredible. Such a good sword actually contains great luck. Jian Wushuang heard the words and nodded secretly in his heart. It seemed that Ding Beichun was the true master of sword forging. He was able to perceive the luck in Tailuo Excalibur the first time. As one of the seven-handed pole ancestors in the divine universe, the Tailuo Excalibur contained in it was naturally terrifying. This is why the Tarot Excalibur is broken. The sword Wushuang is still worn by the side. The luck and other mysterious and profound things. There are too many thoughts of controlling the road, which can deepen the perception of sitting. How can it be completely repaired? Xiao Dijuan asked. Holding Taro Excalibur tightly, Ding Beichun nodded. Absolutely. It is possible to repair such a real sword. For me, it is also another perception of the sword. The little emperor nodded. Then I will leave it to you. If the repair is not good, I will ask you. Chapter 47:47. Ding Beichun grinned. His eyes did not leave the Tailuo Excalibur. Rest assured, there is no real sword that Ding Beichun can't handle in the world. After all, being able to use such a real sword, I am afraid that the sword brothers have already realized their swordsmanship. Xiaodaijin smiled, then raised his eyebrows. Beichun, if I say his swordsmanship, his future will not be under your master, do you believe it? Ding Beichun raised his head and looked at Jian Wushuang with full of disbelief. Beyond my master? Don't laugh, brother Yin. I haven't seen anyone who can surpass my master in Kendo so far. Then you haven't seen it now? Xiao Dijuan said. Ding Beichun's eyes became more and more bright. Brother Jian, are you a sword fairy? Jian Wushuang heard the words, shook his head and smiled bitterly. Jianxian can't talk. At most it has his own perception of Kendo. That's great. I followed the master to practice Kendo before I started to build the sword, Ding Beichun said excitedly. Brother sword? Otherwise we will discuss how. I haven't been in a long time. I have studied with others. Nonsense, we are here. Shao Emperor was stopped by Jian Wushuang before he could finish. He said, we just don't have much to do. Brother Bei Chun and I have a discussion here. It's not bad. I'm going to prepare. Ding Bei Chun said this, hurriedly swept towards the tens of thousands of feet of furnace tripod. Manipulating the giant force to turn the Ding Gai, Ding Bei Chun threw the Tai Luo Excalibur in a hurry, and then quickly returned to the two. I said, you just threw the sword in? Is it okay? Xiao Dijuan wondered. Relax, if you want to recast the sword, the first step is to smelt the embryo. I have my own measure. Ding Beichun can't wait any longer. Brother Jian, let's start? Jian Wushuang nodded with a smile, and withdrawing a little step was 100 feet away. Ding Beichun didn't talk much anymore, and with one hand directly, a real sword broke through the sky and fell into his palm. Holding the real sword, his whole person's breath is condensed, as if the sword is out of the box. The iron filings fell off, slowly revealing a heroic cheek, and the elaborate upper body seemed to have kendo flowing, and the flowing clouds and water lines were flowing. Jian Wushuang breathed his breath, and the invisible long sword condensed out of Wushuang kendo appeared in his hands. Seeing this scene, Ding Beichun's eyes were brighter, and he was able to consolidate the swordsmanship. Even if he watched countless swords, he had only seen them a few times. And to be able to achieve this point, it is all sword repairing power. The little emperor looked at the scene of the killing and retreated helplessly. No one can dissuade the relatives of Jianqi. At the next moment, Ding Beichun took the lead and swept with a vast sword. But for a moment, the two swords were opposed, and the blades collided. Zhang, zhang, zhang. It seems that a sword collision, but it has already been tens of thousands of moves. Feng Rui's long sword opened and closed, and Ding Beichun at the moment seemed to be immersed in the cast sword, and the fancy sword and the sword were quickly cut off. For any Yinxian game, I am afraid that the body has disappeared under this blow. Raoshi Jian Wushuang felt great pressure. This guy was not only able to beat the hammer, but also the sword. Although Jian Wushuang didn't retreat under this wide-open slash, the ground beneath his feet had cracked a deep gully. However, in the next match, Ding Beichun's real sword was already unable to adapt to such a high-intensity confrontation and was directly cut into two segments by Jian Wushuang. Happy, Ding Beichun, who was forced to retreat by a sword, laughed, and after throwing away the broken sword, he picked up a real sword from the sky. Brother Jian, the next thing is my sword intention, he said with a deep voice. The flowing clouds and water on his body began to surge. It seemed that the strength within the entire abyss of heaven was awakened by him, carrying a large amount of magenta magma, and a treasure image was materialized behind him. An indescribable heavy pressure came, and Jian Wushuang retreated half a step with his right foot, with an invisible long sword in front of him. Facing the vast treasure in front of him, he was extremely calm, as if he had been used to it. After condensing this sword and treasure image, Ding Beichun directly held up the real sword in his hand and slashed it towards Jian Wushuang. Boom! The space is tearing, purple magma is galloping, and the sword is not a long sword, but a blunt object. Just like the blunt object of the mighty giant hammer, it fell down heavily, and Jian Wushuang also aroused a style of Star River, Lake and Sea sword intention at this moment. Star-style swordsmanship came out, and a pair of unparalleled treasures of the same size came, and their palms were tenaciously attacked. Seeing this scene, the little emperor flew directly at the next moment. Boom! The unprecedented martyrdom exploded, and the two treasures were wiped out together, triggering a natural turmoil, and the endless gang wind ripped open space. Almost at the same time when the two treasures collided, a black ranger broke open and died, resolutely slashing to Ding Beichun. Zhang! Ding Beichun hurriedly raised his sword to resist, never thinking that the real sword in his hand was actually directly cut into two sections. A sword tip that seemed to be condensed by the flowing cloud, then touched his neck. It's really too fast, from the first confrontation to the first collision of kendo, but it's only a breath of time. But it was during this time of interest that this situation was formed. The sword that Wu Wushuang touched on his neck, even if he could not be headed directly, could definitely be hit hard. This level of collision, once hit hard, will only end in 10 lives. It's just that Ding Beichun couldn't believe it, and he was defeated like this. He suffocated a bit, and obviously used the first type of swordsmanship, which became the situation now. Jian Wushuang also left a deep impression on him. The shot was fierce, and he was a strong opponent. Seemingly seeing the sullenness in Ding Beichun's eyes, Jian Wushuang smiled, and Yu read the book www.ukanshu.com, carrying the long sword back to Bai Zhangguan. Come again. Ding Beichun's eyes lit up. Although he already knew the difference between him and Jian Wushuang, he did not want to give up this opportunity and chose to fight again. This time, he no longer picked up the real sword on the sky dome, but like Jian Wushuang, slowly formed an invisible long sword. This is condensed by his own sense of swordsmanship and is the sword blade that best fits his own. But because there is no figurative blade, the power displayed is extremely unstable. For example, Ding Beichun at the moment, although the invisible long sword is also condensed, but the sword meaning is very volatile, and it seems that it can disperse at any time. The invisible long sword of Wushuang's sword has never been said to be unstable. This is the desperate sword meaning that he realized in the sad land, which has already been tempered to the top. Chapter 47-48. Jinni Kendo has become a mountain and sea, and it has nothing to do with it. Even if you don't need the sword to condense the blade, just use a branch, a grass. The sword Wushuang is confident that he can play the sword power of Wushuang Kendo. Earlier in the Heavenly Palace of Divine Power Universe, he discussed the sword with the sword fairy Ding Bai for more than 10,000 years, using a peach blossom branch. The invisible long sword condensed out, and the breath of Ding Beichun's whole body was as if it were a sword. Wisps of invisible swords escaped from each of his pores, and his fine upper body, flowing clouds and water patterns began to fluctuate, like the rise of the rivers and seas. A sword pointed before, and about 10,000 waves of water waves attached to the blade, as if the dragon was ready to attack. My sword is called the Seven Swords of Beichun. Although it has the name of the Seven Swords, it is only 3 swords, and the remaining 4 swords, I am afraid it is difficult to complete. Ding Beichun said slowly, however, my only 3 swords have forced 6,000 to retreat into Yinding cultivation, and I haven't lost it yet. Please take a look today. Jian Wushuang heard the words, point to stop. There was a ripple in the air quietly. Ding Beichun condensed on the spot, but his breath suddenly fell with the invisible sword in his hand. It was only then that Jian Wushuang discovered that the dense flowing clouds and water patterns on Ding Beichun's body were not a certain pattern, but a sword-like sword prop. Each flowing cloud and water pattern is a sword meaning. At this moment, almost half of the entire abyss of the sky is covered by Ding Beichun's sword way. Just like a million swords, the unprecedented pressure made sword Wushuang all dignified. A star-shaped sword in the previous note forced Ding Beichun to retreat. The sword meaning of the river word also followed, and the more powerful and majestic sword meaning became the surging Tianhe, which emerged from the sleeve of Jian Wushuang. Regarding Wushuang Kendo, the first 2 styles of Xinghe Lake sword intentions, nowadays Jian Wushuang becomes more and more clear to the heart. The 2 sword meanings of the star character and the river character not only complement each other, but also have their own unique sword potential. These 2 types of swordsmanship serve as the framework and cornerstone of the entire unparalleled swordsmanship, so that there is no mutual crushing situation between them. They are both imposing and powerful, and have an endless potential of swordsmanship. Perhaps only the latter 2 forms, lake and sea, will have more terrifying and amazing performances. The so-called kendo, sword technique, sword intention. Even if the packaging is more gorgeous, in the final analysis, it is nothing more than a killing skill. Only the more powerful and prodigal is the ultimate goal. This time, Jian Wushuang took the lead. A sword pushed millions, and the river of sword waterfalls rushed to Ding Beichun. Jian Wushuang no longer sat on the long river, but stood on the spot, raised his hands to condense an invisible sword, buried in the long river of the sword waterfall, and headed forward. At the moment, Ding Beichun's eyes are full of fanaticism. The sword patterns on his body are all engraved by the master's hand, and he can retreat 6,000 tops with one blow. If his sword is defeated, does it mean that the young man in front of him really has the power to fight against master? He's dazzling flowing clouds and water ripples, like hundreds of dragons, coiled around each other. The two kindos, which belong to the same extreme, collided. The little emperor who watched from afar, his eyes were horrified again, and he almost retreated from the abyss of this rift with almost no thought. Bum, boom. The shocking blow shattered everything he could see. The sea of magenta magma leaped, rising 1,000 feet high, and swallowed this last piece of land frantically. At the same time, the whole black stone giant hall began to collapse, and Wan Jian, which was suspended above the sky dome, trembled in unison and then broke together. Such a devastating engagement struck the entire Jiantiandi, and at the same time, the invisible aftermath spread across most of the heavens. The thousands of fairies who were still grooming in the sea of flowers were the first to feel this aftermath of the shock, and all looked at Jintian in amazement. Sister, isn't there a place strictly prohibited by the emperor? How could such a loud noise occur? Fairy Huangshan said nervously, will you go to the emperor? Fairy Baishan heard the words and stretched out her thin hand to make a mute. If we shouldn't ask, we don't care. There will be someone in heaven's court to examine it. The rest of the fairies heard the words and continued to freshen up without speaking. Only a little hesitation flashed in the eyes of the fairy in the white shirt, who was able to enter the Jintian at this moment, and had the authority to enter the Jintian, only the little emperor. But what purpose does he enter? Thinking of this, a stream of light transformed into Yanli spread out of her hands, and quickly flew into the clouds and disappeared. At the same time, Yubo, sitting in the listening wind, suddenly opened his eyes and disappeared in the next moment. More than half of the black stone giant temple was damaged, and even the ground was opened for nearly 10,000 miles. The purple magma seemed to boil the sky dome, and under the ground like ruins, 3 bodies are standing on the magma. Among them, Ding Beichun, who was naked with a naked upper body, gasped heavily. Although Jian Wushuang looked indifferent, the palm of the bleeding bead seemed to indicate that he was not easy to win. In the previous confrontation, although Jian Wushuang added a unique sword to the river-style sword intention, it was almost defeated. He did not expect that Ding Beichun's kendo actually concealed the 3 sword intentions. Combining the 3 into one is a sword. It must be said that this Ding Beichun's swordsmanship is extremely strong, with an imposing momentum, faintly making Jian Wushuang feel that it is similar to Ding Baiyi's unique sword. But even so, Jian Wushuang still won. He won't win the realm, not behind Yanli, purely the victory of kendo competition. After recovering his breath, Ding Beichun arched his hand at Jian Wushuang. Brother Jian, I lost. Continue to practice diligently. When your swordsmanship is perfect, come to me to testify. Jian Wushuang reported with a smile. Ding Beichun heard and said with a smile, if I really have the day when kendo is in harmony, I will definitely prove to the brother Jian. The little emperor came to the two with a slight doubt. After all, did you smell anything? Ding Beichun froze. Ukanshu. Kam immediately turned his head and slowly looked at the vast furnace that had been swallowed by magma. My stove. The wind was rushing, and his figure rose to the storm. He jumped directly into the magma and dragged the huge furnace tripod up. But everything was too late, and the glory in the furnace was no longer gloomy. Ding Beichun shook his hands and slowly opened the furnace tripod. On arrival, countless choking black smoke burst out. Brother Jian, your sword seems to have been destroyed. He cried with a sad face and reached out to take out an unrecognizable sword embryo from the furnace. Jian Wushuang. Little Emperor, Beichun, think about how to get beaten. Chapter 47-49. In the end, a severe beating was prevented by Jian Wushuang, and did not fall on Ding Beichun's head. Brother Jian, don't worry, in a year, I will definitely build a real sword that fits perfectly with you, Ding Beichun said with shame. It's just that those luck will be. Jian Wushuang did not scold him, patting him on the shoulder lightly. Don't put too much pressure on it, even if it's gone. The sword is not suitable for me nowadays. You will give me my sword in the future." Although he said so, he still had reluctance and frustration in his heart. Only one person soared from the divine power universe to this ultimate Dayanhuan, and the only tarot Excalibur became his sustenance. The familiar luck now dissipated, and the last half-handled Tai Luo Excalibur shattered into fly ash. Ding Beichun nodded heavily. "Rest assured, Jianxiong, I Ding Beichun never say anything, even if the two of us never see each other again. I will definitely send the sword to your hands." "Okay, I'm waiting for that day." Jian Wushuang smiled. "Brother Jian, I can feel that you and my master have very different swordsmanship, and I look forward to seeing your sword discussion one day." Ding Beichun said, "That is definitely a stunning battle." Jian Wushuang heard something, and also came to have some interest, whether from the mouth of the little emperor or Ding Beichun. He heard the mysterious master too many times. When he was about to ask, a wave of supreme coercion appeared quietly behind them. Jian Wushuang and Xiao Dijuan looked back at the same time, and they saw Yu Bo, who looked cold, staring at them. Yu Bo, listen to me." Under the listening typhoon, the two figures firmly tied to the pillar by the Yanli rope, all of them had a look on their faces. In a blink of an eye, Jin Tian was tied back to the listening typhoon again. In order to prevent the two from escaping again, Yanli rope almost didn't tie their heads. "I said, Yu Bo, the confinement is not so strict. We haven't done anything in Heaven Realm that hurts the truth," Xiao Dijuan said helplessly. But no matter how he spoke, Yu Bo was like a rock and did not make any sound. "Yu Bo, don't shut us up like this. It's better to shut us up in the Tiandao bookstore and read more books." Yu Bo slowly opened his eyes, then waved his hands to loosen the Yanli rope between them. "Only go to the bookstore of Heavenly Taoism. If I find that you are going to another place, you will be confined for another 10 years. Xiaotijan raised his eyebrows and pulled Jian Wushuang out of Tingfeng Pavilion again. "I can tell you, don't take me to some messy places anymore." In the vast clouds of immortality, Jian Wushuang was dissatisfied. He smiled with his head turned around and said, "Relax, I won't take you to messy places this time." The Tiandao Book Pavilion is located in the center of the listening typhoon. Except for the emperor and some elders, it is not open to any Yinxian and fairy in Tianjia. However, after flying in the fairy cloud for half a day, Jian Wushuang saw a towering pavilion located in the light wheel. Nearly 20 overlapping light wheels slowly rotate to surround the pavilion in the middle, which looks sacred and mysterious. The feet fell on the ground, and the little book boys who cleaned the square saw each other after they saw them. There are very few people coming and going in this bookstore, and there are countless volumes in it. The dodgy Tibetan exercises are all in it. The little emperor pushed open the dusty bookcase while explaining. Jian Wushuang heard the words, and his heart was already moving. If it was as he said, maybe he could find some clues in the Tiandao Shuj. Even just learning about some of Dian Huan's situation is much better than turning around like a headless fly. Pushing the door in, the wooden ladder with the first order spiraling upward appeared in Jian Wushuang's eyes. Although it is called a book pavilion, the space here is no less than some ordinary heavens. Here you can see all the mysteries of mystery. Moving forward slowly, the little emperor explained, and at the same time reached out a hand. The hazy clouds on both sides of the wooden ladder receded, revealing a wall of books completely piled by countless ancient books. In the meantime, the hidden volumes are uncountable. Jian Wushuang pulled out a lone book called The Prestigious Mystery. From the entry to the adult stage, the depiction is extremely detailed and extremely rare. After reading through 6 or 7 books in a row, he really felt that this Tiandao Shuj was a treasure house. The secret methods and exercises recorded in each book here are not weaker than those of ancestors. I am afraid that they can be placed anywhere in the sky, and it will trigger a storm. However, these are not what Jian Wushuang wants. He wants to find a book that details the Yinhuan and the realm above Yinxian. After he told this idea to Xiaotijan, what he got was shaking his head. "Do you want to know the entire situation of Dayanhuan? Do you know how vast the whole Desiyu is? Even if it is my emperor, I am afraid it is difficult to understand the situation of Dayanhuan. One side of the heavens is a side of a boat in this great Yinhuan. Unless you can feel the existence of those other realms, Otherwise, you will never understand. If you want to explore, the premise is to have Emperor luck. Shao Emperor looked at Jian Wushuang meaningfully. The prerequisite for becoming an emperor is to completely take the step of Yinxian and become Dianxian. Yinxian? This is the first time Jian Wushuang has heard of a new realm besides Yinxian realm. The little emperor nodded. Yes. All the elders you saw in the heavenly court before, including my emperor, are in the realm of Dian Fairy. But there is a difference between Dianxian and Dianxian. Although my emperor is also Dianxian, he has the luck of the emperor, can cast the heaven and control the heaven. Jian Wushuang quickly absorbed these realm problems, and then said, what realm is there above Dian Immortal? I'm afraid that only my emperor can explain this question. As for me, I still haven't broken through to the realm of Dian Immortal. Xiao Dijuan laughed at himself, and then moved forward slowly. Jian Wushuang no longer asks much, and learns that there is a realm of Dianxian above Yanxian. As for the emperor's control and dominance in Dianxian, let him subconsciously feel that the realm above Dianxian is likely to become an emperor before he can know or be promoted. As the wooden ladder under the foot spiraled upward, a book was continuously drawn out by Jian Wushuang, and then read. Just after reading another book of Kendo alone, and preparing to move on, a book slightly thicker than other books was reflected in his eyes. 9 Heavens Emperor. Chapter 4750. Intuitively, Jian Wushuang pulled out the ancient book. This is a more practical secret method of fitness, but the title page has never been sealed, and it is obviously not very precious. It's just that he saw a hard object in the middle of the ancient book. Can't wait to turn into the middle. A palm-sized bone armor covered with dry and cracked eyes came into view. Just like the explosion of Wan Jun Tian lay in his mind, Jian Wushuang shuddered, and the scene in Jingchuan Tianqing was reappeared. With his instinct, Jian Wushuang directly determined that the sky-shaped bone armor at the moment was definitely the same source as the bone armor encountered by Jingchuan before. He hurriedly fixed his eyes, and saw that the dense pattern on the bone armor was slowly moving, and gradually formed the word of war. And the words on this piece of bone armor are obviously several times more than the previous one. Just as the third word was about to emerge, Xiaodaijian's voice directly interrupted Jian Wushuang's thoughts. Is this domino important to you? Jian Wushuang glanced at him, nodded heavily, and hurriedly looked at the sky-shaped bone armor in his hand again. However, this time, the patterns on the bone armor were all scattered into the original shape, and there is still a half-fractal shape. Bone armor seems to contain a certain energy, which can only be seen at first glance, and cannot be cracked afterwards. After another experiment, Jian Wushuang had no choice but to find out that it could not be distinguished anymore. Then he looked at the little emperor and said, "Can I take this thing away?" The little emperor shrugged. "You just don't need to burn the fire here. You can pick up the rest." After expressing gratitude, Jian Wushuang carefully put the bone armor into his arms. No matter whether this bone armor has news with Xian Yi, but as long as there is a little possibility, he will not miss it. After seeing this scene, the little emperor flashed an inexplicable expression deep in his eyes, and then he got up and said, "Continue to turn around here again. Anyway, it is too early for 10 years of imprisonment." Jian Wushuang nodded, and at the same time there was a trace of anticipation in his heart. Will there be other Tianzi bone armor in Tiandaoshuj? Walking slowly, he kept glancing at some ancient books with relatively abnormal preservation status. The little emperor, who was 100 steps away from him, looked back and then waved a very cryptic old book from the book wall on the right with a very secret gesture. After an instant, he put the ancient book back on the wall. Brother Jian, if you want to step into the realm of Dian Fairy, the most important thing is to understand the fairy style. This point is simple for you. In the original battle for the peach in the heavenly realm, you, Brother Jian, relied on an immortal style to suppress the correction of the sun, which is really powerful. Xiaodajin said, once you understand the fairy style, it will herald to break through to Dianxian one day in the future. At that time, I am looking forward to seeing your brother Jian's transformation. Listening to his words, Jian Wushuang gradually understood that in the hidden space of the heavenly realm, the type of horror power possessed by Shizhu was the so-called fairy style. There is not much surprise and joy. The little mountain and river called the fairy style, although powerful, is really too complicated and vast. When he first performed it, he felt that there were hundreds of galaxies. Turning in the consciousness is too much energy. The two of them walked around in this Taoist book pavilion without knowing how. After a long time, Yu Ba's voice was so cold that there was no emotion. The Emperor has an order to cancel the 10-year punishment imposed on both of you, and now return to heaven without delay. What's the matter? The punishment was revoked so quickly? Xiao Dijuan whispered softly. Although the 10-year confinement was only a flash, but it can be revoked in advance, the news made the two a lot easier. Uncle Yu stood outside the door of Tiandao Shuj and silently waited for the two of them. After leaving the heavenly Taoist pavilion and leaving the listening typhoon, Jian Wushuang and Xiao Dijuan eventually returned to the heaven realm and heaven court. This feast of heaven has already come to an end, and all the elders with light wheels have successively left heaven. Yinner, don't you really plan to stay by my side? Asked Jinwu Yang, who was sitting on the throne and carrying the godless power. The little emperor shook his head directly. I am still in charge of the 6th heaven realm, and the black mountain crystals cannot be cut off. It is really helpless to stay by the emperor. But, Jinwu Yang stopped talking, and finally let Xiao Dijuan leave. Looking at his leaving figure, the deepness of Zhang Weiyang's eyes deepened again. Walking out of the heavenly court, the inexplicable pressure on Jian Wushuang's body has disappeared. Unspeakable comfort and transparency. At the same time, Qinqing, Chuanxiu and others who had been waiting for a long time greeted them. I thought you two were really going to be imprisoned for 10 years, but now they are released after only 2 years, causing me to worry about nothing. Chen Qingmei flirted. Little Emperor shook his head helplessly, then turned to look at Jian Wushuang Road, brother sword and wait for me for a while at the entrance of the celestial realm. I will go to the Emperor to say the last goodbye. Jian Wushuang nodded, and then followed Chen Qingqi to the entrance of Chen Qingqiao, towards the boundary of heaven. Their figure gradually disappeared, and Xiao Dijuan and slender Xiaobao glanced at each other, and then both returned to the heavens. As the elders of all parties and Yin Xian successively left, the whole heaven was silent again. However, in order to leave a good impression in front of Jin Wuyang, all the emperors were the latest to leave. At this moment, the little emperor who changed into a luxurious suit, accompanied by a thin purple robe, made a departure in front of the heavenly court. As he departed, another emperor wearing a white suit of teeth walked out of the heavenly court. It was the ordinary 5 emperors and Sun Imo. I have been hit by 50 suns, and I feel pain in my back even after a few years naturally. The hatred of the little emperor is also added to the bone. At this moment, seeing the little emperor's back, he wished to rush up and give a kick, but his own reason constrained his behavior. Just as Imo Zi tried to teach him something, a white jade-sized object fell from the waist of the little emperor to the ground. Immediately afterwards, the white jade object rolled to the feet of Gongzi Imo. What is this? The sun gnaws the remaining bone. Young Master Imo was puzzled and kicked the slap-sized, cracked white jade bone. Then, he stooped to pick up the quirky bone. My partner, do you know what this thing is? The white-robed Yanxian next to Gongzi Imo shook his head. I don't know, but if you want to come to Gongzi Yin, you can never carry a useless object with you. This is probably a very important thing for him. Chapter 47:51. Gongzi Maoan said. A curved line was raised at the corner of his mouth. This idiot even has the habit of throwing up and down, falling into my hands. You never want to take it back. Looking at the little emperor who was unknowingly missing something and gradually drifting away, Gongzi Imo and the white-robed Yen Xian beside him all sneered. In the place where he could not see, Xiao Dijuan's mouth slightly raised. After going out of the heavenly court and sitting on the imperial court, he looked back at the heavenly court above the heaven of the 9 sides. Maybe in the next Chinese year, everything will change dramatically. As the leader of the battle for the peach in the realm, in addition to the fairy peach as a reward, the Emperor Zhenliang waved his hand again and gave dozens of Car Supreme treasures. Fortunately, on this round trip, there was no interception and he returned safely. Returning to Ziyushan, Jin Wushuang began to investigate the two pieces of sky-shaped bone armor and consolidate the fairy style that he realized. The practice above the Yin Xian in the Great Yin Huan is difficult and illusory. Today's Jin Wushuang, holding two strong ancestral skills, two styles of Xinghe Lake and the sword, and the newly acquired fairy-style mountain and river, and the true shadow of the three emperors in the bowl of the bottle. Whether it is the bottom card or the bottom line, it is enough for him to gain a foothold in Dayanhuan. He is confident that even facing the Dayan immortals who bear the light wheel, even if they are not enemies, there will never be a move. In the following years, the fairy style was reconsolidated. The more Jian Wushuang felt from the depths, the more scary the stone beads became. You know, this fairy style is a little mountain and river, but it is only a very small galaxy among the countless galaxies in the stone beads. If all were developed, what would it be like? Also, where would this stone be able to stay in the mind of the giant sea sky chapter? All kinds of mysteries are like chaos, firmly entangled with Jian Wushuang, making him very confused, but also growing rapidly unconsciously. While he was studying the sky-shaped bone armor, the little emperor happily visited, carrying the treasure bestowed by the Emperor Wu Wuzhen. At this time, it is already 5 years later. Brother Jian, after a few years, the breath has calmed down a lot, he said with a smile. Jian Wushuang looked away from the bone armor in his hand and looked at him. How come? Qingqing is not with you? Little Emperor shook his head slightly. There are some problems in the Black Mountain in the next 3 days. I asked him to investigate. Hearing Jian Shan in the next 3 days, Jian Wushuang's brows were slightly frowned. Obviously, there was resistance to it. Feeling the displeasure flashed in his eyes, Xiaodaijin reached out and patted Wushuang's shoulder on the sword, sincerely said, "It's really not what I want to trap those prisoners. You also see my situation. Stone. In exchange for a large number of treasures to cultivate the forces, I am afraid that I have already disappeared in the killing time after time. I assure you that as soon as I break through the Dayan Immortal and the Emperor's fortune, he will immediately give them a free body." Jian Wushuang no longer speaks. He still stays here. On the one hand, he made an oath with the little emperor. On the other hand, he believed that the time is far from mature. The clue will be more difficult. Taking one side of the heaven and the heaven as the foundation, and then exploring, it will be more convenient and easier. Little Emperor also consciously did not continue this topic, but looked at the two bone armor on the case. Brother Jian, how are you looking? Did you get the answer you want? He pointed to bone armor. Jian Wushuang shook his head. How can it be so easy? I'm afraid it won't be until the moment of gathering before you can see through. Is these things important to you? Xiao Dijuan asked the question again. Jian Wushuangdo said, before I figure it out, this thing is not much value to me, but I do need them. The little emperor nodded, then lowered his voice slightly. Since this thing is of some use to Brother Xiong, then I will say it. In fact, this thing is not only seen in the heavenly Taoist pavilion. I had seen this bone armor and jade ornament in one person. Now I think it should be what you need. Jian Wushuang heard the words and moved his heart. Where? The fifth emperor, the son of ink. The little emperor looked at him and said softly, Master Ink. The name is recounted again in my heart, and Jian Wushuang asked, if he really has it, can I exchange it for something? The little emperor heard the words and shook his head. He is the most arrogant and violent member of the 7 sons under my emperor's seat. In the early years, he enjoyed the city of slaughter. Convergence. I'm afraid that the way of bartering and bartering won't work with him at all. Jian Wushuang also frowned slightly, and his son Imo, who left him with a very bad impression in the battle for the peach. After Zizi Imo got Xiantao, he broke his faith and attacked Zizi Qian out of the game. Moreover, his shot is quite fierce, even if his appearance is quite ordinary, but he is probably the leader among the 7 emperors in terms of his scheming and control of the realm. Judging by Xiaodaijin's overview of Gongzi Mo, combined with his previous knowledge in the heavens, this Gongzi Mo is obviously a strong and cunning guy. There is still a way to take that bone armor. Xiaodaijin's voice was steady, and he looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang did not speak, and he hesitated in his heart. According to the previous impression, if you want to get the sky-shaped bone armor in the hand of your son, I am afraid that you really have to take this route. Are you sure that Master Mo really has a bone armor in his hand? Okay, if I lied, I would meet up by then. Jian Wushuang's gaze passed through the temple door and looked at the misty sky outside Xiaogushan. A sky-shaped bone armor is too tempting to him. The reason why he cut off the mud tires and flew to Dayanhuan by himself alone. He has a strong intuition. They are in Dayanhuan. The only clue, although illusory, is never broken. Slowly spitting out a long breath, he whispered, "Young Master Mo, where are you?" "North Celestial State." Xiaodajan replied, "Brother Jian has already made up his mind? No matter what the result is, you have to embark on this one." "It is good." Outside Xiaogushan, the wind screamed, and the three figures stood in a zigzag shape. A young man in the forefront dropped a ranger black shirt and put on a warm and jade-like dress. Chapter 4752. In the transformation of time and time, Jian Wushuang, which was relatively ordinary in appearance, has now become handsome and elegant, and a unique scent of dust is flowing around the body. The ink-colored hair strands bound behind him are sublimated from time to produce a pale golden pattern, which is quite the meaning of a dust fairy. Behind him stood two tall statues like gods. Chen Qing is quite like a swordsman. His height of more than 1 foot is full of oppression. Even the slightly thin spring and autumn are close to 9 feet. The three of them stood together, but the incomprehensible violation had a little meaning. After careful entrustment, the little emperor watched the three of them leave. "Ma'am," you said, "what am I doing right?" "Nothing is wrong, Your Highness, only success or failure." Between the heavens dotted with countless stars, the three bodies flow arbitrarily. This is the first time that Jian Wushuang has been so arbitrary since he came to Dayanhuan. The stars above the head step on the flow of clouds, unspeakable and comfortable. The expansive and vast heavens of one side flow slowly under them, and the strange luck between the heavens is like an eggshell, full and mysterious. One celestial domain contains dozens of continental planes, and each of the continental planes is responsible for countless vitality. However, these are only one of the most obscure celestial domains in Oasis. Although he rushed to the northern celestial state where Gengzi Mo was located, he was followed by Changqing. This should have been a boring and killing journey, and it was quite interesting unconsciously. The wind and snow, the world is bold. The different planes of the heavens in one side appear in their eyes in turn. There are 9-headed dragons that are unmatched in the realm of Yinxian, and the super heavens that are entrenched. The rare gems contained in them can't be counted. There is also a terrible background, a prosperous ancestor across 3 or 4 heavens. Of course, there are more sparse creatures and few celestial fields. Chun Qing seems to be very familiar with these celestial routes. In the constant rush, he can always reach some sparse, yet extremely interesting celestial planes. Naturally, when rushing across the sky, the least people can do are those who like to hijack. Even if they are born out of nowhere and achieve the status of Yinxian, these people who like to make money are indispensable. Everything brings a lot of fun to the boring journey. How about, hasn't this experience of life rushed for many years? On the vast yellow sand ground, 3 bodies sit on the backs of the dragon horse-like beasts, walking forward. The sky above the head fell down in heavy snow and fell on everyone's shoulder. Provoking large and small pieces of snowflakes on one shoulder, Jian Wushuang did not deliberately evaporate with his strength. In his opinion, it is also a more meaningful thing to feel the natural birth and death of all things. "Brother Qing, do you often travel between these heavens?" Jian Wushuang asked. Chun Qing, who was sitting on the back of the beast, said with a smile, "It's also a shame to speak. When I hadn't met the little emperor before, I was just a kid. In the beginning, relying on the youth and vigorousness, pushing the heavens horizontally, it caused a lot of enemies, and finally had to flee desperately. In this way, after 2 visits, I was able to get acquainted with more than half of the entire heaven. For example, in the northern celestial state we are about to go to, my original son Mo, who had nowhere to go, didn't want to even enter the heavens, so he suffered a severe beating and almost destroyed my foundation. Speaking of which, Chen Qing is still smiling, but from the slightly trembling voice, Jian Wushuang still feels that his intentions are difficult. So I went to Bai Shangxianzu this time. One is to help the Sword Brothers to find what you want, and the other is to calculate the ledger with the sun. That year, when the beating was beaten, I want to take back the profit. Looking at Yi Qingping's Chen Qing, Jian Wushuang sighed in his heart. This time, the journey to Baitian Xianzhou, I was afraid that it was completely uneven. Just as the three of them laid back and prepared to leave the sky except for the sand, sea, and snow, the ground not far away suddenly picked up a bulge. Immediately after the separation of sand and stone, a sloppy 3-inch pocket old man came out. Jian Wushuang looked at each other, and then all looked forward. After seeing the three men, the sloppy old man who had drilled out of the ground, with a look of joy, rushed over with short legs. You, distinguished guests, and the little old man are polite. Responding to him was a long knife straight out of Chunky's hands. The long knife broke, but it hung over the head of the sloppy old man and did not cut it off. Rao was so shocked that he sat on his knees and even said nothing. Speak, what are you waiting for us here? Chen Qing looked at him with interest. The sloppy old man heard the sound and swallowed his throat hard. Master, little old man is not malicious. Just want to use the map in exchange for some rare treasures, and then suddenly appeared and alarmed the three adults. Hearing this, Chen Qing looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang did not speak, but looked at the sloppy old man carefully. It is his realm that has no more than half an ancestor level, and has not yet entered the strength. And the 3-foot-high figure, the skin exposed outside the clothing, presents a texture like a quicksand. It should be a goblin that steals the luck in this plane of heaven, and there is not much threat. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang lowered his vigilance and said slowly, "What map?" Seeing the murderous intent in the eyes of the three men retreating, the sloppy old man breathed out in the bottom of his heart, and then whispered, "I saw the three adults' extraordinary strength around their bodies. Apparently they were traveling in the heavens of Yinxian. A roll of maps picked up earlier was handed over to adults in exchange for some rare treasures. As for the map, the little old man couldn't recognize it," he said, and then took out a roll of some broken notes from the sloppy shirt. Seeing Jian Wushuang, looked at Chuanxiu. Spring and autumn, with their hearts in mind, directly waved a bag containing thousands of Montenegrin crystals to the sloppy old man. He didn't pay anything in return. He unconsciously opened the bag, and the black mountain crystals were full of eyes. With a thump, the sloppy old man sat down on the ground. You should know that the most common piece of Montenegro crystal is enough for the top repairers who haven't entered into it for more than a few months. It is a treasure in the entire division. Not to mention the top crystal produced by Montenegro. The black with silky purple awns is the top crystal. Even if all the black mountains are added together during the entire downhill day, the mass production is extremely low. Right now, with the appearance of these thousands of top crystals, the richness of the water has formed a faint haze in the space around the sloppy old man. Chapter 47:53. These specifications of the top mountain of Montenegro, even if you look at the big division, it will definitely become a resource for Yinxian to compete for. However, Jian Wushuang had no idea about this, because before he left, Xiao Dijuan gave him more than 10 rings, and each of the crystals of these specifications in the ring had already burst. As for these Neji rings stuffed with top crystals, they were all thrown to Chuanxiu for safekeeping by Jian Wushuang. Judging roughly by the spring and autumn period, the top crystals stored in the 10 Nawas are the endless mining of Montenegro, with a full year of production. This is why Chuanxiu is so generous. Ignoring the shock of the sloppy old man, Jian Wushuang reached out and ingested the severely damaged note. Starting with a unique texture, and accompanied by a weak diffusivity, made him a little puzzled that the reading map seemed to be written on some kind of unique skin. With a wave of his hand, he wiped out the faint diffusive seal on it, and a picture of infinitely vertical and horizontal came into sight. The pattern on the scroll is extremely complex and looks magnificent. It can be seen vaguely that the crisscross pattern is beyond the scope of the heavens. It seems that it is no exaggeration to describe the vastness of the universe, and this map seems to have suffered some kind of destruction. Apart from being able to see the rough outline, most of the subtleties are already undetectable. Obviously, it is a mindless and tasteless. Fuck, this old kid is fooling people. Chun Ching slapped his thigh and looked at the sloppy old man with an angry face. But where can he find his half-body shape in the wild? This old boy, dare to lie to my grandfather Chun. I have to dig the ground 3 feet, and I will also give him a bone. Chun Ching rolled up his sleeve angrily, and the situation would stir up Huang Sha. Jian Wushuang reached out to stop him. Although this map seems useless at present, it may come in handy in the future. As for those crystal stones, it should be given to him. Chun Ching was indignant, but he also knew that their primary goal was to go to the northern celestial state, so he put away his anger and went on. However, before leaving this plane, Chun Ching still left a Yanli doppelganger, just waiting for the sloppy old man to appear again, whipping him well. After this episode, the 3 of Jian Wushuang went on without stopping. Sitting on the back of a beast without any sense of bumps, Jian Wushuang pulled out the map note again, carefully looking through it. On the scroll of the cortex, all the territories are ups and downs, and they are all painted with some kind of dark red paint, which is unspeakable and mysterious. However, since there is no name displayed on the map notes, it is natural that no name can be seen. Jian Wushuang simply didn't study it anymore and put the map notes directly into the bowl of the bottle. Out of this piece of heaven, and after running for several months, at the strong request of Chun Ching, the 3 stopped in a tiny heaven. It is a tiny sky, but it contains 3 independent plane continents. Chengde Yin Huan's luck. Even for the monks who have just entered the practice, Shou Yuan has grown to the extreme, and their own realm will also become the yin-yin top cultivation with the growth of Shou Yuan. But 99 of these top practitioners stopped here, and the upward immortal realm was cruelly abnormal. Although Jian Wushuang has seen thousands of yin-xian along the way, it is purely because he has approached the top of the power of one side as soon as he entered this great Yin Huan. If he had randomly landed in a continent in a certain heavenly domain, I am afraid that it would take me tens of thousands of years to reach this stage. At the same time, after looking at the thousands of continents in Jinyu, Jian Wushuang seems to have no mortal claims. Even the most prudent trafficker can practice derivation skillfully, and Shou Yuan also grows accordingly. Stepping on this extremely thin land continent with diffractive power distribution, the bustling streets will also come into view. The number of monks can be directly determined by the strength of yin, and the monks in this mainland plane are very sparse. Occasionally, people who see the practice are just ordinary monks. Alcohol addiction has been committed again. Sword brothers, Chuanqiu brothers, let's go to a clean place for a drink and rest. Chun Ching scratched his head and walked across the street with a height of more than 1 foot, which attracted attention from others. Jian Wushuang nodded, and then the 3 entered a relatively secluded restaurant on the street. Without the responsibility of the wine boy Xiao Er, the 3 of them directly picked up a secluded place by the window and sat down. Chun Ching then patted the table. Well, let's drink. There are very few diners in the whole restaurant, only there are so few tables and diners in the corners. Come shout. A tall man dressed in a gray coat with a white par around his waist came out of the back compartment, his face full of flesh. Chun Ching heard that he immediately remembered to smash him with 2 slaps, but then he was stopped by Jian Wushuang. Go to Santon Wine, try to be as fast as possible. Jian Wushuang said softly. Then Chun Chun threw out a piece of the top mountain of Montenegro. Remember, you need good wine. The tall man caught it subconsciously, his eyes gleaming greedily. Okay, no problem. I want whatever wine I want. After that, the tall man stumbled into the back compartment. His mother, a non-influential fish, will dare to be bold and exogenous. Today is not the brother of the sword. You stop, I will definitely smash his brain. Chun Ching said angrily. Jian Wushuang looked at the street outside the window and said lightly, one more thing is worse than one less. They are not the owners of this restaurant. Chun Ching was stunned and soon felt the meaning of what he said. It didn't take long for the tall man in nondescript clothes to trot in the arms of 2 big altars, and there were 3 or 4 other men behind him. A total of more than 10 altars, and small dishes were placed in front of the 3 of Jian Wushuang. A few VIPs. Open their mouths, enough. The strong man grinned and opened the altar cover carefully before leaving. Chun Qing had no doubt about him, and he shot the body directly, and the crystal-clear wine line fell into the three-person bowl. With only one glance, Jian Wushuang couldn't help laughing. Chuanxiu also reluctantly laughed. This group of stupid things actually mixed medicine powder into the wine. It's up to him. Since the last time I drank in the heavenly feast, I haven't had a sip. Today we are going to drink 1,000 altars. Snoring. Looking at the clear liquor in the wine, Jian Wushuang and Chuanxiu shook their heads helplessly and immediately drank. Achievement of Yinxian realm, the past red dust, have turned into mud tires, with strong toxic things, have long been unable to paralyze the fairy body. Even the most illusion-like treasures may not be able to invade Yinxian. Chapter 4754. Except for the big guys like Zhuhai Tianzhong who have transcended the concept of Yinxian, they can manipulate Yangxian's mind, but it is still limited. At present, this diffusive force is thin, and everything that enters the celestial domain of Yandingxiu is the phoenix hairy scales. For Jian Wushuang, they are all like ants, so naturally don't worry. How about the fourth son? Did they drink? Drink and drink, already drinking 3 altars. That's good. After that, we will send another 20 altars in the past and directly turn them over. These brothers and sisters of the family who are not eye-opening. But after all, why is this medicine so poor? Shirtnan has no medicine yet? I will increase it later. Across the layer of yarn barriers, several rickets were discussing in a low voice with no barriers. Naturally, all these extremely small voices fell into the ears of Jian Wushuang. It was another whole jar of wine. Chun Qing twisted a peanut from the plate with his hand. Brother Jian, have you enjoyed drinking? Put down the bowl. Jian Wushuang nodded. Subsequently, Chun Qing tapped the table with her fingers. Primary 2. Check out. Coming. Dozens of fierce-looking men ran out of the back compartment, all with sharp knives behind them. With just one glance, Chun Qing raised his eyebrows and smiled, and the peanut twisted in his hand flicked past. Wrapped with strong peanuts, it cut through the space and passed through. Wow! The leading tall man could not even find out the sharp knife behind him in the future, but he only felt an unbearable pain in his belly. Looking down subconsciously, he saw that a transparent hole the size of his head had been opened in his belly. Together with the dozen or so men behind him, they all stood still and looked at the vast hole in disbelief. A bunch of obnoxious things. No longer glancing at them, Chun Qing waved his hand to release Yinli and crushed them directly into the powder. The restaurant was completely silent. Jian Wushuang, who was sitting in the same place, twisted a peanut and flew towards the ceiling. At once, a whole ceiling with 6 floors was collapsed. Chuanxiu quickly released Yanli to protect the 3. Immediately after, a few screams rang out, and then returned to Shenjing. A moment later, in the lobby of a restaurant with a rubble, a black man lying dead was lying on his back. On the other side of the black body, a woman who was by 5 flowers and had tears in her eyes, looked at the 3 men of Jian Wushuang in horror. Due to the scraping of the gravel, there were a few more blood marks on her soft cheeks. A little weak. Looking at this scene, Qin Qing couldn't sit still anymore, and got up and kicked the black man who passed out to death. Girl, are you okay? Qin Qing said softly with a wave of her hand to untie the rope on her body. The woman moved subconsciously. It's okay. You were tied here by them? No, I am the shopkeeper of this restaurant. A little greeting, Jian Wushuang and Chun Xiu silently looked at Qin Qing, this guy's tongue, Chan Lianhua, and removed the inner defense of this delicate dispenser. 3 distinguished guests. This is a master brew made by the dispensers in return for your life-saving grace. The real restaurant shower put a binaural jade pot on the end and refilled the 3 of Jian Wushuang. The liquid crystal of the wine falls into the glass and emits a light fragrance. Qin Qing's index finger moved, and he drank directly from the cup. At the end, his eyes lit up. Good wine, slightly sweet at the entrance, and a little sour, top grade. After finishing the grooming and coming out of the back compartment, the soft woman heard the words, and her face could not help but flushed with a flush of redness. Xiao, who was standing by, heard his words and immediately raised his thumb. Adult tasting time is first rate. This superb wine is made by my own shopkeeper. It is made by my own hands. It is made by chewing rice and naturally fermented. Absolutely. The air condensed. Jian Wushuang silently retracted the palm that touched the cup. The spring and autumn, which had already drunk half a sip, turned green in place. Chen Qing's mouth twitched, and her eyelids jumped involuntarily. You mean this wine is chewing wine? Yes, Juku is the chew of my shopkeeper. Although this shopkeeper's face is soft, making wine with chewing koji is unheard of. For a time, Jian Wushuang secretly relieved in his heart, thinking that he does not have a quick mouth, otherwise he will have a shadow on the wine. Perhaps it was due to the unnatural appearance of several people, and the feminine woman poked her lips forward to remove the hip flask. Chun Qing hurriedly stopped her. What's wrong? I know you dislike it. The soft woman pursed her lips. Ah, it should be different customs. I don't dislike it. Then, Chun Qing directly recaptured the jug and drank it into the spout. The soft woman looked redder and turned and ran into the back compartment. Both Jian Wushuang and Chuanxiu swallowed their throats unconsciously, feeling Chun Qing's strength in his heart. Good wine. After drinking a pot, Chun Qing wiped his lips and then took out a slap-sized exquisite wine jug directly from his arms and threw it to Xiao. Give me, full. It doesn't matter whether you chew or not, mainly because someone likes drinking. Chen Qing, who was lying on the wide back of the beast again, took a sip of wine. Traveling outside the heavens, Chuanxiu chuckled and said, Brother Chun, I was going to leave like this. I saw the shopkeeper just now, and I am sad to see your eyes. Chun Qing slowly opened her eyes and closed her eyes again. She is immortal. I am Yin Xian. There is no result at all. It is better to do nothing. For Chen Qing's words, Jian Wushuang agrees. Although the luck of carrying out the research is extremely great, even for ordinary people who can't practice, Shou Yuan is more than 500 years old. But for Yangxian's numerology that broke the shackles the near-infinite Shou Yuan, perhaps it is a Taoism with hundreds of millions of units. All the previous obstacles will be turned into the past. It is better not to contaminate these causes and effects. Sitting on the back of the heavenly beast, Jian Wushuang's eyes watched the star river turn, and he couldn't help but evoke the deepest memory deep inside him. As long as the divine power universe was interrupted, and he was coming to Dayanhuan, he made a decision. This decision is known only to the Nine Tribulation King, and was executed by the Nine Tribulation King himself. After Jian Wushuang completely left the divine universe, the Nine-Robed King, who entered the ancestor level, used the road to reason, and sealed up one side of the realm, together with the heir of Jian Wushuang in that side. Even if he resolutely cut off the past, but he was ultimately selfish. This is a stupid decision. He did not dare to face the consequences. Chapter 4755. Moreover, when Jian Wushuang was about to leave the divine power universe, he left his Yinxian Qiyun for 1 point and merged and forcibly elevated the Qiyun in the divine power universe, making the Nine Tribulation King and Dao Yin into the ancestral class. He didn't know whether he had done everything right, and what irreversible consequences would happen if he made a mistake. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang rubbed his brow. Chen Qing, who was walking side by side with him, murmured quietly at this time, Maybe I might change something. The circulation of the heavens, the vast territory controlled by Zhen Wuyang, is extremely vast. After traveling for more than a few years, Jian Wushuang and his entourage finally came to the North Heavenly State. The so-called North Celestial State is located in the northern part of the Desai region. It is very magnificent. Even from a distance, it looks like a small heaven. The Yanli is rich in clouds, and the fairy cranes fly together with Yunxiao, and Rueguang Cave shoots the rest of the sky. A towering heavenly gate sits in the sky, mysterious. The 3 figures headed by Jian Wushuang went straight into the cloud. There are several Yinxian guarding the Tianmen, which are much more severe than the 6 emperor realms of the Little Emperor. In order to avoid detours, the 3 of Jian Wushuang entered directly from Tianmen. At the same time, to prevent being recognized, Jian Wushuang took out the black gold mask from Chuanxiu and pressed it on his face, suddenly turned into a vicissitudes of middle-aged man. Chuanxiu and Qin Qing also transformed their faces and overwhelmed their ancestors. As a result, the three seemed to be in the realm, without any achievements, and entered the North Heavenly State without any difficulty. The Yinxian guarding the Tianmen didn't make trouble and check, but just laughed a few words and then let them in. The clouds are separated, and the magnificent North Tianxianzhu, like a fairyland, is fully reflected in the eyes of Jian Wushuang. Brother Sword, let's just go straight in this way. I'm afraid it will attract the attention of the Son of Ink, Qin Qing said, looking at the entire northern celestial state. Jian Wushuang said, hurry first. We haven't figured out where the Sun Mo is. Let's explore here and make plans. We can only do this. So far, 3 middle-aged men, who were not ancestors, fell into the North Celestial State. In the prosperous world, there are endless layers of top repairs, even if the immortals riding the cranes are everywhere. The Rueguang projected by the big sun above the head put everything in sight to a layer of fairy rhyme. To avoid attracting attention, the three simply walked into this heavenly city, looking for a method that might be close to Gongxiamo. Take a look. The top-level Black Mountain top crystals are all produced in the six-day realm, just in the most central position of one of these heavenly cities. An abrupt selling call attracted Jian Wushuang's attention. He followed the voice and saw that on the way along the street, one side of the pavilion filled with black crystals caught his eyes. A scruffy Taoist in gray robes is selling, and the roof repairs that are gathered in front of the paving are already more and more. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly and raised some strange feelings in his heart for no reason. I really didn't think that in this northern Tianxianzhu there is the circulation of the Black Mountain crystals. Wasn't it originally heard that Gongxiamo had already circulated still? When will it be allowed again? Qin Qing said thoughtfully, touching his chin. Jian Wushuang did not speak, and slowly stepped forward, probing the movement before the paving. The sloppy Taoists saw that the flow of people was gradually converging, but those who advocated were even more struggling. Everyone takes a closer look. It is fully exploited to the six-day realm, and is the top-level Black Mountain top crystal. The mass production is terribly low, and there are rumors that the Black Mountain in the six-day realm has been exhausted. This top crystal is used one piece less. Looking at the slab-shaped dark black irregular crystal, Jian Wushuang confirmed that the sloppy Taoist did not cheat, and each piece was a real top crystal of the Black Mountain. An ancestor-level top repairer moved his heart and asked, "How is the price of a piece?" When the sloppy Taoist saw the price inquirer, he smiled and said, "Today's walk. A piece of Montenegro top crystal. You only need to have one copy of the exercises, no limit to any exercises." The wait and sees of more than 100 famous practitioners were all stunned, and then they all scrambled to throw out a copy of this exercise method in exchange for a piece of Black Mountain top crystal. Seeing such a trading scene, Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. You should know that this Black Mountain Dingjing has great use even in Yinxian realm, and the value of each piece is naturally extremely high. But right now, those half-ancestors who haven't even reached the level of Yin can only get one piece with a non-influential exercise, and how can one not be puzzled? And looking at the appearance that the scruffy Taoist refused, the sword Wushuang vaguely felt that he was no longer trading in equal amounts, but was generally completing a certain task. The scene was a bit chaotic for a moment. Jian Wushuang saw that several Yinxian were involved in the transaction, but it was only half the time of the incense sticks. This pavilion filled with the top crystals of Montenegro was empty. Jian Wushuang, who was watching from afar, saw that with the rapid departure of all the top repairs, the smile on the face of the scruffy Taoist disappeared, and an impatient look was replaced. He directly rolled nearly 100 exercises in the spread, and then flicked those exercises into the sleeves of his robe. After doing all this, he quickly walked into the air and left. "Brother Sword, have you noticed something is wrong?" Qin Qing on the side asked in a low voice. Jian Wushuang said nothing. "Follow him and see what he plans to do." Qin Qing and Chuanxiu nodded at the same time, and then the three figures quickly followed. But he didn't keep up with it for a long time, and the sloppy Taoist breath disappeared without a trace, and no one like Jian Wushuang could find it. At the same time, there was a loud hawking, which came out from another heavenly city Jianwushuang. Even if it was decided that the three people would be dispersed, as much as possible to explore how many hawkings in this northern celestial state paving of spar in Montenegro. With the soles of the feet on the ground, a youth-like ancestor-level repairer has already opened the paving and started selling. This time the Montenegrin crystals on the paving are lower in grade, but the most common Montenegrin crystals, the number of which exceeds 100. However, even the most common Montenegrin crystal was quickly robbed. After watching this scene, when Jian Wushuang was about to set off to catch up with the young man, Qinqing and Chunqiu also rushed back from the rest of the city. Brother Sword, they are really strange. Every city has at least one street vendor selling black mountain crystals. Chen Qingning said. Jian Wushuang didn't open his mouth. Combining with Chen Qing's previous doubts, he had already discovered that these vendors selling black mountain crystals seemed to be carrying out some kind of secret and relatively easy to detect momentum. Chapter 4756. It can represent the black mountain crystal, and it is inseparable from this thing. The Yinxian of the entire real Wuyang seat under the sky, and even the Dingxiu, know that there is only one person Zaya de Junzizi Yin. At present, in this northern celestial state, there are several paving places selling black mountain crystals, which seems to be doing some subconscious momentum. Jian Wushuang has been consciously aware of the undercurrent of the calm lake. This time, I'm afraid our whereabouts will be more secret. Let's stay close to Gongxiamo first. Jian Wushuang whispered. Chuanxiu glanced at the young monk who was packing away. Is there something happening? He shook his head, and then said, the current situation is unknown. Follow him first to find out. Chen Qing and Chuanxiu nodded. At this time, the young monk had already packed it up, but instead of leaving, he carried his hands and toured with great interest in this heavenly city. The three of Jian Wushuang also kept a certain distance and explored his whereabouts. The young monk, with a floral bag on his shoulders, dressed in a decent gown, seemed to travel a long distance and came to Xianzhou to experience the pilgrimage. Jian Wushuang was 100 meters behind the young monk, watching his every move with his consciousness. But this situation did not last long. Soon, with hundreds of cranes coming suddenly, the mighty flying over the sky from the top of the head, disturbed Jian Wushuang's eyes. After the immortal crane soared away, there was still a half-shadow of the young monk in front. The heart said badly. Jian Wushuang looked behind him. Qinqing and Chuanxiu grasped each other's heart, and each of them walked towards different rushes. The disappearance of this young monk's body means that the clues are interrupted. In this sensitive season, Jian Wushuang will never allow a half-spread. The three figures were traced in different directions. The soaring roof repairs gradually became sparse, and the spring and autumn rushed forward along a street. At the same time, the pavilions on both sides of the road began to blur. The anxious spring and autumn, completely unaware of the changes that occurred around him, when he suddenly burst into a crisis, it was too late. A broken flower-wide cloth suddenly strangled between the neck of spring and autumn from behind, and then an irresistible momentum came. Suddenly hit by this, he was so dark that he almost passed out, even if he wanted to move his finger. And the figure holding the floral broadbuller to hold the neck of spring and autumn is the young monk who disappeared before. At this moment, he only has a sharp killer in his eyes, an unprecedented huge force of coercion, which can never be controlled by the ancestral top repair. One hand controls spring and autumn. The other carries the palm of the general trend and points like a knife, without hesitation to his origin. However, at this time, the change is steep. Laugh! The sound of gold and iron clashes resounded, and the enchantment laid by the young monks shattered, and a little cold light came. The young monk was aware of this scene, and the palm that was originally intended for the origin of the spring and autumn changed suddenly, and the momentum of the force was directly blasted forward. The two collided, sending out an emptying shock that canceled each other out. A middle-aged figure with a vicissitude's face appeared later, holding an invisible sword and staring at him sharply. The four eyes met, and the murderous opportunity that broke out in the eyes of the young monk soon disappeared, and then suddenly through spring and autumn passed, taking advantage of this empty space to escape directly. Jian Wushuang reached out to catch spring and autumn, gazed forward, and did not catch up. Cough, brother Jian. You saved my life again. Chuanxio clutched her neck and her bluish-purple complexion gradually recovered. Just in the short confrontation just now, Jian Wushuang judged that the other party's strength was absolutely impossible, and it could never be the ancestral realm seen before. If the young monk is determined to fight, I am afraid that he will also be hit hard. At this time, Qinqing also came and saw this scene and quickly asked, "How did you catch that guy?" Jian Wushuang shook his head. "I'm afraid we will have some changes this time." "Can they be the eagles under the sun's ink seat?" Qinqing frowned. "If the eagle dog under the ink master is okay, he is afraid, he is not," Jian Wushuang said slowly. Qinqing reminded, "Brother Sword, let's get out of here first. It wouldn't be great if we bumped into Master Mo's men." Jian Wushuang nodded. At the moment, they are already at the top of a fairy mountain far away from the Sky City. The young monk seemed to have a certain kind of magical power. When the scenes in the eyes of spring and autumn were already blurred, he was actually lured out of Tianqing. If it were not for Jian Wushuang to feel that his breath was moving away and to rescue him in time, Chuanxio would never survive. The three bodies then left without leaving any traces. After Jian Wushuang decided to stay close to Gongzi Mo, the three of them stayed in a heavenly city in the northern celestial state. Brother Sword, otherwise during this time, we will first find out where in the Xianzhou your son is. At that time, you won't be unprepared if you hit him directly. In a Xinfu pavilion, Jian Wushuang, who was sitting against the window, was quietly listening to Chen Qing's lonely complaint. At the end, he said lightly, "Let's wait a while. Let's not go to the town to kill my son. If we have a choice, try not to fight. That being said, I am afraid that I will enter the palace of Gongzi Mo, and I have no choice." Chen Qing sighed. Chuanxio clutched his neck and said, "No matter what, you must be careful. I also feel that we are not quite flat this time." The three of them were talking. The ground quietly rolled up a dust of dust, and then the 7 bodies were dressed in caskets, wearing Dujia's figure, and stepped into this Xinfu pavilion in turn. Jian Wushuang's gaze also locked these visitors for a moment. Looking through Doli, he saw that these 7 old customers were dressed in Middle Ages. All of them were middle-aged, with indifferent dull eyes in their eyes, as if everything outside was not related to them. After entering the Xinfu pavilion, the 7 old guests did not stay much, but walked to the top floor compartment to rest. Don't say that these undressed hats are dressed in style, and they have a sense of independence in the past. Chen Qing looked at the back of the old customers and analyzed. Jian Wushuang did not speak. His eyes were already attracted. He saw that the old guests in the clothes, under the clothes, all had a kind of secret aura of extreme sharpness. That kind of unique sharpness, only Jian Wushuang can perceive it keenly. All good swordsmen, interesting. An old guest headed. It seems that all induction, very secretly cast a glance in his direction. The 4 eyes are opposite. Only for a moment, the old customer withdraws his gaze, and then all the 7 figures disappear into the compartment. Chapter 47-57. These old customers who hide the breath of Kendo give Jian Wushuang a very strange feeling, but he didn't think much about it. After all, it is possible to live in this magnificent north celestial state even if there is a sword fairy. After a brief discussion, the 3 of them went back to the room to rest. At Chen Qing's strong request, the 3 men were squeezed into a box. Jian Wushuang, who turned over and sat on the windowsill, shook his head helplessly. He gradually found that when he was with Chen Qing, he was more and more like the one who started in the end of the world and wandered through the world. The bad habits of eating, drinking, and sleeping should be quit in time. After taking a swig of beauty, after the so-called chu wine, Chen Qingkai lay on the bed and began to sleep. Spring and autumn, just after the interception that had no back end at all, he practiced even more desperately. At the moment, except for the extremely powerful 8-armed wrath in his hands, he has no magical powers. Even in the face of an ordinary Yinxian, he will fall into great passiveness. Ascending to Yinxian realm is an urgent matter. Otherwise, he will never be able to catch up with Jian Wushuang. For ordinary Dingxiu, The achievement of Yin-Xian realm may be an illusory imagination, but spring and autumn are different. The blood of the former emperor flows on his body. Even if the emperor's luck brought to the extreme, it is enough to let him step into it. Yin-Xian realm. The whole Xianfu pavilion was very quiet, and even with the Sky City, it seemed to have fallen into silence. Among the immense clouds of Xianyun, the big day that brought Rueguang to the entire Xianzhou gradually gathered Guanghua. The night that belongs to the northern celestial state is approaching. Sitting on the windowsill, Jian Wushuang began to sit down. Although he seemed to be sitting enlightened, his 5 senses of supernatural power were still observing around him keenly. As the cloud curtain gradually thickened, just as Jian Wushuang was about to take back his mind and prepare to go deeper into sitting, a subtle voice made him open his eyes again. He was familiar with the sound, the end of the sword. Inexplicably, Jian Wushuang thought of the mysterious 7 musketeers I saw earlier. It seemed to confirm his conjecture, and then, several breezes suddenly rose. Jian Wushuang subconsciously looked over his head and saw a total of 7 figures, directly flying into the sky, but disappeared into the cloud completely in an instant. He seemed to have some feelings, and quickly awakened Qinqing and Chuanxiu, and then stepped longitudinally, his figure straight up to Jiushao, rising the cloud top, accompanied by the sun and the stars, but alone lacked the breath of the 7 figures just now. Brother Jian, did you find anything? Qinqing and Chuanxiu followed him, standing on the top of the cloud. Jian Wushuang did not speak, but used his consciousness to deduce the shrinking mountains and rivers, and soon looked at the sky dome behind him. The 7 previous figures were weird. Let's keep up with the investigation, he said quickly, and then walked forward. Sure enough, traveling hundreds of thousands of miles, Jian Wushuang probed the breath of the 7 swordsmen from the clouds. With the breath, everything becomes simple. The 3 of them swiftly traveled along the breath of the clouds. Blocks of magnificent heavens were left behind, and these were just the tip of the holy north celestial state. As the way forward, the strength of Yin Yin became more and more pure, and Jian Wushuang began to wonder in his heart. He had a hunch that the place where the 7 swordsmen were going was faintly similar to them. Water dial sees the moon, cloud dial sees the sun. As the breath of the 7 swordsmen suddenly disappeared through the layers of Yanli clouds, a magnificent fairy state came into their eyes. Xianzhou, which exhibits a diamond-shaped base, hangs high in the sky. From every corner, there is a jade belt waterfall, which falls on the sky. And on the side of this Xianzhou, there is another huge green tree, and a golden cage is hung on the top of this giant tree. In the golden cage, a round of red birds carrying a halo. The entire Xianzhou is very bright. Such a magnificent scene. Although it is not comparable to the heavenly court where Xinliang is located, it is no exaggeration to be called a small heavenly court. Here, wouldn't it be the residence of Gongzi Mo? Hidden in the clouds, Qinqing looked at Xianzhou and murmured. Jian Wushuang nodded. Except for Master Zmo, no one would have such energy and could live in such a fairy state. Qinqing frowned slightly. If this is really the residence of Master Zmo, I'm afraid he has already made a plot. From the current point of view, this magnificent Xianzhou, whether it is from the layout or the pattern of imprisonment of Jinwu, has a hidden meaning to the standard of heaven. I am afraid that any sighted person can guess it. The ambition behind this Xianzhou master. It seems that I'm going to clear the air for the little emperor. Qinqing involuntarily tightened the real sword around his waist, and there was already a murderous intention in his eyes. I advise you not to take this idea. Even if the son of Mo is again, you can't intervene. Don't forget that his old son is Jian Wushuang said quietly, and added a sentence at the end, unless absolutely necessary. Qinqing grinned. Get orders. Mix into it first, then make a plan. Jian Wushuang said, and the back figure was the previous one, and went to the small heavenly court. Immortal rhythm. This Xianzhou portal is worth a lot of Yin-Xian. However, these Yin-Xian guards are all sleepy now. 3 ghost-like figures flew into Xianzhou in an instant, only driving the breeze. This dress is so tight. I'm afraid it'll be cracked during the follow-up. On the bluestone-paved avenue, 3 guards in uniform dress walked side by side. The headed sword Wushuang changed its appearance again, from the original downcast middle-aged man to a young heroic guard. Both Chun Qing and Chuanxiu changed into the faces of the guards who had been previously stunned. Chun Qing, who was standing tall, grumbled while carefully guarding the tight guard clothing. Being in this quiet fairyland, Jian Wushuang felt very carefully the sudden situation that might happen around him. Just then, a sudden cold drink sounded from behind. Stop! The three of them froze in place, and Chen Qing had already put his palm on the hilt of his waist and just waited until the situation was wrong, and then beheaded. Jian Wushuang turned around slowly, staring at the guards without fear. You are on duty. Why do you want to go to the Temple of Five Suns now? One of the middle-aged patrolmen asked. Time on duty has passed, and now we are going to the Temple of Wu Gongzi to be on duty. Jian Wushuang replied. Later, the middle-aged patrolman asked a few more questions, and he just answered the questions before leaving several people to leave. Brother Jian, it's really tall. How do you know these problems? I'm blind. Fortunately, I didn't reveal the stuffing, so go ahead. Chapter 4758. This is located in the middle of the north of Xianzhou, a small fairy state, and there are thousands of fairy buildings. The Temple of Heaven, where the young sun Mo is located, is in this little fairy state. The Jinwu, which controls the light and darkness of the northern celestial state, is kept in a golden cage on the hibiscus tree for the owner of the temple to watch and drive. The ring of thousands of cranes, soaring and resting in the clouds, from time to time turned into a fairy, lying in the clouds, cast curious eyes toward Jian Wushuang and others. After stepping into this little fairy state, Jian Wushuang saw the magnificent temple next to the hibiscus tree at a glance. Three figures stepped on the bluestone avenue, close to the Temple of Heaven. The sun is shining, Xianzhou will be night. Soaring forward, Qianglu of thousands of immortals was trampled under his feet, and the magnificent heavenly temple was gradually clear. The sole of the foot fell on the Haomiao square. Jian Wushuang and Qin Qingqiu at the side looked at each other, and then bowed their heads into the Temple of Heaven. Yu Yun rides on the wind, and there are some immortal music coming out of the Temple of Heaven. From time to time, there are more than a dozen maids dressed in luosang, holding the silver plate in hand, walking under the jade corridor. In the vast lotus ponds on both sides of the Temple of Heaven, there are koi boys, lying among the lotus petals, playing in the water boringly. Seeing a few new faces, they all hurriedly moved over to Yunyu. Go, let me go away, uncles are doing business, come back and play with you. Chun Qing waved his arms, constantly driving the koi boys around him. These little guys may be too bored in the lotus pond. Instead of returning after hearing Chen Qing's words, they giggled and all lay on him to interact. In order to prevent multiple incidents, Jian Wushuang and Chuanxiu had to help take these little guys off Chen Qing's body and throw them into the lotus pond one by one. At this moment, an ethereal, but with a bit angry voice, suddenly sounded in this Temple of Heaven. I said, those three silly big guys, do you treat those little guys like that? Do you know that they are all my boys? Jian Wushuang stiffened, and then subconsciously looked at the place where the sound was made. I saw that at the top of the eaves of the temple that day, a figure in a lino skirt looked at him with a smile. Two of them hanging from the gauze in the air, like a faint moonlight, with a pair of petite jade feet shaking in the air. The silver bell between the ankles gave a very clear sound. The long wind blew, blowing her veil, revealing a look of shock. And then, those koi boys thrown into the lotus pond were all transformed into their original shapes and floated to the mysterious and beautiful woman's body. The figure immediately stood up. A pair of jade feet stepped on the colorful glaze, and there were koi swimming around the body. Looking at the beautiful scene where immortal qi is about to reach the critical point, Jian Wushuang's eyes are more and more vigilant. He unconsciously reached out his hand and touched his waist, but he was surprised that his Tailuo Excalibur had been blown up by Ding Beichun in the heaven of the sword. Hey, ask you guys, three silly big men. Looking away from Xianyun, a pair of Xing looked at the three, and finally fell on Jian Wushuang's face. Brother Jian, what are we going to do next? We're not going to expose it. Chuanxiu lowered his head, anxiously. It's definitely not going to reveal anything. How big a girl's house can make waves. Chen Qing whispered, Brother Jian, in my opinion, ignore her. We rushed in. Jian Wushuang then spoke, and his voice became somewhat complimented. Xinjia, our three brothers first entered the Temple of Heaven on duty and did not understand the truth. If they annoy Xinjia, please ask Haihan. The woman standing at the eaves of the Temple of Heaven heard the words, flew straight down the wind, and fell in front of Jian Wushuang, the whole body surging around. Jian Wushuang opened the distance without trace. It turned out to be the first time on duty, and I said when you stupid guys appeared in the Temple of Heaven. A voice of anger came from under the veil. But this is not a reason. You just bullied my boy under the seat, and now I punish you all to jump into the lap of the lotus pond. Chuanxiu and Chen Qing looked at each other, and their faces were awkward. Jian Wushuang replied, I'm afraid it's a bit wrong. When we were on duty for the first time, we put on a wetsuit, which would damage our appearance. When the woman gathered, she wanted to say something, but then there was a call. Mother, your son called you. A maid stood in front of the Temple of Heaven and respectfully said. The woman who gathered the yarn did not answer, but looked at Jian Wushuang. Three people, fortunately, you will be spared this time. After she finished, she ran barefoot to the Temple of Heaven. Chen Qing was indignant when she went completely away. If it weren't for the sun's sight, I would let the lady know what cruelty is. Jian Wushuang did not speak. He looked around the temple in a circle and was planning to make the next exploration. The woman who had disappeared quietly showed her figure from under the pillar again. You still do nothing. All come with me, she said quietly, her tone unquestionable. The three looked at each other and then entered the Temple of Heaven together. The door of the hall slowly opened, and a warm fragrance came. In the middle of the magnificent temple, a large incense burner spit out clouds of smoke. There are 18 giant columns on both sides of the mountain and sea scrolls. There are 18 seats next to each giant column for the feast. At the same time, there are hundreds of dancers dancing in the clouds, and the extravagant scene of singing and dancing. After stepping barefoot into the giant hall, the woman with the veil directly stepped on the ground flowing clouds, like a fairy growing randomly between heaven and earth, and ran wildly. Jian Wushuang's gaze locked the deepest part of this temple in the first time. There, the 5 emperors in extravagant Chinese costumes, the son of Mo is sitting in the first position, drunkenly admiring the dancing postures of the dancers. Yu reading books www.ukanshu.com. He didn't consciously get up until he saw the girl with a light fairy deer coming, and was happy. Silver Bell, you are here. The maids on both sides brought a luxurious dress and fur to her dressing. Every day is the same old style, and I'm tired of seeing it. The veiled woman named Yin Ling, wrapped in a white fur, sat on the side of the sun's ink and pouted. Gongzi Mo seemed excited about Yinling's arrival with a little embarrassment. Okay, don't watch. You'll see the competition later. At the end of the conversation, Master Mo turned his head impatiently and waved his hands, and the dancers withdrew. In a moment, there were more than 20 handsome young men with red lips and white teeth, walking slowly up the center of the temple. Brother Sword, have you ever heard that the sun is good at men? Looking at the mysterious face of Chen Qing, Jian Wushuang looked at the question mark. Chapter 4759. Chen Qing smiled secretly again. This is not groundless, but it has long been rumored that the son of Mo Yoshi is male, and he once recruited Tianzhou teenagers in the entire big domain and sent them to his northern celestial state. It's cured, so you can enjoy the beauty at any time. For example, right now, these handsome young men may be the male pets he maintains. Although Jian Wushuang still has no expression on his face, it is already cold in his heart. Looking at the more than 20 handsome teenagers who came out, there was a touch of imperceptible softness between each eyebrow, which seemed to indirectly corroborate what Chen Qing said. Whatever he likes has nothing to do with us. Next, we will immediately withdraw after finding the zigzag bone armor. Try not to have disputes. Jian Wushuang whispered. Chen Qing and Chuanxiu both nodded, and then stopped talking. The identity of the three of them is the guard of Xianzhou who came to the Temple of Heaven on duty. Together with their faces, they can be easily transformed into ordinary ones. They are almost impossible to find if they are thrown in the crowd. Therefore, they stood by the giant pillars on both sides of the hall and acted as guards. Originally, Jian Wushuang did not intend to enter the giant hall, but was about to turn around this temple. But in the end, the steps were interrupted by the Silver Bell Mother. Standing on the side of the giant pillar, he turned his gaze to the center of the temple, the handsome young men who were demonstrating sword dance at the moment. The so-called sword dance is more ornamental than practical. Although each of them has a stable sword, but lacks decisiveness and resoluteness, it is obviously used for watching. Although all these handsome youths are rare seedlings with swords, Jian Wushuang obviously has no love for love. The most important thing to practice Kendo is the innate energy in your heart since childhood, which is the foundation. Ultimately, all things are big, and various Taoist laws are emerging one after another. Although the swordsmanship is special, it does not escape the rules of the avenue. Natural swordsmanship will also come down with the passage of time. These, naturally, can't have the slightest image of Jian Wushuang's state of mind. Surrounded by a silver bell ringing softly, the drunken son, Imo, smiling at the sword dance performance, seemed extremely satisfied. It's so boring, it's so boring. Ling, who sat in the top position, was dissatisfied. The son Imo Wanyan drew back his gaze. What's wrong with Ling? Dissatisfied? Ling pursed her lips. Of course not satisfied. How many times have you seen it again and again, do you know? And do not change something new. Well, according to you, you can do whatever you say, said Imo Chong the son. Ling drummed his mouth, as if thinking of some new tricks, and then glanced into the hall. Jian Wushuang's heart said badly. His figure didn't even have time to retreat. He heard a slightly excited voice. It's just you, the stupid guy before you went out? Ling got up, her slender hands pointed at him coldly. Jian Wushuang was silent, so he had to walk daringly to the center of the temple. The haze in Gongzi's ink eyes dissipated somewhat. He saw the ordinary guards standing in the middle of the temple, and he always felt a familiar atmosphere. But he didn't think much about it. After all, in the current season, it is the most important thing to be able to win the favor of Ling. After pointing out Jian Wushuang, Ling slowly looked around again, and finally found a young guard who was not too conspicuous in the other side. It's just you two. I can feel that you two are guys with extraordinary skills. It's better to play a martial art here. Ling's mouth twitched a smile, while waving his sleeves, 2 coats with horse training. He pulled out 2 real swords and threw them at the two. Reaching for the real sword, Jian Wushuang's brows were slightly wrinkled. He didn't like this feeling very much, especially the feeling of being criticized by others. If it were not for the moment, I'm afraid that Jian Wushuang had already killed Ling. After all his emotions were settled, his eyes turned to the young guard who was also called out. Jian Wushuang didn't see all the emotions in his eyes, as if he didn't remember everything in his heart. Go ahead, please make sure to go all out. If it's not exciting enough, maybe there will be punishment. Ling sat down and smiled. Chen Qing, who was hiding next to the giant pillar, gritted his teeth and said, Damn, if I have to make a last resort, I will kill this woman first. Also count me. Chunky's eyes were cold, as if he was already preparing, and only after Jian Wushuang sent a signal, he immediately started his hands. At this moment, in the entire Grand Hall, only Jian Wushuang and the young guard stood against each other. Like Yuanzhu Yuezhi, he stood with his sword raised and his breath converged, like a supreme sword intention to be opened by a Tibetan front. In the face of any potential enemy, they keep their best. This is the habit that Jian Wushuang has cultivated in the long journey of cultivation. Even at the moment, he did not relax. The young guard standing with the same sword standing in the distance should have belonged to the youth-like clear eyes, and at a certain moment showed a very inconsistent old state. Naturally, this momentary change was also captured by Jian Wushuang. However, without waiting for him to think, the young guard took the lead in violently raising his sword straight down. Sword Wushuang raised the sword to deal with it, and the 2 blades handed over, making a brittle sound. It was just a moment of confrontation, and the thick sword was scattered and frightened. Although it was a fight, It has actually fought 1,000 times in a flash. Jian Wushuang secretly panicked. When can even ordinary Yangtzean swordsman be able to compete with his own rivals? Without thinking at all, the young guard slashed with a sword, and in a very indifferent face, there was a touch of imperceptibility. A sword came out, forcing him to open several positions. Jian Wushuang's eyes were a bit cold. The young guard was hiding under the indifferent expression, and the killer that he tried to control was emerging little by little. At this point, he began to be a little sure that the young guard at the moment could never be the guard of the Northern Celestial State. In other words, this guy at the moment, like the three of Jian Wushuang, should have stolen in as an identity. An uncertain idea rose from Jian Wushuang's mind. The two real swords collided fiercely again, and the aftermath of the martyrdom produced by the collision point directly wiped out the clouds of smoke in the entire Temple of Heaven. The whole Buddha's strength was pressed against the real sword in his hand, and Jian Wushuang's figure approached the young guard. No matter what your purpose is, it's best not to hit my mind on me. The young guard's figure stunned slightly, a pair of turbid eyes, with a doubtful and scrutiny glance at Jian Wushuang, and then suddenly withdrew more than 10 feet. Chapter 4760. The Temple of Heaven was silent, and everyone looked at this scene with breathless breath. The sword good swordsman, when they saw this almost instantaneous confrontation, were all frowning. Because of the confrontation between the two of them, the sword intentions that escaped from them were absolutely uncommon, especially the sword spirit that flew up in a flash, and even those who approached felt a kind of sensational killing intention of being cut by the soul. Sword stood without a sword, and it didn't seem to plan on the next battle. The young guard did not intend to fight anymore, and after the sword was turned around, he was ready to return. "Stop! Did I ask you to go back?" An icy voice sounded, and the youngest son sitting in front of him protruded in front of his body. His drunken eyes were full of coldness. It seemed that the next moment would be a violent murder. The figure that was about to return was also paused at this moment. A pair of British eyes looked at him, and then arched his hand. "Point to the end. If I hit it, I am afraid I will make a joke. If the son insists on watching, why not let me wait for some brothers to compose a sword dance for the son?" The young man Mo Wanyan looked at the heroic guard who looked down. His face relaxed. "Well, if you are not satisfied with me, it will take your head," the young guard promised, and then turned to look behind him. A total of 6 guards in uniform dress walked out slowly from one side. Jian Wushuang saw this situation. His brow angle jumped slightly, and he stepped back without trace. "Brother Jian, is there something?" Chun Qing asked in a low voice. "If the situation is not right, just run," he whispered, his eyes flashing dignifiedly. At this point, Jian Wushuang was completely certain that the 7 guards were the 7 swordsmen he had seen in the Xianfu Pavilion in the Northern Celestial State. Right now, they all sneaked into this temple, and the goal seemed to be all running to the Sun Imo Chin Qingqiu, and the two heard it and were all cautious. They knew that Jian Wushuang's character would never be untargeted. He said that there is a situation, then there must be a situation. For a time, Chen Qing set his sights on the center of the temple, the 7 seemingly ordinary figures. There is not too much nonsense. The 7 figures are spread out side by side in the shape of a character, and then the 7-handed sword with entangled force points straight ahead. The atmosphere in the entire temple began to change subtly. Jian Wushuang and Chen Qingqiu moved towards the gate of the Temple of Heaven without any trace, but they were stopped by the silver bell girl sitting on the head. At this moment, the sword dance composed of 7 people began. Taking the leading young guard as the guide, the 7-handed sword moved and moved in the hall. The cloud smoke from the huge censer in the center of the temple was also transformed into various scenes by these swords. It may look like a dragon leaping into the sea of clouds, or it might look like a tiger lying on its back, changing a lot. Seeing this magnificent scene, sitting on the side of the temple, or the Yin Xian could not help clapping and applauded. The youngest son Imo, who was sitting at the head, nodded frequently, and seemed to be very satisfied with the sword dance of these 7 people. And Jian Wushuang seemed a little uneasy, because he had just discovered that this 7-member team had a bigger and more powerful force. Although it was only revealed for a moment, Jin Wushuang was immediately shocked. It is very likely that those levels of Yanli power have transcended Yinxian realm. Are they going to assassinate Gongxiamo? He seemed to think of something, and then looked at him. Unconsciously, the seven figures leaned forward. Yunyan gradually spread throughout the hall, making every roof repair seem to be on top of the cloud, fluttering in immortality. At the moment, the son of the sun was gradually excited, and the eyes were even more drunk. In the seven-man formation, the youngest guard in the front, holding a real sword, is very powerful. In the eyes, which were slightly old, quietly showed a sense of more and cold killing. At the next moment, he jumped up suddenly, stepped on the clouds and smoke, and under the gaze of all Ding Xiao and Yen Xian, he shook the real sword tightly and stabbed at the sun. The air seemed to stagnate, and everything that was about to happen happened at this moment. A sword that lingered on the supremacy, without any hesitation to stab him. But at this time, the change suddenly appeared, and the space in front of Gongxiamo collapsed without a sign, and even changed the position of the sword stabbed with force. The sword that originally pierced the sun's ink head was forced to move, and finally, without any resistance, it pierced the cheekbone and nailed it firmly on the temple chair. The screams rang loudly, and blood poured out. The whole left side of Gongxiamo was directly minced. The real sword penetrated half of his head, and the tip of the sword went straight into the hall chair for more than an inch. But this blow didn't kill him at all, and there was even a distance from the fairy source in his brain. One blow failed to kill. The young guard came down with one of his palms and vowed to completely kill the Sun Imo. But the ensuing great coercion suppressed his momentum. A black robe came out from behind the Sun Imo and also stretched out a palm, smashing towards the young guard. The two forces collided and a burst of loud noise erupted. Then the young guard looked like a kite with a broken thread and flew out. At this moment, all Ding Xiao and Yin Xian reacted and manipulated Yanli to encircle the seven people. And the six figures standing in place were all moved, and all were like ghosts. After quickly catching the young guard, they let go of their hands and feet to kill. One of them was tall and thin. His palms closed on his chest, and then it was suddenly torn apart. The infinite strength was torn the space directly, together with more than 20 top repairers who gathered around it, all turned into powder. There was another figure. The palm of his hand clenched into a fist, and he hit the ground with a punch. Boom! The entire temple shook, and then a series of fine cracks cracked the white jade floor. The six forms of body shape all broke out the most terrifying power at this moment. Everyone has the terrible power to kill Yin Xian easily. At this point, the entire temple was in chaos. As early as the first moment of the riot, Jin Wushuang took the lead in responding, directly reaching for the door of the hall and running directly with the two of them. This kind of chaos, which is not controlled at all, is a little careless, and I am afraid that even he will drink on the spot. Brother Sword, this is too exciting. The young man Imo seems to be dying today. Among the three bodies that fled quickly in the void, Chun Qing said excitedly, "It is all reincarnation. Someone came to assassinate." Jin Wushuang heard that the body that had fled quickly had stopped suddenly. Looking back at the Temple of Heaven that was about to have signs of collapse, he finally said, "No, I will go back." Chun Qing was surprised for a while, then hurriedly said, "Brother Sword, are you kidding me? Gongxiamo is already a lifeless man." Chapter 47:61. Jin Wushuang gazed at him. "Young Master Imo, he can't die now, and the news of his death pattern is broken. Isn't Leia's Isis bone-shaped armor more important than life?" Chun Qing was also anxious. About the kind of breath in the temple, he was more clear than Jian Wushuang. It was because of his clarity that he wanted to prevent Jian Wushuang from dying. Of course, life is not important, Jian Wushuang smiled. But this is the best situation right now. At the end of the speech, he went straight forward, without fear of the chaotic collapse of the temple. "Brother Qin Qing, might I be afraid?" Chuanqiu raised an eyebrow and smiled, and then caught up with Jian Wushuang without hesitation. Who is afraid? This small scene can deter me, Qin Qing, Chun Qing anxiously, then clenched his teeth to keep up. In the chaotic temple, The top repair and Yinxian are continually dying. The ground is completely collapsed, and the entire temple is in a shaky state. The 7 bodies are like 7 rocks, and no Yinxian can shake them. A sword penetrated the cheekbones of the face, and the Sun Imo, who was nailed to the temple chair, stopped howling, grasping the blade tightly in his hand, and pulled the entire sword out of his head. At the moment, the ink of the sun, the entire left face was replaced by a huge blood hole, and even one eyeball was broken. As the son of the emperor of the entire Grand Sovereign, he had suffered such a terrible humiliation. Kill me, kill them, and leave no one behind. The sound of crying blood resounded, and the black robe that had saved his life before bowed his head respectfully. Yes, 5 sons. Stepping out, Wan Jun's supreme power swayed, letting the already fierce killings stop. The black robe stretched out the old palm and slowly pulled down the hood, revealing an old face full of folds. Bring the head on, I will let you die. Otherwise you will have to be humiliated. The ancient voice echoed from the mouth of the black robe. Behind him, there is a dim black light wheel. If Jin Wushuang is here, you will find that this black light wheel is exactly the same as the light wheel behind the elders you saw in the heavenly court. This is a sign of the complete transition from Yinxian to Dianxian. The 7 figures did not seem to be shocked by a Dian fairy. There were 2 figures on the spot, arms shook and a light wheel floated behind. Another 2 great Yinxian. It was originally planned to go forward and try hard to repair and Yinxian. After seeing this scene, all of them consciously took a step back from the battlefield. It's really generous. I say, why you are not afraid. It turns out that you have already made full preparations. The black robe showed in the old-fashioned eyes, and he was not afraid. With me in, you can never hurt the 5 sons. With a cold snork, the young guard who exposed the realm of Dian Immortal took a step forward, his palms coming. A blow completely out of the strength of the immortal. The cover hit the black robe. The black robe resisted and sent shock waves. Under these shock waves, even the giant pillars in the palace were fragmented by the impact, and even Yin Xian could not stop. Gongzi Mo was directly flew out, and he was lying on the ground in a state of embarrassment. He watched with only one eye left, as if looking for something. At the first moment of the outbreak of this war, the silver bell snuggling beside him disappeared without a trace, as if there had never appeared. 5 sons, run fast, run fast. The white-robe Yinxian, who has been closely following the Sun Imo, appears in time, dragging him and preparing to escape. The sun's ink was unnoticed, and his ugly face was expressionless. You said, it was the sun's correction, or the other brothers want to kill me. Don't think about this first. Hurry to heaven. Bai Pao Yinxian was also scared by this scene. The assassination of the 2 Dian immortals, such terrible handwriting. I am afraid that this entire division has no power to come up with, but now it has actually appeared. The young man corrects, must be the young man correct. I want him to pay for his life. The youngster Imo burst out loud, his breath rising at an incredible speed. The 2 Dian immortals in the second town and the first one, while watching the Sun Imo still not dead, waved his palms, and the remaining 5 bodies were enlightened, and they ripped open and surrounded. Even the Master Sun Imo grasped and realized a fairy style, which had no effect on the situation at hand. When the venomous snake behind exposed its fangs, everything was too late to recover. The white-robed Yinxian who was standing in front of him even had time to reach out and resist, and the next moment it turned into a powder. The sun was stunned, facing the figure that was about to come around, motionless. At this moment, a physique carrying the general trend, moving clouds and riding the wind, rushed into the hall at an unimaginable speed. No one noticed the scene of the 5 figures that surrounded the Sun Ink. At first, a tall, thin figure holding a real sword did not stab at his fairy source in the slightest amount. Abnormal changed the tall, slim figure only felt a heavy kick kicking behind him, and then the whole person flew out. A kick will encircle a gap, and Jian Wushuang picks up his son's ink and moves back without any stay. Seeing the other 4 figures, they all stretched out their hands and held them in the air. Jian Wushuang only felt a tight chest for a while, and the speed of his retreat slowed down for a moment. He didn't think about it. He directly condensed an invisible sword in his right hand, and cut off the invisible breath that trapped him. Chasing, the 5 people broke off in unison and rushed towards Jian Wushuang. But with the majestic sword in tension, it surged from behind the sword Wushuang, like the big river and the sea, and pushed directly to those 5 bodies. I said, "Can you change your goals, like me?" With the left hand holding the sword and the right hand holding a pair of ear flasks, Chen Qing's free and easy figure was blocked in front of several people. "Go away!" All 5 physiques pounced on him. Chen Qing broke into a sigh and led the sword to fight. After a moment of breathing, young Master Imo looked at the ordinary guard with heroes in his face, and inexplicably felt a familiar breath. Looking at the undeserved Sun Imo in his hand, Jian Wushuang directly pressed him against a giant pillar with one hand, and then pulled out a dense pattern of bones with sky patterns from his arms. "Give me this kind of thing." "Why, what?" Young Master Imo looked at the sword Wushuang, who wasn't a good man, and then looked at the sky-shaped bone armor in his hand, inexplicably familiar. "Don't play tricks on me. Give this thing to me. I will spare you a life. Otherwise, I will rush to crush your fairy source before they want to kill you." Jian Wushuang's voice was cold and cold. Inexplicably, the sun hit a chill, and his strong desire to live made his memories of the past gradually come to mind. "This thing, I also seem to have a piece in my arms." Chapter 4762. Jian Wushuang heard the words, grasping the sun's neck with one hand, and the other hand stepped directly into his arms. Under the combined offensive of the 5 mysterious figures, Chen Qing has been unable to persevere for a long time, and has already begun to catch up. In less than 10 breaths, he had to find the sky-shaped bone armor and escaped from here. But at the next moment, the completely unmovable sun suddenly flashed a bit of tyranny, and the palm behind his back brought out a glimmer of light and stabbed directly at Jian Wushuang. A strong crisis rushed into his heart. He almost stabbed his head an inch at the same time as the light stabbed. However, it was still too late. The palm glowing in the light left a narrow wound directly in Jian Wushuang's neck, and the blood of the gods spewed out. He was in pain. The palm of his hand was unconscious, and the young man Imo took the opportunity to push it back with another palm, and then quickly escaped. Death. Jian Wushuang was furious, and his neck was recovered at a very fast speed. He smashed his palm forward and almost blocked all the retreat of Gongzi Imo. However, this established situation has changed again. The Sun Imo is desperate, pouring all his energy into the left arm, and at the cost of breaking the whole arm, tearing the majestic momentum of Jian Wushuang. Then, Master Imo turned around and looked at him bitterly, his body flickering out of the palace and disappeared. Seeing this situation, how could Jian Wushuang let him go? And even if Chen Qing was struggling to resist, Chun Xiu and the two heard it and chased them out. "Lao Tzu, I won't play with you anymore." Chen Qing's forehead and blue muscles are very fragile, and the figure that was almost hung up and barely separated. The 5 figures are very clear in goal, and there is no plan to fight with him again. Then he swept directly outside the hall. The whole temple was irreparably collapsed. In the sudden battle, a group of top practitioners and Yen Xian, who had originally been to the Banquet Heaven Temple, had already suffered more than half of their deaths and injuries, and the rest survived. They had already escaped from the Temple of Heaven. At this point, only 3 Dayan immortals were left in the whole crumbling temple. Under the 2 towns and 1, the Black Robe is embarrassed. The 2 Dayan immortals shot him down, making it difficult for him to get out of it, and even the immortal body vaguely reached the edge of collapse. Although he slept in the Temple of Heaven for a long time, the Black Robe is very clear. Except for the 99 people under the seat of the Emperor of the True Wuyang, the rest of the Dayan immortal in the vast territory is absolutely not more than 1 hand. The so-called Dayan immortal is a mysterious existence that completely transcends the immortal immortality. Only when you reach the realm of Dayan immortal can you have such a chance to touch the Emperor's luck. This shows that the scarcity and terrible degree of Dayan immortal. But right now, there are 2 Dayan immortals to intercept the Master Ink. What a big deal. Looking at the vast territory, who can have such a means of heaven? He couldn't imagine it, and even thought it was the will of Zhen Wuyang. "Who are you seated in?" But did you know that the killing of the Sun Emo was the enemy of the true Wuyang Emperor and the entire big domain? The Black Robe was still holding the last fluke under hard resistance, trying to let them know the serious consequences. However, the two Dayan immortals who met with him ignored it and did not care about the so-called Xinwuyang Emperor in his mouth and the entire Daisai. The terrible force has already crushed and shattered the heaven above this little fairy, and countless ruins fell to Xianzhou, a school of destruction. And the son of Bin, who escaped from the Temple of Heaven, was like a dog at the moment, dragging a broken arm and fleeing desperately. Over the entire Xiaoxianzhu, the red prairie field, and the extremely dark clouds under the hands of Dianxian vaguely showed signs of collapse. Jian Wushuang followed, and the narrow and long wound between his necks had healed completely, leaving no scars. What is happening now is far beyond his expectations. He didn't expect that there would be other people coming to intercept his son. And looking at this posture, it seems that it came from a complete extermination. Jin Wushuang does not care about his life and death, but the impact or consequences after this incident will be huge. As the fifth son of Xinwuyang's emperor, if he falls, I am afraid that all the top repairs and Yanxian in this war will be thoroughly investigated. The three of them are also very likely to be involved. Therefore, Master Emo cannot die. Even if it is dead, they cannot die in their hands. Find the sky-shaped bone armor, and then escape silently, which is the best solution for the moment. After Qin Qing and Chun Xiu were in charge, the mastermind who led the incident was isolated, and 5 of the 7 swordsmen were isolated. Right now, only Jian Wushuang is chasing Gongzi Emo in the clouds. The vast clouds and the real life and death terror made him burst out of his final potential. Even Jian Wushuang, who pursued with all his strength, was faintly struggling and was pulled away for a short distance. The sun broke through the clouds and fled towards the center of the entire Xiaoxianzhu. There is a celestial hibiscus tree based on Xianzhou. The canopy of the canopy is composed of huge, dark green branches, without a leaf. And above the crown of the sky hibiscus, a huge golden cage was hung. The golden cage is entrenched in a big day that cannot be looked directly at. At this moment, the young man in Mo Nikang's body had already run to the hibiscus tree. I Ching, rescue me! A loud and frightened voice resounded from the mouth of Master Zmo, who was already the end of a strong crossbow and placed all hope in his voice. And in the golden cage of the hibiscus tree, the dazzling round of the sun moved. The head of the bird with the golden light will slowly lift it up. This is a Jinwu with 4 purposes. As its bird's head lifted, the polar night was dispelled, and the 2 pairs of red eyes were like 4 big suns, and Yao Yao could not look directly. Well, the cry that is about to tear the territory is going to be heard the whole night in the northern celestial state was dispelled, and the light came. The golden cage was opened, and it spread its wings and flew out. With its wings and feathers unfolding, the glorious momentum shone to the fairyland. A total of 9 red-purple long ling, with the Jinwu wings spread out to form a giant sun, from its tail down, with a magnificent momentum. At this moment, even Jian Wushuang lifted his hands subconsciously to cover his eyes, and could not take a step forward. It's too hot. A burning sensation from the depths of the god's soul made even Yanxian retreat. The transversal trend emanating from the Jiling Zhenwu can no longer be measured by Yanxian. With such a breath, Jian Wushuang vaguely felt that it was about to reach a certain mysterious realm and reached another level. In his current cognition, this kind of breath has been infinitely close to the top existence in the heavenly court. Chapter 47-63. Under the Xinwuyang seat, there are 99 Dayan immortals who are beyond the realm of immortality. This is what Jian Wushuang knows after attending the Feast of Heaven. He knows very little about the realm of Dayan immortal. He only knows that it is almost impossible for ordinary Yanxian to achieve Dayan immortal. Even if it is like Chen Qing, I don't know how long it has been trapped in that step. In the early days of Jian Wushuang's transportation of the Montenegrin crystals during the Great Sale, the wild fox Zen and the whirling ancestor I met were probably the closest to Dianxian. Finally, when they were about to be promoted, Jian Wushuang carried the power of the emperor broken his fairy source. Right now, The Jiling Jinwu with the general trend has the trend of the great Yin Xian in this situation. Jian Wushuang's mouth could not help but show a bit of bitterness. The level of Dian Immortal is not something he can contend with, it is just a breath of escape that poses a big threat. However, despite the matter, Jian Wushuang didn't want to return it. He didn't want everything he had done before to be wasted. Just wait for the wrong situation and then withdraw. Seeing Jin Wu's stretched figure, Master Mo seemed to have caught the last life-saving straw and ran straight to it. But at the next moment, the change is steep. The majestic momentum of tearing the heavenly dome in total is like two scares, smashing towards the sun's ink, apparently running away, but the predictable situation did not appear. Those two general trends did not fall on the body of Master Zmo, and as soon as they flew, they were shattered by the Jin Wu's wings. The aftermath scatters the quartet. Although he escaped the deadly robbery, he is so weak that he can't even bear the aftermath, and he vomits a lot of blood. At the same time, two figures appeared quietly. Jian Wushuang's pupils shrank slightly, and the two figures were the two great Yinxian who had just shot in the Temple of Heaven. He backed away slowly, ready to escape at any time. The battle at the level of Dian Immortal, the control of Yin Force, is not at the same level as Yin Xian. The gap between the two is even greater than the gap between Mortal and Yin Xian. So what Jian Wushuang thinks at the moment is not how to spend time among the Dian Immortals, but thinking about retreating. Jin Wu's bird head with red golden light wheel glanced at the two Dian Immortals before looking at the undecided Sun Mo under him. It's clear, quickly, kill them all, leave no one. Young Master Mo breathed heavily, and the big hole pierced by the real sword on his face had been restored, and it was weirdly pale. At the same time, Jinwa's four eyes flashed a bit of disgust at the same time, and then he said to him in the back, I said, you dare to call me my name again, I will burn you into scum. Gongzi Mo shrieked, seemed not to doubt the authenticity of his words at all. Ming, understand. Zun Zun, do me a favor and wipe out all those who are going to kill me. Jin Wu, who was well known for the facts, glanced at the two Dian Immortals again, and then looked at him with a smile. You have attracted such a powerful interception, the son of ink, your skills have grown a lot. Gongzi Maoan's face changed slightly. In short, you can solve the problem as soon as possible. I want them to live alone. A flash of laughter flashed in Di Qing's eyes, and the giant wings suddenly shook. Whether they can live or not depends on my mood, not on your decision. The giant wing covering the sky spreads out for thousands of miles, and the chirping sound emptied. Jian Wushuang only felt that the eardrum was about to be torn. He didn't hesitate anymore and was about to escape directly. The momentum displayed by Jin Wu was beyond his imagination, not to mention the two Dian Immortals. Just as Jian Wushuang was preparing to leave the back foot, a long sword with a sense of sensation reached his back. Don't leave if you don't want to die. A cold voice followed. Jian Wushuang looked back and saw that it was the young guard who had previously competed with him in the Temple of Heaven. At the same time, Qinqing and Chuanxia were brought over by four figures. Brother Sword, be ashamed. Qinqing sighed with some bruises on his face, apparently suffered a lot before. Jian Wushuang looked at the young guard behind him and said in a deep voice, this is a matter between you. We will leave now and do not participate in the fight. Don't talk nonsense. Do you think you can still withdraw from the whole body now? The young guard said coldly. Seeing leaving hopeless, Jian Wushuang prepared to take a break. The most intense battle broke out in the clouds. A total of 2 glorious generals evacuated the clouds and collided with Nadi, Qingsheng to burst into the most violent martyrdom. Even the hibiscus tree was shaken, and the whole body of the young Sun Mo lay dormant in the crown of the hibiscus tree, which was already a frightened bird. And in the first time when this battle broke out, I Ching got rid of the gold and black form and turned into a figure. As the unreal wings with gold streaks fluttered, the two Dian Immortals could not get a step forward. Di Qing Na Yingwu looked at the two men with a bit of unruly evil spirit in his eyes. Now I wait for the original path to retreat. I will not pursue it. If I wait still, I will let you die. Hearing this, the two tall, thin and big Yinxian, who carried the black light wheel, didn't have any expressions, and they seemed completely disappointed. Their goals are extremely clear, and it is absolutely impossible to return to them just because of the two sentences of the meaning. Immediately afterwards, the two Dayan immortals worked together again, twisting the clouds, and the coming side covered the palm of the sky, smashing towards the Qing. Qing Iran was not afraid, and raised her palms with a grin in his eyes to deal with it. At the next moment, Di Qing's seemingly flirtatious palm was actually resisting the advent of the heavenly palm. A red awn surrounded the palm of the hand, and covered the entire palm of the sky with the singularity in a flash. It was only a brief moment, which was completely burned by Chimeng by the joint efforts of two great Yanxian, and he didn't even stay for half a breath. Town, the two rumblings were resounding, and the supreme power quietly condensed into a dark giant tripod, once again smashing towards the Qing. The phantom red gold wings fluttered behind him, and I saw that every ray of red awns turned into a light golden black. A total of tens of thousands of Jinwu formed a large group and bravely attacked. Boom. The impact of the two is constantly being consumed, and the turbid black force and the red gold force are raging in the clouds, and finally the clouds can't bear and start to break. As the smashed, inky giant tripod continued to dim, it was even more meaningful to laugh in the clear eyes standing in the void. At the same time, there are 9 red purplish long ling growing from between his hair tips. He grabbed one of the long lings with his hand and pointed the lingering point at one of the great Yanxian, and said lightly, "Since you insist on not leaving, stay here all. I will let you know, even if it is Dayan immortal. It is difficult for me to have a battle in front of me." Chapter 47-64. A black and black treasure covered the sky, and the sun quietly emerged behind Di Qing's eyes, and the eyes of the big day cast a black flame. At this moment, even several swordsmen who used a real sword to hold Jian Wushuang and others retreated. "Enjoy it, everyone, and then you will feel the anger coming here." I Ching opened his arms slowly, and the magnificent Huayu began to appear from under his arms. The two were obviously Dayan immortalized face, and there was still no expression on their faces, but from their solemn eyes, Di Qing's words were true. Black Wu Baoxiang, screaming in the sky, the energetic force in the entire Xiaoxians who gathered towards him. With an unimaginable trend, the pressure fell down. Wisps of black inflammation condensed on the black Wu Bao phase, and it suddenly opened its mouth to cry, lowering the amount of black inflammation. Jian Wushuang and other people really saw that even if the black inflammation that came down was stained with a ray, even if it didn't die, it would have to fade away. Immediately, the young swordsman holding Jian Wushuang directly dragged him back quickly. "Unlimited." Di Qingqing smiled coldly. The two Dayan immortals joined forces once again, and an inky giant tripod, larger than before, stopped in front of him and smashed forward. The innumerable fire that Black Wu Tsoming dropped, like a rain curtain, was carefully poured in every inch of space. Oh! The shocking black inflammation, even the diffusive force of the sky, swallowed up, collided with the black giant tripod, and burst into a detailed sizzling sound. The tremendous power made the retreating people feel the unspeakable chest tightness. At the same time, black inflammation like rain pouring down on every place in Xiaoxianzhu. Large-scale destruction began. Thousands of immortal palace pavilions, all contaminated with black inflammation, collapsed and vanished, and turned into a fluffy fly. Xiaoxianzhu, which was originally the most powerful of immortal energy, turned into a dead domain at a very fast rate. At this moment, the ink of the sun lying on the top of the hibiscus tree, seeing this situation, the heart is constantly bleeding. All his insides are burned here. "Junzun, leave me a little." In the end, he could not help but say. Responding to him, it was I Ching who froze coldly. Looking at his incomparable back, Gongzi Mo's eyes flashed a rage and resentment, but soon returned to normal. After all, he can only rely on the truth to survive. "Wait, I will escape this disaster, and you must die without a burial ground," the sun said darkly. Only the general situation exuded by this black and black treasure phase pressed the entire Xianzhou, and no one dared to fight against it. The two great Yinxian who carried the Black Wu Juqing Black Inflammation eventually exhausted the Black Inflammation at the cost of the destruction of the Black Giant. I Ching's face was cold, and he reached for a finger. The dark black head behind him suddenly screamed, dragging the terrifying dark yin power, and landed from the sky dome, about to swallow the two great Yin Xian. It is dark in Xiaoxianzhu, and the strength is no longer quiet, but a violent tide is generated. Seeing this situation, Jian Wushuang broke up in an instant, and supreme power directly swayed the real sword behind him, and with the speed of the extreme, turned around a knee and slammed into the young guard. Due to the fluctuation of Yanli tide, all Yinxian present could not detect the danger in time. Therefore, when the youth guard responded, it was already too late, and the belly was hit hard by Jian Wushuang. Mumming sounded. He was like a falling kite. One end fell towards Xiaoxianzhu. Almost at the same time, Qin Xing and Chun Xiu suddenly broke out, forcing the remaining 4 musketeers. Then Xuanxiu summoned his 8-armed eyes and fought against several swordsmen. Brother sword, quick battle. Chun Xing pulled out the real sword around his waist and looked sharply at Jian Wushuang. We will break it for you. Sword had no double-headed head, and then he looked through the waves and waves of tide, and looked at the sun ink lying on the hibiscus tree. At the next moment, he stepped on the cloud of his feet and sprinted forward. No matter the top of his head, he could destroy the battle of heaven and earth at any time. Just like the son of the startled bird, Mo immediately noticed Wushuang, who had swept towards him, and he became restless immediately. Respect the Lord to save me. Di Qing turned impatiently, and after seeing Jian Wushuang's flying body, without any hesitation, he opened his palms directly, transformed into thousands of strands of strength, and walked away. Thousands of Yanli turned into unmatched chains, bound to the sword Wushuang at an indescribable speed. The dynamism of such a realm has been able to obliterate Yinxian. Jian Wushuang only felt that the air around him was somewhat stagnation and sticky, and the chain of thousands of Yanli forces trapped him almost instantly. Strong enough to crush the bones and bones, as the chain tightened, added to his body. Seeing this, his son smiled coldly, and one of his broken arms was given by Wushuang Wushou. Now the enemy was in front of him. He burst out in his palm. Looking at the dense chains of diffusive force around his body, Jian Wushuang slowly closed his eyes. Then, a small galaxy composed of 7 stars appeared in his eyebrows. This is a fairy style given to Jian Wushuang from that broken stone bead. A little mountain. Boom! A long ripple of water, with him as the center, directly stirred up, belonging to a fairy style beyond the perception of Yin Xian, surging. Break me! Jian Wushuang suddenly opened his eyes. The eyebrow galaxy circulated, and the general trend. Tens of strands of chains on his body shattered, and invisible and quality water dragons broke free from and entangled around him. In a little mountain and river, Jian Wushuang is the absolute master. Breaking through the declining power of I Ching, he confronted him for the first time. Facing each other, Jian Wushuang had no fear, and reached out and waved gently. At once, a big vision appeared. The black inflammation that was originally brought down by the Qing dynasty was made into a dead area, and Xiaoxianzhu was suddenly divided into 2 by the unknown force. Then with countless gravel waste soil, half of the little fairy state, directly bombarded to Qing. I Ching's eyes narrowed. Can one use his own strength to divide the entire Xiaoxianzhu into 2? Is this the terrible strength that Yin Xian can master? Half a little fairy came out. I Ching pressed down the surprise in his eyes, snorted coldly, and stretched out his palm directly, holding it away. Immediately, the entire uncontrolled Xiaoxianzhu stopped strangely at the same place, and then seemed to be squeezed into a ball by an invisible big palm, and then crushed into scum powder. The robe sleeves flicked away, and the powder disappeared, but there was a half-pointed sword in the same place. It's really interesting, a little Yinxian actually had a deterrent to me. Is this an illusion? I Ching looked at the long-gone figure meaningfully, and there was no next move. Chapter 4765. He did not intend to stop Jian Wushuang anymore, but to see what he intended to do. As for the safety of Gongzi Mo, in the eyes of Di Qing, it can be almost ignored. At the same time, the two Dian immortals joined forces and eventually defeated the Black Wubao phase of Di Qing. The dark power of Yinhe dissipated. One tall and two strong Yin still stood calmly, but the slightly undulating chest showed that it was not easy for them to win. Di Qing was even more amused by this. If you only have these strengths, let's go. Guys who can't help themselves. And the two Dian immortals, who had been silent for a while, finally spoke. Now it should not be ours, but you. If Shen Wuyang knows that there is a person close to the Emperor in his heavenly domain, you will definitely not survive. It is said that the grin on the original face gradually became stagnant, and a pair of black and white eyes also had a strong killing intention. You dare to threaten me? So what? As long as you continue to fight, Tianting will surely be aware of your existence. By that time, Jin Wuyang will definitely shoot you to kill you. For the sake of a son, it is not worth it to put yourself in. Only you can never compete with the whole heavenly court. I Qingyue heard the colder his face. I hate threats the most. Since you threaten me, you must be prepared to die before me. Relax, I promise to kill you first when Zhenwuyang is aware of it. At the end of the speech, I Qing stretched out his hand and provoked a long feather between the hair tips. Then, a white Wubao photo that covered the sky and sun gradually emerged. Compared with the previous black and white treasures, this white-black is more tyrannical, with unparalleled beams of strong sunlight projected in its wide eyes. Chengqi! I Qingshen screamed. He did not intend to keep his hands, released the most tyrannical form, trying to suppress it directly. The big fight starts again. On the other side, Jian Wushuang got rid of Ti Qing's shackles and urged him to scold towards his son. The Sunamo, who had already killed him and put him into action, saw the sword Wushuang splitting half of the Xianzhou with his own strength, and he was shocked by the shock, and he directly stopped in the air, and then reversed. The figure turned back to the hibiscus tree. Wanna go? Leave it to me. Jian Wushuang drank coldly and reached forward with a hand. The space immediately collapsed, and the ink of the sun who was flying suddenly staggered and rolled directly out. Taking advantage of this, Jian Wushuang equalized and suppressed him with a palm. The rock rising from the ground nailed him firmly under the hibiscus tree. Let me go. Gongzi Mo shouted in panic. I will give you whatever you want, as long as you let me go. Jian Wushuang's brow furrowed, and he drew up with a straight palm to make him shut up. Then he reached into the arms of Master Mo directly. But he didn't find what he wanted. There was nothing in his arms. There was half a piece of sky-shaped bone armor. What do I want? Jian Wushuangqiang swallowed his heart, coldly. Gongzi's eyes were horrified. Which kind of thing are you looking for? It's really in my arms. I haven't discarded it. Jian Wushuang didn't look like he was talking in his eyes, and he searched again. But the result was the same as before, and the sky-shaped bone armor was still not found. You lied to me? Jian Wu's double-sided color was cold, and his raised palm burst into murderous air. The sun's ink surface is as dead as dust. He clearly remembers that after the jade bone armor was picked up by himself, he has never lost it in his arms. But how can it disappear now? Jian Wushuang did not intend to kill him. In this case, if the required things are not found, he must get out as soon as possible to avoid being affected. Just as he was about to leave an impressive lesson for his son Mo, he left a cold voice resounding from behind him. Boy, go die. Di Qing's figure appeared quietly behind Jian Wushuang. Then he extended a finger and touched the back of Jian Wushuang. Buzz. One finger with the general trend of black and white, from the back without any obstruction, blasted his entire chest. Divine blood, Yanli, Xianyuan, are all broken at this moment. Jian Wushuang's pupils were placed to the greatest, indescribable pain, with a blank of divine consciousness, which made him staggered, and then fell to the void. Di Qing withdrew his palms, and the color of regret was flashed away, and his back turned back again. The whole process was almost completed in one breath, and when the Sunamo reacted, Jian Wushuang's broken figure was no longer alive. I'm fine, he murmured as he sat under the hibiscus tree. The entire northern celestial state has been completely chaotic, and all the top repairs and Yinxian that have not been affected have left in the first time, and the guards who should have arrived in the first time, after seeing the terrible scene of the Dian Immortal battle, all tacitly played and disappeared. The entire northern celestial state is located in the most northern territories of Desiyu, not far from Tianting. So at this moment, what happened in the northern celestial state has not affected the rest of the sky. On the broken ground still lingering with speckled black inflammation, a broken figure lay on his back. The belly in front of him was empty, replaced by a big hole, and the fairy body was nearly broken by half. This kind of injury, in exchange for the rest of Yinxian, is already too dead to die. However, if you look closely, you can find that this figure, which should have disappeared, is full of the vigorous life that only souls have. The broken fairy body is also repairing at a speed visible to the naked eye. A mortal body, even if the source of the fairy is broken and the strength is scattered, but as long as there is a will to survive, it is enough to reshape. In the same way, this was replaced by the rest of Yinxian, who was supposed to have a deadly injury on Jianwushuang, not even a heavy hit. His fingers moved slightly, and his blank consciousness slowly recovered. Although the immortal body is constantly recovering, the severe pain after trauma still affects him. Above the clouds, a great battle still erupted, and the magnificent martyrdom exploded. Jian Wushuang lay on his back, expecting to recover soon. At this moment, a pair of white and tender feet tied with silver bells quietly stepped on the ground burned by flames. It seemed that the owners of these feet could not feel the heat. The luo skirt hanging on the ground was melting, exposing the bright and extremely pale skin of the calf. In the end, the master of these feet came to Jian Wushuang and squatted slowly. At the same time, a quaint and fissured gully was placed in front of him. Chapter 4766. Jian Wushuang's pupils condensed, and his breathing became heavy. The jade piece that caught his eyes was exactly what he had been looking for unsuccessfully. At this moment, the figure holding this bone armor is the Silver Bell Mother who had been staying with Gongziamo. Jian Wushuang reached out unconsciously to grasp, but the silver bell suddenly withdrew his palm. This thing, you need it very much? Yinling waved his bone armor and looked at him playfully. Has returned to almost the same sword. Wushuang, propped up from the ground, staring at her closely. This thing is not useful to me, but it seems that you need it very much, Yinling said slowly. I can give it to you, but you have to promise me a condition. Say. Jian Wushuang frowned. Yinling nodded. The conditions are very simple. Take me out of here, and eternal life will no longer set foot here. I originally did not intend to exchange the swordsmanship of the exchange conditions. After hearing this simple news, I nodded directly. Yes, I promise you. Yinling smiled, but when he reached over, he quickly shoved the bone armor into his chest. I can't give it to you now. If you change your mind temporarily, it's me who is unlucky, Yinling said seriously. So I must leave Baishangxianzhu completely before I can give this thing to you. Jian Wushuang heard the words and did not express too much. Now, another piece of sky-shaped bone armor is in front of him, which greatly saves his energy. At the same time, in the face of such a simple request, you can change to a bone armor, not to mention regenerative killing. Although she may be a cumbersome or unstable factor, Jian Wushuang has decided to take her away. Reaching out the entrance of the crystal plug of the top of the Black Mountain to quickly nourish the newly recovered meridian, he said, You wait here first. I will go back and I will pick up later. Yinling shook her head directly. No, I'll go with you. The variables are too big now, but it might be safer to follow you. Jian Wushuang was helpless, and regardless of her, he hurried to the sky. Although he wanted to restore his eyes to the truth that had hit him hard, the gap between the two was really too large. It would obviously be unwise to take revenge without consideration. Jian Wushuang took a deep look at Taiqing and was ready to pick Qinqing and Chuanqiu together. Just then, he glanced at the corner of the hibiscus tree. I saw a ghostly figure emerge quietly behind the frightened Sun Imo. Perhaps the strange breath behind him was noticed. and the sun subconsciously shifted into a subconscious form. A flash of cold light flashed through, and the majestic, vigorous force directly crushed his half-body into scum powder. The screams resounded. "Yunzuan, save me!" But at present, Qing Qing is in a struggle with the two Dian immortals. It is already very difficult to get rid of her figure, and it is even more impossible to go to aid like before. If it weren't for his subconscious turnaround, only the sneak attack would be enough to make his body disappear. Gongzimo's half-body was completely broken, and he collapsed under the hibiscus tree, his face ashes. The ghost-like figure slowly came to him, holding a real sword in his hand. The ghostly figure is wearing a spooky mask, but judging from the figure, it is a woman. Obviously, it was her who caused the greatest damage to the sun. Seemingly feeling the danger of dying, Gongzimo calmed down from the initial panic and began to fight back. With only one arm left, he released the majestic force and slammed into the ghost body. But at the next moment, she instantly cut out the sword and directly cut off the only arm left by Master Imo. The ghost body did not want to talk nonsense, after severing his arm sharply, urging the majestic force to break its fairy source. Abnormal changes. That magnificent trend was suddenly cut off before touching the fairy source of Gongzimo, and then, together with the ghost body, was trapped by a peculiar force. It's true again. He is really terrible, just a wave of hand, can easily trap a Yinxian. The ghostly figure did not anticipate this scene, and when the reaction came, everything was too late. Di Qing grabbed and held her, apparently intending to smash its fairy source directly from the air. At this moment, Jian Wushuang's figure suddenly arrived, holding the invisible sword, and directly cut off all the connections of the ghost body. Di Qing's eyes suddenly glared, as if he saw something incredible, and he was obviously very surprised that Jian Wushuang was still alive. But he could no longer withdraw, facing the two seemingly vulnerable, but extremely difficult Dian immortal, and unable to exert his full strength, he could only confront this way. Because once the Qing dynasty has made a more supreme trend, his unique breath will inevitably spread throughout the northern celestial state. If Tianting is aware, his ending will only come down or die. Therefore, he couldn't use his full strength at all, and could only stick together like this. Although the life and death of Master Zmo are not in the mind of Di Qing, the enlightenment dojo he can give and some conditions are still very rich. The true black blood veins formed by the living creatures of the heavens and the earth, no matter how the avenue flows, are the most ancient and top-notch existence. Since the practice of Qinghui's practice has been completed, 9 roots have been cultivated, and if there is one more, one can realize the emperor's luck and reach the throne. So now, he can't have any failure, even with the ink of the sun who provided him with dojo and resources. Jian Wushuang and I Ching coldly looked at each other, pulling the ghost body back without fear. The ghost body was slightly unnaturally freed slightly. After Okakanchu, calm was found to be in vain. He simply let him be involved. Back under the huge hibiscus tree, Jian Wushuang slowly spit out a murky breath. Waving his arm free of Jian Wushuang's palm, the ghostly figure with a mask came to Gongzimo. Perhaps after a series of fierce battles, the mask belt behind the ghostly body-shaped hair suddenly fell off, and then immediately fell down with a whole black gold mask. The green silk hung down, revealing a beautiful and delicate cheek with a little paleness. "It's you?" Jian Wushuang blurted out subconsciously when he saw this highly recognizable cheek. Zheng Ying. This woman with a beautiful and delicate cheek. It was Jian Wushuang's first voyage to the day when he reached Dayanhuan, in the spring and autumn of the Black Mountain Spar, soon after he defeated the giant sea Tianzhong, and then saw it in a sea area, to the unconscious woman. And after hearing the word Zhengying, the ghost body was shocked. Obviously, it was not expected that someone could call her a name in such a place. Chapter 47-67. For a moment, the air fell into a state of silence. Jian Wushuang soon came to understand why Zheng Ying was surprised, because he has now turned into a normal guard's face, which is completely different from his previous face. It was Zheng Ying who didn't recognize him as the Sword of Wushang on that voyage. It's just that at the moment when the two of them met again, They were so weird. This woman who disappeared quietly after the War of Ocean, why is it suddenly appearing in Baitian Xianzhou right now? And it seems that he is running to kill the son of the town. Is she the messenger of a certain emperor under Zhenliang? Jin Wushuang was a little uncertain, but opened his mouth slightly but said nothing, and then turned to leave. At this moment, a sudden big crisis behind him made him suddenly turn his head. Then a tangled real sword almost rubbed his neck and thrust forward, bringing a trace of blood. If it wasn't for evasion in time, this sword was enough to cause serious damage to sword warriors. After he was able to escape the crisis, he turned to look at Zheng Ying, his eyes watery. Zheng Ying's beautiful face is cold and frost at the moment, and he holds the sword in his right hand. He doesn't even say a word, and carries Yanli to kill Xiangjin Wushuang again. What's wrong with you? The food caught the blade that went straight to his door in the blink of an eye. Jin Wushuang pressed his heart and angered, and came to Zheng Ying with such a sentence. Really, I am a soft persimmon? Zheng Ying, who was still in the stabbing state, was stiff again, and there were some doubts in her cold eyes, because she heard something familiar from the young guard in front of her. But at the next moment, a more chilling murderous intention broke out. From behind Zheng Ying, there were suddenly hundreds of magnificent vigors, all of which were suppressed to Jian Wushuang. Rao thought about his old feelings again, and Jian Wushuang also raised his anger. He suddenly slammed the front with his palms and fought against those forces. A small burst of martyrdom stirred up under the hibiscus tree. At the same time, Jin Wushuang pointed out again, turned into several Yanli water dragons, trapped to Zheng Ying. He didn't want to put Zheng Ying to death. After all, he was one of the few people he saw when he first came to Dayanhuan, so he only aimed to trap her. But the more this is, the more fierce Zheng Ying's resistance is, exceeding the general strength of Yan Xian, which makes Jin Wushuang also a headache. What are you going to do? Don't go too far, Zheng Ying. Jin Wushuang looked at the woman in front of her and said in a deep voice. Zheng Ying, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. How do you know my name? Jin Wushuang was silent when he heard the words. Only then did he realize that he could not reveal any information about himself at all. At the end, he emptied and pushed Zheng Ying away. Don't care who I am. I advise you. Sun Zimo is better not to kill. After leaving this sentence, Jin Wushuang apparently didn't want to get entangled anymore, and just walked away. Looking at the somewhat familiar back, Zheng Ying did not catch up, but turned to look at the prince's ink lying under the hibiscus tree. After several fights and escapes, Gongzi Mo has already opened his eyes, leaving only his eyes unwilling. Under the cooperation of Diqing and Dianxian, the entire Xianzhou and even the North Xianzhou are on the verge of collapse. The old root of Panshan in the hibiscus tree has broken, and the gravel is falling. Zheng Ying stepped forward, facing the setting sun of the sun. Without any hesitation, a sword cut off the head of the Sun Mo. Then, she stretched out her palm again, releasing the majestic force and crushing his fairy source easily. At this point, Jin Wuyang seated the fifth emperor, Sun Inc. Under the hibiscus tree. The northern Xianzhou, which was supported by Gongzi Modi's Qiyun, began to collapse, and all avenues and Qiyun began to be disordered. Heaven and earth mourn. This is the reaction of the death of the emperor. And Zheng Ying, the terminator of everything, looked at the dead head in his hand and waved his hand to intercept the last luck of his son, Mo, who belonged to the emperor. In the end, the head turned into a cup of powder and fell under the hibiscus tree. The emperor passed away, and the avenue of heaven and earth shuddered. At this moment, Yinxian, or Dianxian, who fought in the northern Xianzhou, noticed. Jin Wushuang turned around and looked at the end with a complicated look. The figure standing under the hibiscus tree then left quickly. In the end, Gongzi Mo died, and any Yinxian or Dianxian present would definitely be thoroughly investigated by heaven. If any clues are left, it will surely be a disaster. Jin Wushuang will never forget that. Apart from the true Wuyang who is Emperor's luck, there are 99 Dian immortals in the entire heavenly court. Any one of them has the absolute power to play against the Qing dynasty alone. So right now, escaping quickly is the most correct choice. Qin Qing and Chuanxiu, who are fighting desperately, only feel that they are all loose. The mysterious five swordsmen stopped the offensive, and they all screamed at the sky dome. The son of ink is dead, withdraw. The two blood-stained Dian immortals heard the words and gave up the confrontation with Di Qing directly, preparing to escape. "Want to run? Leave it to me." Di Qing screamed angrily, his arms shook, and they grabbed them. The two great Yanxian, hurriedly running Yanli's general resistance, and at the same time he said with a deep voice, "Young Master Amo is dead. Heavenly Court will inevitably pursue it, and now he will not go again. You can't walk away if you want to go." I Ching smiled. "There is so much time. I will kill you first, and it will not be too late." No brain, idiot. Since they couldn't get away, the two Dian immortals were also anxious. At this note, staying here for one more point, the more unlikely it is to escape. But Di Qing did not allow them to leave, and once again struggled. "Spring and autumn. Qing, let's go." With a deep voice, Jian Wushuang's body was like electricity, carrying the general trend, directly opening the blockade of the five swordsmen and giving aid to the two. Qing and Chuanxiu nodded, and the three escaped together. Brother Sword the Sun Amo really died? During the escape, Qing couldn't help asking. He still couldn't believe it. The fifth emperor under Zhenmiang just died like this? Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. The luck has gone, and there is no chance of survival by chance. Qing nodded, not knowing whether it was joy or worry in his eyes. Damn it, playing so hurriedly. I actually forgot to sprinkle hot urine on the Temple of Heaven. Don't think about it. Run away from here first. The northern celestial state is vast, but with the dispersal of the Emperor's luck, the avenue is extremely disordered, and the entire celestial state is irreversibly broken. And Jian Wushuang is to run away from Xianzhou with all his strength before Tianting comes, and hide the breath as much as possible. The chaotic situation right now is exactly what he wants. As long as he leaves Xianzhou, even if the Emperor comes in person, he will never be aware that he has been there. Chapter 4768. Under the hibiscus tree, Zhang Ying glanced back, the figure that had gone away. She seemed a bit enlightened. After counting interest, her figure disappeared quietly when the hibiscus tree completely collapsed. Brother Sword, at most within half a day, we can leave this Xianzhou. Have you found what you need? Qing asked. Jian Wushuang didn't open his mouth, but looked at Yin Ling, who was right next to him. You can rest assured that as long as you are out of this northern celestial state, you will get what you want immediately. Yin Ling patted the chest that had peaks and smiled proudly. Without a double-sided color, the sword turned his head to the side. Seeing this scene, both Qing and Chunxiu looked a little strange. Isn't this lady the woman of the son-in-law? Qing looked a little stunned again. Yin Ling heard the words. Qiongno snorted, "Hey, that stupid big one. Which one of your eyes saw me as a son of ink? I was just him imprisoned by him. Now that he is dead, I am free." Qing pouted and didn't say much. For completely hidden figures are leaving quickly. But in the next moment, Jian Wushuang felt a big crisis. Seemingly to confirm his thoughts, the northern celestial state, which had been trapped in the red and dark, began to be illuminated by a white gold awning. Then, just as Jian Wushuang and others were about to step out of the northern celestial state in one step, a barrier with invisible haze appeared outside the northern celestial state. Well, Jian Wushuang's heart sank fiercely, and a chilling impression swept through. Qing and others saw the situation, and the mood also sank to the bottom. The whole broken north celestial state was blocked by external forces, and those who can block Bai Shangxianzu with such a general trend, except for that kind of existence, even Dianxian can't do it. Jian Wushuang's eyes revealed a dignity and bitterness. "Brother Sword, what should I do? Do I have to rush out?" Qingning said with a sharp voice. Jian Wushuang shook his head. "From now on, we can't use our strength. This barrier is definitely not something we can break through, and watch its changes." After he finished speaking, he took the three men directly to a broken Xianfu pavilion, converging all his breath. On the broken sky dome, hundreds of millions of white gold mansions began to bloom and empty against the clouds. At the same time, There are tens of old men carrying all kinds of light wheels, coming from the clouds. The original Qing, who was still fighting on the Sky Dome, also noticed this scene. Damn idiot, wait to die. One of the great Yin who fought against Qing exasperated and wanted to tear away Sheng. Di Qing withdrew his palms and looked at the old men standing in the clouds, and there was a big fear in his eyes. The two great Yin glanced at each other, and their backs flew from left to right. Evil creature. One of the old men carrying the dark black wheel lifted his palms, showing a tendency to cover the pressure. Even if they were separated by millions of stars, they still directly captured an escaped Dian immortal. At the same time, there was another old man carrying a red light wheel, took a slap-sized porcelain bottle from his arms, and directly ingested another Dian immortal. But in the blink of an eye, the two escaped Dian immortals were all caught. Afterwards, the old man carrying the black light wheel used his magical power to squeeze the two Dian immortals into the size of a projectile. 5 sons, are you buried in the hands of air? Hong Zongdala's magnificent sound was heard through Xianzhou. The two great Yin who had never been able to live forever were all frightened at the moment, because they saw that there was an ordinary old man in black robe, walking slowly. This old man is Yu Bo, the most mysterious elder behind Jinwu Yang. It has nothing to do with us. We just passed by here. The 5 sons were not killed by us, but someone else. They still wanted to say something, but the old man in black robe just flicked their hands at them, and then let their spirits disappear, and the immortals disappeared. What terrible strength is this, destroying Dian immortal, and even the power of Yin has not been released. On the cheeks full of ravines, it seemed as though he had done all the secrets of the vicissitudes of the world. Eventually he looked at the muddy eyes, not far away. I Ching slowly stepped back half a step and stared at him. 5 sons, do you bury your hands? The hoarse voice sounded, and Yu Bo's eyes were calm to horror, as if time had stalled. Proud to be as clear as the meaning, they have to bow their heads at this moment. No, it is not possible to be buried in my hands, but in the hands of their associates. There was a woman who cut down the hair of his son Imo and destroyed his fairy source. Di Qing pointed his finger to a distant place. 5 musketeers, Shen said. Yu Bo looked pale. He slowly stretched out his palm from the sleeve of his robe and slowly grasped in the void. Along with his grasp, the northern Tiangxi Anzu, which was on the verge of breaking, accelerated the breakage. Whether it was the Xinfu Pavilion or the thousands of creatures, it was inevitable that it turned into nothing. In this case, all of you will be buried with the 5 sons. Gu Jis' old voice resounded. Yu Bo's voice is like an avenue, making the entire northern celestial state irreversible. Di Qing's pupils suddenly froze. He stepped back a few steps. What do you mean? You have clearly told you the real murderer. Why don't you let me go? The death of the 5 sons is inseparable from the entire northern celestial state, and naturally you all have to be buried together. Yu Bo's voice was indifferent and unquestionable. Di Qing's complexion was blue. Do you think you'll take care of me like this? If I leave, no one can stop me. At the end of the speech, a huge golden treasure was revealed behind Di Qing, and his entire body was filled with a faint prestige. Facing more than 10 Dian immortals carrying light wheels and unpredictable Yu Bo, he chose a battle. But the battle hadn't even started yet. Yu Bo reached out his hand and pointed a black light through the void, tearing away the golden and precious treasures of the Qing dynasty and smashing his fairy source. Dead silence, extreme dead silence. It's impossible for a lifetime. So arrogant that the essence of one enemy is 2, and his fairy source is so broken. The breakdown of Xian Yuan is irreversible injury, which symbolizes the final death sentence of Yen Xian. Di Qing died in this way, thousands of Hua Yu stripped from his body, scattered in the void. Then, his figure was planted into the broken Xianzhou. After one finger extermination, Yu Bo raised his arms again, and the entire northern celestial state, under his control, was completely crushed into powder. Even if it is Yin Xian, they will never survive. With the death of the 5 emperors and the son of Imo, the entire trillion creatures in Xianzhou were buried with him. There is no one who can repair Yu Yin and escape from the road of Yu Bo, but perhaps Everything should have exceptions. Chapter 4769. With the entire North Celestial State completely crushed into powder, trillions of creatures were buried with each other. Yubo returned to heaven with the elders. Come in a hurry, go in a hurry. Everything seemed to be erased, and it never seemed to exist. The thick powder was swallowed and absorbed by the wind in the world. The heavens originally belonging to the northern celestial state were erased and replaced by nothingness. Perhaps it will take millions of reincarnations of the galaxy before it is possible to give birth to a new heaven. In the star-studded world, as the powder fell, there were still faint auras. Brothers, let's be developed now. Who has ever seen such a crystal with such a strong and pure power? God, this can be more tins of than Tianjing, wrong, hundreds of times. Unexpectedly, in this desert where the birds are not shit, we can find such treasures by our brothers, so we should be developed. No, how come there are legs? In the yellow sand that covered the sky and the sun, there were more than 50 men in thick and long suits, swallowing saliva in the face of the black spar as high as the hill. And these men's cultivation practices are actually not weak. All of them are ancestor-level cultivation. At this time, the two guys closest to the black spar, after seeing a leg pressed under the spar, stretched out their hands directly. Wowlala! Along with the collapsed flow of black spar, the masters of those legs finally appeared. Oldest, this is a man. The bearded man could not help chanting after seeing the figure clearly. Noisy, haven't you seen a man? One of the white-faced men glared at him angrily, then fixed his eyes on the unconscious man and took a breath. At this moment, the man who was comatose in the crystal of Montenegro had all his upper body clothing torn, revealing a shapely figure. At the same time, his naked skin was extremely red, as if soaked in blood, and on his chest, there was a flaming phoenix that seemed to be able to break free from thee and rush to the sky at any time. At the first sight of this unconscious, mysterious man, a big crisis emerged in the heart of the white-faced man. The instinct to escape several times told him that this man is definitely a terrifying existence. Boss, there are people here. The Nahua man shouted again, pointing at the other leg buried in the black spar. Boss, what should we do? The man who also saw some clues and asked in a deep voice, also saw a bit of fierceness in his eyes. The white-faced man is not the hesitant when even narrowing his eyes. While they are all in a coma, kill them on the spot. Leave no one. All the top repairers ordered their lives and rushed forward eagerly and manipulated their respective strengths in preparation for killing. But at this moment, a shocking strange noise suddenly resounded, followed by countless strong and powerful forces, and turned into a dense net. The men of the white-faced man hadn't reacted yet. On the spot, more than a dozen Dingxia were strangled by the force of falling from the sky. Bad boss, the guys from Sand Devil's Cave are here. Luahu who shouted an exclamation, but before he ran to the white-faced man, he was penetrated by Yanli from the sky. Dripping blood stained his face. The manic sandstorm swept up from the ground, accompanied by a horrible wind, with hundreds of lazy forms, coming from far and near. Boss, withdraw quickly. We are far from their opponents. The white-faced man slightly jumped in the corner of his eyes, obviously not reconciled. This black spar, which is far more precious than Tianjing, is hundreds to thousands of times. It was already a thing in his pocket, and now he is giving it away. How can he do it? But it wasn't until the figures riding on Huang Sha got closer and closer that the white-faced man finally waved his hand unwillingly. Withdraw. When he was about to retreat, he reached out again and swallowed nearly 1,000 pieces of Montenegrin crystals before he hurried away. It's really ugly. This group of miscellaneous people dare to find food in our realm. It's really awkward. The yellow sand dissipated, and the hundreds of figures gradually emerged. At the forefront of these figures, a young man dressed in casual clothes and slightly sloppy, looking at those fast-moving figures, snorted at the ground disdainfully. Brothers, move to me quickly. Whoever left a piece and tied the city gate to hang for 10 days. The wandering young man's face was mixed, and with his waved hand, all the 110 men behind him fluttered, thinking on the spar piled up on the hill, began to carry it. A black spar was photographed with a wave of hand, and the young waver raised his eyebrows and smiled. It's really good. This is all for the elder sister, and it's a big thing. Commander Chui, there are a few people under these crystals. A man reflected, and at the same time, he dragged these figures either buried under the crystals or buried in the yellow sand. A total of 6 bodies, 5 men and 1 woman. When the young man who was called the leader of Chui Tong saw the comatose woman, he couldn't help but shine. Despite being very embarrassed, Huang Sha couldn't hide his soft posture. Chui Tongling, their identity is unknown. It is still better to contact. The middle-aged man beside the Fongling youth pulled him at the right time and reminded quietly. Are you reminded? This commander just wants to find out if they are acting dizzy to prevent unnecessary situations. The Fongling youth shook the middle-aged man's palm and stepped forward, probing it fakely. From this perspective, he also saw some clues. At present, these 5 men and a woman and 6 bodies are all extremely traumatized, almost leaving only one breath. Especially a tall, middle-aged man in a broken black Jinhua suit. The whole chest was torn by some terrible force. And from the perspective of these people's clothing, all of them have a sense of dignity and prestige. The most important thing is that he can't see the strength of these people. Where do these suspicious guys come from, and why can it give me a sense of deterrence? Fongling youth rubbed his chin in the palm, thinking. Lord Shui, what about these unconscious people? The middle-aged man reminded in due course. When the Fongling youth heard the words, he no longer thought, and waved his hand directly. As long as he is found by us, it belongs to us. They all bring me into the city, and don't let me drop a hair. In the ups and downs, the vast yellow sand became the only main color. Due to too much shaking and bumps, he was forced to slowly open his eyes from the pain. A wisp of pure red light flashed deep in the pupil of the eye, and the stars between the eyebrows began to flow slowly. Chapter 4770. However, the converging force of yin only existed for a moment, and then dispersed completely. Pain comes from the overwhelming pain above the consciousness. Whether it is a consciousness, or a source of immortals, or an immortal body, it was destroyed in the fall of the northern celestial state. In the final destruction process, with his own fairy body, he absorbed more than half the breath of destruction, protecting Chen Qing, Chuanxiu, and Yinling, so that Jian Wushuang was almost crushed by the general trend. If there is no blood of the ancestor Feng Feng in Feng Qi's body, Rao is a trait of super-perfect chaotic creatures. Although he will not let Jian Wushuang fall, he is enough to let him fall into a long sleep. Feeling that the blood of the ancestor and phoenix in the body gradually dimmed, he knew that at least one more time, the blood of Feng Qi left in his body would disappear completely. Today's swords are unparalleled. Except for their eyes turning, all other parts are in an uncontrolled state of chaos. He forbared the pain of being shattered and split, and the fusion, looking at the whole body and the front. In the wind and sand, this team of hundreds of people is moving forward slowly. I don't know where to go. He wanted to leave, but found that he was tied into a dumpling by a unique chain, lying on the hill-like black mountain crystals, and could not move at all. Chen Qing, Chuanxiu, and others around Jianwushuang, without exception, were all wrapped in dumplings, and were still in a coma, ignorant of where they were. Jian Wushuang wanted to struggle to get up, but the pain from each cell caused him to persevere for a moment before finally passing out. As he closed his eyes saw that in the misty yellow sand, a black giant gate appeared. A slight moan sounded, and then Jian Wushuang woke up from the initial coma. False con gushed out from his temples, although it has recovered, but at most it has recovered by 10%, and even the weak dynamism can only be forced to move. This was the heaviest injury since he came to Daanhuan, and almost the immortal body was almost broken. As a result, Jian Wushuang realized Yu Ba's terrible strength. What a terrible existence he would have destroyed 2 great Yin Xian with a wave of his hand. and shattered the Qingxian source with one finger. Is he the supreme power of the same level as the Emperor Zhengyang? There is no answer. What Jin Wushuang can think of is that they escaped from the dead and escaped from Yubo. The cause of death of Gongzi Mo will be completely buried. At least they will not be thoroughly investigated. Slowly spitting out a sigh of breath, Jin Wushuang only realized that his situation was not optimistic at the moment, and he could even describe it as bad. Because the sword at this time was unparalleled, trapped by a rope, and hung high on a wall. Not only him, the sleeping Qinqing, Chuanxiu and others were all lined up beside him, hanging on the wall without exception. The city wall was made up of something, and on the dark wall, a thick bone spur was exposed abruptly, and it looked extremely ugly. And looking at this side of the sky dome, the red clouds condensed by resentment and blood almost condensed into substance. How much killing is this created to have such a vision? Jin Wushuang has a terrible headache. Since entering this great Yanhuan, he is almost always in a passive situation. Only then left alive from the northern celestial state, and now it is so end. Since the damage had not yet been recovered, he couldn't even move freely, so he had no choice but to hang the rope on his body. Afterwards, Jin Wushuang turned his gaze to his side. Although Qinqing, Chunxiu and others were all traumatized to varying degrees, they were far from fatal and the breath tended to be stable. When he looked to the right, he was shocked. That was killed by Yubo on the spot, smashing the essence of Xianyuan. At the moment, he was hanged by Jin Wushuang's side with the same posture. Although the breath was slightly inaudible, he was actually alive. It's not good news that Taiching didn't die, and it was a big threat to him. Jin Wushuang is already thinking about it. Not only Di Qing, but also a figure wearing a broken armor, also hung on the city wall. Jin Wushuang looked at the reel, and immediately noticed that the figure in the broken armor was the young guard who had held him before, one of the 7 swordsmen. Among these figures, only the most important one is missing, the silver bell with the sky-shaped bone armor. Even at the last moment of the destruction of Xianzhou, Jin Wushuang also took into account the existence of Yin Ling, and protected her, never fell. Now that she is alone, there is only one possibility that he will be taken away by the people in this evil city. At this moment, Qinqing and Chuanxiu woke up wandering around, and looked around dizzily, speechless. Where is this? Have we escaped from the northern celestial state? Chunqing fainted, and then saw Jin Wushuang beside him. His eyes lit up. Brother Sword, are we dead? Of course not dead. Chuanxiu was extremely weak, but not far from death. It's good to escape. We are all living together this time. Wait, is our location a bit weird now? Who the did we hang us on the city wall? Qing was shocked and twisted his body to get rid of the shackles, but found that he couldn't even make a little effort out. Jin Wushuang said in a timely manner, "Don't waste your energy, recover well, and want to come to those who caught us, and will come out soon." As his words fell, the dusty city gate opened slowly, and a faint smell flew out. Jin Wushuang couldn't help but frown slightly. It seemed that the Feng Tianyu was exactly the same as he had guessed, with a killing intention. As the city gate slowly opened, a team of 8 came out. In the center of the team, 4 people carried a soft bed. Above the soft bed, there was a young boy with disheveled clothes and a loose figure. Needless to say, it must be us who are tied together. Chen Qing looked iron, and wished to bleed them on the spot. And Chuanxiu also changed his face, and whispered in a low voice, "No, the abstinence is gone." Neji was given to him by himself when Jin Wushuang and others left the 6-day realm. The storage of the top crystal in Montenegro almost reached the point of terror. The top crystal inside is enough to let the top-strength strongmen in one side of the sky fall into the fight for fighting. The loss right now is an inestimable loss. It must have been taken away by the gang who trapped us. If I waited for Lao Tzu to recover, he would shoot them to death. Chen Qing's teeth creaked, but he was hit hard, and he might face an ancestor. There is no backhand in top repair. Chapter 4771. It seemed that he woke up from his sleep, and the wandering youth lying on the soft bed looked up at the few people on the city wall. "Yo, this has been hanging for more than 10 days, and finally woke up. It really made the leader wait, he said, and then took a black crystal with a finger length from his arms, rubbed it in his hands, and looked like a mixed one. Chun Qing left his anger directly and looked at this as an ancestral vagrancy, young man. Even when he said angrily, "You guys have stolen Lao Tzu's stuff. Just dare to mock you? Believe it or not, this is gone." As soon as this remark came out, Jian Wushuang sank in his heart. In this situation, the strength of several of them had not recovered at all. It was impossible to deal with the ancestor-level repair. If you overturn the boat here, it is really drinking. Sure enough, the rogue young man who had a look of beating was suddenly bounced from the soft bed when he heard Chen Qing's binge drinking, and a pair of eyes shot a murderous intention. "Old thing, who do you say is a thief? Believe it or not, this leader pulls your tongue out?" Chun Qing heard the words and smiled disdainfully. He immediately spit at him. "Lousy is hanging here, and you never want to hurt me." The Fongling youth did not say much. When even pulling a real sword from the waist of his follower, he went straight to Chen Qing's show. Jian Wushuang is not worried about this, even if Chen Qing's strength has not been restored, but his body is a solid immortal body. This young man who claimed to be a leader was nothing more than an ancestor-level realm. With the iron in hand, he could naturally cause limited damage to Chen Qing. Sure enough, a sword came out and pierced Chun Qing's chest straight, but he couldn't get in, and even his clothes were not pierced. Seeing this situation, the youth of Fonglang was shocked, and the arrogance in his eyes was reduced by a few points. "Go away, the kid who didn't have all the hair, and dare to deal with you, Chunyi?" Chen Qing said coldly, and at the same time, he spit out a spit. Because the distance was so close, the young debauchery took a drool directly. "Ah, Lao Tzu is going to kill you." The wandering young man who came back to God, angered in his mouth, brought up a real sword and slashed Chen Qing. Under such a crazy offensive, although Chen Qing is a fairy, but because of the heavy hit, it can't bear it anymore. "Enough, kid, I'm not a sandbag." Chun Qing tried to avoid it and said angrily. There was only anger left in the eyes of the Fongling youth, and Jian ran to the deadly place. At this moment, a cold and ethereal female voice resounded from all over the world. "Cui Jing, stop, bring them to see me." Jian Wushuang looked up at the crimson sky dome composed of killing and evil thoughts above his head, and vaguely saw the breath begin to gather towards the city. After hearing this voice, the young Fonglang, who was named Cui Jing, stopped his hands despite his hatred towards Chen Qing. He turned his sword back to his body and gave orders to the entourage he brought. Not long after, Jian Wushuang and others were all led from the wall. The young guard who had been in a lethargy had already woke up, and the cold killing intention in his eyes looked at Jian Wushuang unabashedly. Jian Wushuang ignored his gaze directly, but looked dignifiedly behind him, the meaning of waking up from the dying state. That kind of momentum enough to destroy ordinary Yinxian thousands of times did not completely kill him. However, judging from his slack breath after he woke up, he was hit harder than Jian Wushuang. In this way, Jian Wushuang does not have to worry about the fact that Di Qing will burst and hurt people. After all, a bird whose beak has been temporarily pulled out will not cause much harm. Under the leadership of Cui Jing, a young wave-riding youth, a group of 5 people, like prisoners, stepped into the evil city in series with each other. The yellow sand is rolling, and in this big city full of ferocious murderous intentions and evil thoughts, the ground is covered with rough stones. This evil city is completely located on a deserted desert. Entering this gate, Jian Wushuang noticed the scene in the city. These large cities are quite similar to the walled city, crisscrossing, and the houses are intertwined. It seems that there is a venerable devil living inside. As some outsiders stepped on, they began to converge with the whole body covered with the evil thoughts of killing karma. Go far away for Lao Tzu. These people are all dedicated to Shanyang. If you have the murderous intention of you, Lao Tzu will kill you. Lying on the soft bed, Cui Jing pretended to be a fierce warning. Those top repairers who stepped forward. After hearing Cui Jing's warning, the more and more top practitioners gathered, and they all stepped back with interest. But there are still those who are reluctant to leave, rubbing their palms and saying, "After enjoying Yang, Can you reward us with some blood? Chui Jing hung his head from the soft bed again, impatiently. Can it be your turn? All give me honestly to practice in the sea of blood. The top practitioners who gathered around lamented, and then began to leave, but no one ran into Chui Jing. Obviously, this Chui Jing also has a certain influence in this evil city called Sand Devil's Cave. But Chen Qing laughed disdainfully at this and said directly, the debris on the soft bed. Hurry down and let Chen Qin sleep on it for a while. Neglecting a few of us, be careful to poke your old nest broken. In his heart, he suffocated Chen Qing's unspoken words. Chui Jing looked at him and said fiercely, old things, now you bark. When you're going to cramp your bones, wait for death. A bunch of miscellaneous pieces. Why am I afraid? Chen Qing disdained, completely regarded Chui Jing's words as fart. Chui Jing didn't say much. For this guy who was helpless and quite like a hob, he could only avoid his edge. In this way, Ukanshu, the calm group of 5 people walked slowly in this evil city and walked forward. When the evil city exuding turbidity gradually became scarce, a broad black stone avenue appeared in Jian Wushuang's eyes. At the end of this black stone avenue, which can accommodate 10 horses side by side, is the main hall bordering the Crimson Sky Dome. At the same time, there was a murmur of emptiness, but there was a real howling. Jian Wushuang fixed his eyes and looked forward, and saw that as the black stone avenue under his feet continued to extend forward, the rough sand and stone land had disappeared, replaced by a borderless deep red sea of blood. And the hall bordering the sky is located above the sea of blood. At the same time, all the tragic howling sounds were heard from the deep red sea of blood. Seen from a distance, Black Stone Avenue, the ancient Silence Hall, and the sea of blood with miserable howlings constitute a heart-wrenching purgatory. However, these are only the tip of the most common iceberg in Sand Devil's Cave. Chapter 4772. Chui Jing also stepped out of the soft bed after stepping into the area of the ancient Palace of Silence, looking forward with respect. Feeling the heartbreaking wailing or wailing from his ear, Jian Wushuang's indifferent face seemed to have received no influence at all, and Chen Qing and others, with the same indifferent look, didn't care. A monk who has been able to achieve Yanxian realm has never destroyed a side of heaven and spirits for various reasons or starting points. Under these circumstances, they naturally cannot affect their state of mind. The more he moved forward, Jian Wushuang also realized where those wailing sorrows came from. The blood sea underneath this foot was all formed by condensing and imagining the unowned gods and souls of countless creatures. They are tempered all the time and cannot be relieved. For such evil karma beyond killing karma, Yanxian are disdainful, except Yanxian who has practiced evil methods to do so. Jian Wushuang laid a bad label in his heart for the master who had not met yet in this sand cave. Under the guidance of Chui Jing, the dust-closing hall door of the ancient giant palace slowly opened, bleeding gas from the hall. Bring them all in. Chui Jing gave the order and entered the giant hall first. Jian Wushuang and others were also pushed in by several entourages. The hall is cold. The whole ground is made of some kind of crystal with almost transparent material, and you can directly see the deformed ghost in the blood sea. There is not much hidden breath in the giant hall that is almost dim and dull. Only when it is deep in the hall is there a strong breath. Shan Yang, everyone has brought them. Chui Jing converged and looked a little respectfully. With a click, a ghost fire appeared, and then the hall was illuminated. As the hall was illuminated, the mountain-like black mountain crystals piled up, almost filling the entire apse. Jian Wushuang's gaze locked on to the front as soon as possible. There, on one of the cold seats, he slowly walked off a tall figure wearing a large cloak. The looming beautiful body, as she walks, seems to be exposed at any time. At the same time, there was light yellow gravel surging between her hair tips. The deeper facial features were cold, and Jian Wushuang, who slowly glanced at him, waited. In the end, she said, all of these spars are left by you? No one spoke. Seemingly anticipating this situation, she spread her palms again, revealing a black ring with a black gloss. From what I have just checked, The crystals in this ring have accumulated to a terrible level. Are you really unclaimed? As her voice fell, a calm voice sounded. That ring is mine. Face to face, the woman known as Shan Yangyang raised her eyebrows and smiled. Why don't you give me something more precious than Tianjing? You think of beauty. Do you know the value of the things in it? Chun Qing sneered. It's your 10 heavens. You can buy them. After hearing this, Shan Yangyang asked quietly, Aren't you monks in this heaven? Things can be given to you. Just let the three of us leave, Jian Wushuang said. I think the value of these things can be changed for us to leave. I want things too, but you and I don't want to let go? Shan Yangyang smirked. Jian Wushuang kept silent, and the palm behind him was ready to open the Bo Yang bottle at any time. Do you really think you can eat us? I didn't plan to eat you. After all, you brought me such a rich resource. Shan Yangyang opened her eyes, staring at Jian Wushuang. Of course I can let you go, but there is a previous premise here. A person and Cui Jing compete. You can leave if you win. As for losing, naturally I'll have to suffer the deprivation of the soul. After she finished speaking, she looked at Cui Jing again. Choose one. I just have to win. Cui Jing nodded, then turned to look at the 5 people standing side by side. Although he could not see through the realm of these 5 people, what is certain is that they are all very weak at the moment. Cui Jing first ruled out Chun Qing at the bottom of his heart. After all, this guy who looked like hob meat left him with a big shadow. Then, in turn, he ruled out the murderous intention of Qing Qing and the young guard. In the end, Cui Jing set his sights on Chuanxiu and Jian Wushuang. There was a drop of cold sweat flowing from the sideburns of Spring and Autumn, who was only an ancestor so far. After being hit hard, his strength was almost reduced to the lowest. If he was selected by Cui Jing, there was no possibility of winning. As for Cui Jing at this time, he didn't think too much. He directly pointed his sword with his finger. Okay, it's you. Come and compare with me. As the so-called persimmons are to be picked softly, this is the unchanging truth. In Cui Jing's view, this is a spoiled clan prince at first glance. It must have been a pile of heavenly treasures. It would be easy to win him. At this time, Qin Qing and Chuanxiu all have a strange look, and it seems that they have foreseen the next ending. The rope restraint on Jian Wushuang's body was then released, which did not limit his activities. Brother Sword, don't keep your hands later. It's best to kill them directly. Chun Qingmei flirted and said. It seemed a bit impatient. Jian Wushuang reluctantly shook his head. Because he had no weapons at his disposal, he pulled out the real sword around Qin Qing's waist and then moved forward. Although the strength of his body has recovered to less than 10%, and the immortal body has been hit hard, he can still use kendo skillfully. At the beginning, the Divine Universe Palace, and the sword fairy Ding Baiyi's more than 10,000 years of discussion on the sword, laid a solid foundation for his swordsmanship. Even if the sword is folded into a tree, it can exert the power of kendo. Right now, he was standing in the same place as a rock, slowly adjusting his breath, and began to try to establish resonance with the real sword in his hand. Cui Jing, who was on the opposite side, reverted to the previous appearance of letting go of the wave. In his view, this competition will be over in less than 10 breaths. Slowly staring at the eyes, mixes all strength and restrains in the meridians, and the real sword in the sword without hands suddenly looks forward. Cui Jing smiled with a low eyebrow, and from his arms, he began to gather a few dragons transformed into Yinli. The battle is on the verge. At this moment, Di Qing was very upset, and a pair of eyes with light gold meaning appeared a murderous opportunity. The feeling that this fate is in the hands of others is what he hates the most. But now, he is helpless. After all, Di Qing still underestimated Yu Boss Blow before realizing this situation. He has indeed died once under Yu Boss Men, but no one knew that this life was just one of his 9 hits. However, death sins are exempt, living sins are inescapable, and the pain after rebirth overwhelms everything. Chapter 4773. Right now, even the self-preservation ability is gone. Even in the face of some top repairs, there is no chance of winning. Therefore, he hates the feeling that destiny is in the hands of others. If Jian Wushuang is defeated, they will all be buried together without exception. The purpose of Qing Qing's heartless platform is also a little nervous. You can only use I Ching force, which is indeed a little trouble for Jian Wushuang. But with a sword in her side, it is more than enough to deal with Cui Jing. Cui Jing had Yanli Yulong condensed between his arms, and then his fists suddenly pushed forward. A total of 4 dark yellow dragons ran to the dragon, rising tens of feet in response to the storm. The fangs in the dragon's mouth were bushy. Seeing this situation, Chen Qing and others who seemed to be holding the victory were also a bit nervous. After all, Jian Wushuang suffered the most damage and did not recover at all. The 4 startled dragons with their thick blood, as if walking out of the sea of blood, marching forward. The sword Wushuang moved, and he suddenly retreated half a step, protruding the real sword in his hand, and whispered from the tip of the sword. At the same time, layers of water rippled, violently escaping from the tip of the sword, blocking all the rushing blood. But this kind of sword intention could not stop Cui Jing's offensive. Several dark yellow galloping dragons shredded the ripples directly, all opening the dragon mouth with strange teeth, facing the sword Wushuang pocket bite. But while Jian Wushuang retreated earlier, his figure did not stay. Instead, he lifted his sword and ran away without any awareness of confrontation. Looking at this scene, everyone was frowning and looking strange. Although it is understandable to avoid its edge, it is too unsightly to turn around and run. Upon seeing this, Cui Jing was even more excited. He used to be cautious and solemn, and began to disdain. It seems that this soft persimmon is really right. A total of 4 dark yellow benlongs failed to swallow the sword Wushuang and crashed on the ground. Cui Jing stepped forward, his right hand condensed from Yanli into an 8-foot stick, rounded and smashed forward. Sword Wushuang, with his sword running, walked directly around the temple pillar. Hidden heads and tails of the rat generation, you are about to fight against your grandfather Cui. Cui Jingbao smiled with a stick and smashed the temple pillar into the pit. Jian Wushuang didn't care about him. It seemed that he had no idea of playing against him. Both are in this ancient silence hall. You chase me up. Chen Qing and others all squeezed a lot of sweat, and Di Qing was even more nervous. He didn't want to die after reincarnation. It was the hatred of the young guard who looked at Jian Wushuang's face and seemed to wish him to be sacked on the spot. Damn guy, I just hate that I can't destroy you by myself now. The young guard whispered, when I recover, it's your death. Sitting back on the throne again, Shan Yangyang gazed calmly at the battle like a farce, without a word. In her right palm, I don't know when to hold a scepter wrapped in light blood. At the very top of this scepter, it was a sensational skull. The skull was shining and infiltrated with blood all the time, as if it might be bleeding at any time, and it was alive. The cause and effect of such a woman with a massacre is quite terrible. Even if it is ordinary Yinxian, she will never want to contact her. Moreover, the top repair under her seat is also extremely depraved. Killing innocent creatures has already been impregnated with uncausable cause and effect and mass murder. The so-called massacre is a mysterious cause and effect that nobody can detect, and it is almost impossible to eliminate it. When carrying a large murder, it means that there is a crack in the heart, which is fatal to Yin Xian and untouchable. And these were all noticed by Jian Wushuang the first time he set foot in this sand cave. So he is restraining himself, trying his best not to be contaminated by these causes and effects. Cui Jing chased behind him, eager to win. Jian Wushuang turned around from time to fight one or two, and then continued to swim, little by little provoke Cui Jing's anger. Rat, I caught you and will drown you in the sea of blood. He was angry, although his strength was adjusted to the peak, but it was like hitting cotton, and he could not start. Jian Wushuang didn't smell the noise at all. When Cui Jing ran with his 8-foot stick, he suddenly raised his sword and probed, leaving a long mark directly on the clothing in front of his chest. Although Cui Jing was already prepared, he was too late to dodge and was almost injured by the real sword. He was shocked by the cold sweat, and then became more angry, releasing Yanli and slamming towards the sword. The whole ancient lonely palace shivered, and a huge pillar was shattered by Cui Jing. Jian Wushuang's figure flickered, and finally he shot extremely obscurely. The sword in his hand was clear. His sword burst forth and strangled away. In fact, the most fundamental reason why Jian Wushuang has never shot is to be careful not to get caught with that inexplicable cause and effect. Although the killing of Cui Jing was much less than that of the rest of the sand cave, it was still full-bodied. Once contaminated by the massacre, unless there is supreme supernatural power to resolve, otherwise it can only go on again and again. When Jian Wushuang is in the weakest position at this time, if one step is wrong, it will be difficult to reverse. Right now, avoiding is inevitable. He shot directly. 3,000 swords swept across and carried the trend towards Cui Jing. Seeing this, Cui Jing smiled disdainfully, reached out and turned into a force enchantment to resist, and at the same time cast a steady cast on Jian Wushuang. He stood on the spot, with a black robe rising from the wind, his face calm. Soon, the rushing Cui Jing had no reason to panic. He was faintly aware that something was wrong. It seems that to confirm the idea in his heart, the 3,000 swordsmanship swept away in a flash, seemingly unbearable, but it easily broke Cui Jing's Yanli enchantment and then cut it off. He was horrified, and he protected his head without thinking. Dust swept through the hall, and the top repairers who stood on both sides were horrified. This kind of sword intention is so pure that it is not doped with any force, but with an impeccable trend. They feel that no one can resist this sword. Sword intention galloped, completely wrapped Cui Jing's figure. At this moment, in the eyes of Jianqing looking at Jian Wushuang, there is a more meaningful meaning. Sha Nyang sat on the throne and raised her eyebrows at him. Thousands of swordsmanship, come quickly and go quickly. Everything is just instantaneous. When the sword was completely dissipated, a ragged figure appeared. This is only 3,000 swordsmanship, and Cui Jing's underpants are completely removed. He was unscathed, but his clothes were barely shredded. This is an unbearable shame, and it is impossible for him, the leader of the Sand Devil Cave, to endure it. In this sand cave, face is far greater than life, not to mention his self-confessed leader. Chapter 4774. Cui Jing was so angry that he roared and flew towards Jian Wushuang again. This time, he no longer dodges and engages with the sword. Jian Wushuang, who had already controlled Jian Yi to Miao Zhihao, had been confident that as long as Cui Jing was not dedicated to death, he would not be hurt. The more he fought, the more Cui Jing was frightened. Although he was eager to win, he was not a reckless generation. How could he not be able to detect the unparalleled sword he was fighting with? And he did not use the force at all, relying on a real sword in his hand. Back and forth. What kind of strength is this to achieve this step? The real sword continued to stab, pushing Cui Jing back step by step. At the same time, Jian Wushuang suddenly committed himself, changed the hilt, and suddenly pulled the blade of the real sword in his hand. There was a pain in the abdomen, and then Cui Jing's whole body flew out and fell heavily on the ground. Suddenly, under the ground of transparent material, thousands of evil ghosts were freed from the sea of blood, all screaming and attached to the transparent stone slab, as if waiting for food. Jian Wushuang's brows were slightly frowned, and he stepped back slightly. Cui Jing covered his chest and sat up from the ground, looking at him with a complex look. He understood that this situation, which seemed to be resisted by the chamber, was an illusion, and Jian Wushuang did not even exert his full strength from beginning to end. He lost in this way, both inexplicably and as if already doomed. There was silence in the hall, and at that moment, the change came quietly. With Jian Wushuang as the center, the ground suddenly cracked, and the fine cracks directly spread over half the hall. Then, it collapsed. The speed of the collapse was so fast that no one responded. Jian Wushuang even brought Chen Qing and others, and all fell into the sea of blood with the gravel. Cheers of countless evil spirits are like a carnival feast, lying on them layer by layer, dragged into the depths of the blood sea. Looking at the collapsed ground in front of him, Cui Jing looked back subconsciously. Sha Nyang did not know when she had come behind him, holding a skull scepter, and calmly watching the sea of blood churning under the pothole. Big sister, are they all right? Cui Jing swallowed his throat. She didn't speak. After a while, she slowly turned around. Half the time of the column, I dragged them up again and placed them in the walled city. Chui nodded, although she didn't know what she intended to do, but ordered to do the same. Ban Huxiang's time is not long, but there are also short periods of time. Cui Jingning watched the movements in the sea of blood in preparation for pulling Jian Wushuang and others in an emergency. At this moment, the boundless blood sea is tumbling, and the extreme blood gas is transformed into ghosts. Like a predatory fish, Jian Wushuang and others who have fallen into the blood sea are suppressed. The cause and effect and the massacre that he tried to avoid were all swarming in the end. Looking into the eyes, it was full of extreme blood red, and there were 5 people in the sword Wushuang, all of which were helpless and could only helplessly float in the blood sea. If the strength is not damaged, these grievances will not erode them alone. But right now, even if Qing Qing is helpless, he is really reincarnation, and today's strength is even worse than spring and autumn. Giant monsters mixed with evil thoughts stretched out their palms from the depths of the blood and dragged them into the bottom of the sea little by little. The sea of blood also boiled from the initial tumbling and gradually calmed down. As soon as Ban Huxiang's time passed, Cui Jing jumped alone on the sea of blood, looking at the scene like a ruin in front of him, and he waved his hand. Immediately, the blood sea was separated by a sky. The ugly giant monster transformed from countless evil thoughts and evil spirits emerged from the sky. The palms of more than 10 feet in size slowly spread out, and Jian Wushuang and others who had been comatose appeared in Cui Jing's eyes. What are these guys? Although they all look so weak, why do they have a breathtaking momentum? Cui Jing frowned, and the confrontation with Jian Wushuang not long ago clearly left him very impressed. Aren't they also monks who don't belong to this continent? Or are they just like the bald men, visitors from outside the world? Cui Jing waved his hands and ingested Jian Wushuang and others in the palm of the evil thought monster. He carefully explored it and found no useful news before carrying them away. The whole piece went back to the sea of blood and returned to a miserable state. The blood red, enough to erode the heart's blood, spreads over and infects everything. This kind of negative influence is full of evil thoughts, despair, death, resentment. Even if Yanxian is inadvertently infested, it will be infected with inexplicable cause and effect and murder. Jian Wushuang suddenly sat up from the ground, sweating and sweating at the temples. Looking into the eyes, the sea of blood is not there. Only a quiet blue stone road. Just now, are you still in that sea of blood? Why now? Is it an illusion? After investigating the fusion of inner strength and the outside world, Jian Wushuang determined that this was not an illusion. He stood up slowly, standing on this blue stone slab road where only 2 people could go side by side. Looking around, the hazy sky dome shows a smoky cyan haze after rain. On both sides of this blue stone road, all are deep waters where the lotus bud has just been extracted. From the perspective of the eyes, the hazy distance and the deep waters are connected. There is an indescribable connotation and illusion. And Jian Wushuang stood in the middle of this blue stone road, in front of and behind him, unknown where to go. Everything here is silent to the extreme, as if it were a painting full of unrealism. But his face was still calm, and after a moment of thinking, he took a step and moved slowly. Somehow, a long wind blew up, blowing the lotus leaves on the deep waters on both sides. At this time, the lotus is not yet open, and the huge lotus bud is almost sinking on the water. Jian Wushuang walked slowly during this time. There was something weird in my heart. He dared to be sure that this scene at the moment is the most weird place he has come to since his practice. This strangeness is not facing the horror of life and death, or the powerlessness of an irresistible enemy, nor the unknown fear. It is a kind of strange discomfort caused by a subtle place that is very different from cognition. It's like a nightmare in that long time ago, or a muddled whisper in a serious illness. This kind of place should not really exist, or that this kind of place is transformed by the mind. Jian Wushuang kept his voice, although his heart had already understood a bit, but still walking slowly as before. Under this strange and hazy sky dome, there is only a blue stone slab road extending to the infinite distance. On the deep and bitter cold water, the desolation and loneliness reached the extreme. Chapter 4775. There was no more than 100 steps forward, and a silver bell chuckled, ringing from the waters of Shino, and from far and near, finally condensed behind Jian Wushuang. Then a boneless palm lined lightly on his shoulder. Why do you walk so fast? You can't wait for me. Jian Wushuang didn't turn back when he heard the words, but moved forward with care for himself. Okay, don't mess with you anymore. Your elm head is really boring. After the silver bell-like voice fell, a petite figure wearing a green shirt and a lot of clothes walked briskly over him and walked forward. Jian Wushuang regarded her as having nothing, still walking slowly. Hey, can't you really wait for me? Can you think about my feelings? The petite figure tweeted, chattering like a bird, and seemed extremely dissatisfied with the behavior of Jian Wushuang. Tell you, even if you don't like this girl, there are so many people who like this girl. Who do you think you are? The petite figure didn't nearly yell at him, just like a little beast. Although he was extremely angry, he was helpless. I saved you, and you should take care of me as I should. Anyone who doesn't do aftercare work, people often say that the Buddha is sent to the West. The girl let you take care of it. Like she didn't see Jian Wushuang's indifference, she was still talking tirelessly. It's so coincident that you don't like meat, and I don't like it. What? You mean you don't like boiled meat, but you like to eat barbecue? Have you quit the meat and herd? Petite body akimbo no. He pointed his finger at him. Just a short journey of more than 1,000 steps, Jian Wushuang seemed to be a little unbearable, and he finally looked to his side. Then, quietly said, Your obsession is really persistent. Can you chatter against a stranger? And that petite figure seemed to have heard nothing about Jian Wushuang, and after losing his temper, he started talking again. It's so beautiful. Look here. Isn't it beautiful? We will live here later, okay? Here, build a thatched house. You concentrate on practice. I will accompany you every day. Plant a lot of lotus. The petite figure dreamed so much that it stopped at the same place. And Jian Wushuang also stopped at this time, calmly said, You are just obsessed. Let's disperse. Don't delay me on the way. Her eyes suddenly dimmed, and then turned red. Originally silent into the weird waters, it began to churning, and everything seemed to be fading, turning gray and white. Follow me, okay? She reached out and tried to grasp Sword Warriors, but nothing helped. She was collapsing and vanishing along with the bluestone road and deep water. On the verge of breaking down, the lotus on the whole deep water is in full bloom. With the full lotus buds blooming, there is a slap-sized Senran skull in each flower. In the dark, Jian Wushuang slowly opened his eyes. That kind of scene, the unbelievable dialogue, disappeared, replaced by sounding sounds after another. Jian Wushuang sat up and noticed that he was now in a spacious pavilion. At the same time, he raised his arm again, and when he saw the weak but solid cobweb bloodlines on his arm, his mood fell to the bottom. This is to show that he has been infected with the cause and effect of the complaint, as well as the killing. Everything was too baffling. He tried his best not to contaminate himself, but eventually fell into the blood and became contaminated. This is by no means a good thing. If you are not careful, it will be an irreparable rift to his later state of mind, or to practice spiritually. Chun Qing, Chuanxiu and others all lay beside him and fell asleep. After being investigated by Jian Wushuang, they were obviously more or less contaminated with these causes and consequences. Except for these two persons, the Qing sleeping on the outermost side of the bed was less contaminated. At the same time, there is a woman who is curled up and sleeping on the side of Jian Wushuang. Wait, woman? His mind woke up immediately, and he hurriedly reached out to curl up the sleeping woman beside him and adjusted his figure. But to his disappointment, this woman was not Yin Ling, but a heroic woman she had never seen before. Although this woman is not beautiful, her full face is still very recognizable. Jian Wushuang's gaze looked down. From the woman's broken armor, she looked like the young guard who had held him in the northern celestial state before. Isn't it all popular to dress up as men now? Once again, this heroic woman was determined. It was after the young guard. Jian Wushuang was a little depressed. It seemed that he was being watched, and at that moment, the heroic woman slowly opened her eyes. The eyes are opposite. Perhaps the strangeness in his eyes is seen, and the heroic woman unconsciously touched her cheek. Don't touch it. I see it clearly. Jian Wushuang said softly. I killed you. She broke up without warning, raising her palm to look at his neck. Jian Wushuang could make her do what she wanted, and raised her hand directly to resist. But after seeing a few tricks, she completely subdued it. Because the strength in the body still didn't recover, now the pure struggle is physical strength, and Jian Wushuang naturally overwhelmed her easily. Although I don't know what is wrong between you and me, you have to figure out that the person who killed them is not me. Jian Wushuang released her and said in a deep voice. The heroic woman didn't do anything anymore. After taking a deep look at him, she got up and walked out of the door. Lie back on the bed again. Jian Wushuang began to think back to the strange, dreamy place in his sleep, and the silver bell that disappeared from the sky. The sky-shaped bone armor in Yinling's hand was their sole purpose for this operation. If she disappeared, everything would be meaningless. As he recalled everything that had happened, a desolate and reckless horn sounded suddenly from outside the pavilion. Jian Wushuang turned over and got out of bed, pushed open the window, and explored the situation outside. Almost at the same time, in a big city in this sand demon cave, as the noise rang out, Cui Jing, with his naked upper body flying out of it, stood in midair. His mother, it must be the bald donkeys who are heartbroken. Cui Jing hated, stretched out his hands and tightened his trouser belt. He led more than 100 people to repair and ascended towards the head of Shamo Cave. With the departure of Cui Jing, soon afterwards, countless top practitioners, like ants, began to walk out of any corner of the Sand Devil's cave, and then all gathered to go to cover the sky and cover the sun. Chapter 4776. Within the entire territory of the Sand Devil's cave, the top repairs in any of the walled villages came out. What's wrong with this? Who are they going to fight with? Chun Qing opened his sleepy eyes and came behind Jian Wushuang. Thick bursts of blood, accompanied by the raging sand, almost covered all visible objects. He nodded and said, It looks like there will be a big dogfight at the meeting. Chun Qing immediately came to the spirit. Then we can escape without chaos? Jian Wushuang did not speak again. If it was earlier, this impending chaos is the best time to escape, but the situation is now different. They are all contaminated with that inexplicable cause and effect. If they leave now, their future practice will inevitably be troubled in some key nodes, or even stop. No one wants to plant such a deadly seed in later practice. But the way to resolve this cause and effect, and the killing, is to let Jian Wushuang do nothing. He doesn't know how to resolve it. If he leaves resolutely, he may never find a way to resolve it. Immediately he told Chun Qing these quickly. Chun Qing listened and hurriedly opened the robe sleeves. He could not help but swallow his throat when he saw a thin bloodline in the arm meridian. What kind of luck is it when it fell in that sea of blood? It was contaminated with cause and effect. So we can't leave now. Once we leave, it will be more difficult in the future. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. Now, we must find a solution to it as much as possible. Chapter 4777. The solemn monk of Baoxiang tried his best to suppress the mouthful of cursing and scolding, and his eyes glared like bronze bells, and he wished to strip the fellows of Sand Devil's cave. Don't make a fuss. The monk of the air wheel frowned slightly, and he was silent for a while. At this moment, a mixed voice came from the head of the Sand Devil cave. Hello. Those bald donkeys with hidden heads and tails. Why are you coming to trouble with your grandpa again? Do you want them to loosen your bones? Baoxiang's solemn monk heard the words and immediately said, Come on, my brother will go back as soon as I go, and teach the unrestrained beast. The empty wheel monk said again, Be clear, don't be reckless. At this time, the old sword-backed elder of the immortal wind walked forward and said, Senior Master, let me go with Jianqing, Immortal Master. The destruction of Nasha Demon Cave is also for the benefit of hundreds of millions of souls. The empty wheel monk heard the words, but did not make a statement. There was another net monk who came forward to give a courteous speech. Brother, the rules are no longer meaningful to them. Since we came here last time, the blood here is nearly 10 times richer. Obviously, they slaughtered again. Countless lives. If we don't impose any punishment again, I'm afraid that this side of the heavens will be caught in blood robbery. What the old bald donkeys are talking about, why can't they still do it? Said the wall of the Sand Devil Cave, with an ugly and vicious Valiant impatiently repaired. Cui Jing glared at him, and then said in a deep voice, all of them muttered to Lao Tzu and waited. This time, if anyone chops off a bald donkey's head, he will appreciate the blood pool. As soon as these words came out, the walls of the city became restless again, and all the top repairs were glorious, which was already a bit impatient. What's the situation? It seems that they are really going to fight. Several figures quietly squeezed against the wall. Chen Qing touched his forehead and stared at the distant army with his eyes wide. Jian Wushuang did not speak, and looked through the red haze to the monks standing in front of the army. Everything has two sides, life and death, and heir and surplus. The resentment of the creatures in this Sand Devil Cave has already been so heavy that it cannot be resolved, and there will inevitably be a side to it. Will these monks represent the extremes on the other side? Perhaps this is an opportunity to unravel their inexplicable cause and effect. The light flashed in Jian Wushuang's eyes, and he was waiting, moving. Inside the Sand Devil Cave city, the evil veiled the sky, and the sky, flying up, seemed to be about to suppress the riots, rushed out of the city, and shattered all the assembled troops. Cui Jing was already impatient, and the 8-foot stick in his hand kept hitting the ground. At this moment, the monks standing in front of the Black Pressure Army suddenly came out of the air. Cui Jingshan, please listen to the old rules. Bao Xiang solemnly discerned the monk, forced his discomfort in his heart, and spoke against his heart. Cui Jing, who was far away from the wall, heard a grin. Good mother, brothers, all rushed up to me and shred them. When ordered, a bloodthirsty excitement of a mountain tsunami rushed to the sky. Isn't it, playing so hastily? All of Jian Wushuang couldn't believe it. Cui Jing is a crazy dog. The top repair of the black pressure to cover the sky and the sun, as if to break the shackles, like the wolf with the same head, rushed out of the Sand Demon Cave city. Like the revolving muddy black river, several monks who came to do useless instructions saw all their faces, and then folded their hands together to make a static state. Thousands of treasures are coming, dispersing the eroded blood. And the monk Jianqing was almost indignant with blood and anger, and the good-for-nothing mother who had no head and no brain almost ignited his hot temper almost instantly. Good beast, the poor monk will definitely want you to destroy everything. Jianqing stepped on the stream cloud straight up, and his tooth-white gown was hunted by the strong wind. Brothers, help me. A total of 4 Wamangs emerged from the palms of the 4 monks behind Jianqing, and they merged into a Hongqiao, which led away. Jianqing Bao was very strict. His palms were folded together, and he faced the dark and turbulent river, remembering the law. Vientiane promise, no prowess. Above a huge rainbow bridge, between the world and the world trembling, a giant white dragon with 4 horns emerged. Under that white dragon, Jianqing showed a wrathful Vajra trend, and he drove forward the law. The heavens and the earth are trembling, and the Hei Bailong opens a huge mouth, carrying the general trend of the heavens and the earth, and facing thousands of repairs. The two collided, and an unparalleled giant on erupted. At this moment, the earth was torn apart. The mad sand fell silent, and poured into the earth's center. The muddy black river was suddenly cracked by the respectable dragon. Countless ferocious Dingxiao fell from the sky dome, but it was already seriously injured. In the same way, the white dragon treasure is also broken, and the monk who looks at the iron blue is unafraid, holding a black iron scepter, rushing into the Sand Devil camp for a while, and destroying it. The army assembled by the 87 denominations could not hold back at this moment. The old man of the Xianfeng Daogu suddenly pulled out his true sword and pointed directly at the sky dome, destroying the sand demon cave and opening up an avenue for my future generations to practice. Yu Yin stirred the sky. At this moment, the 87 sect, more than 16,000 top repairs, against the Sand Devil Cave, battle. The black and white clash, the fierce fighting broke out. The long wind wailed. Ding Xiu died constantly, and then fell. They are all in this vast world, the most shocking and talented genius in each side of the sect, with the brightest spiritual avenue. But in the battle with Sand Devil's Cave, the continuous destruction and death. In the field of such sand caves, the assembled top repairers are more or less affected by their strength. The broken corpse, like the rain, fell on the ground. At the moment on the city wall, Jian Wushuang's complexion was somewhat dignified. When this kind of melee broke out, those 10 monks were already blocked at the forefront, and they fought together with the top repairers of Sand Devil's Cave. And Jian Wushuang wants to be close to them. There is no way at all. Even if his strength recovers to the peak, he will break into this melee and resolutely suffer a little carelessness, not to mention that he is still unable to manipulate his strength. Aren't there any other ways? Jian Wushuang was silent, thinking at the same time how to approach quickly in the bottom of his heart. The strength of these monks is not decent, and they are all in the immortal realm. Naturally, in this melee, there is no downfall, and the ordinary Dingxiu cannot get close at all. Under their leadership, the assembled Zoman side, although seriously injured, showed a flat push, pushing towards the wall little by little. Chapter 4778. There are nearly hundreds of monks who have made great repairs in the exhibition of Wuwei Dawei. It seems that they are not like monks at all. With the waving of the caduceus in his hand, every stroke can reinvent the digital repair. Senior brother, don't make too many killings. The monk Jingmian waved and defeated the number of rushing to the top repair and reminded Ji Yunqing anxiously. You have to take care of it. I'm so afraid of this kind of killing karma. I want be at ease in one day when these wicked beasts will not be destroyed. The noodle monk shook his head helplessly. How could he listen to what his brother, even the master, dared to rebel against? The battle is in full swing. The lives of the ancestors have become the least valuable existence. Countless broken treasures and real swords have fallen into the collapsed and cracked ground with their respective masters. Here, they became the common ground. Fierce wars always resonate. Even though they are yin xian, in the battle situation of the nearly 20,000 or 30,000 top repairs, the role they can play is also very small. The hot-eyed Cui Jing stretched out his hands and tightened his trouser belt, and then carried the 8-foot stick and flew forward. However, Cui Jing, who is the ancestor of the top level, is blessed with the blood in the field of the Sand Devil Cave, which is enough to fight against ordinary yin xian. Don't you feel that the guy's head is a bit uncomfortable, and it's a second-hand thing? Looking at Cui Jinjiwan's back, Chen Xing commented. Chuanxiu touched his chin and said, It's a little too clever. It's probably because I'm used to walking in this evil ground, and I need to be beaten. Jian Wushuang still did not speak. He was watching the situation quietly. At the same time, he had a hunch that the top demons of Sand Devil Cave looked fierce, but they could not hold Sand Devil Cave absolutely, and it was definitely a matter of time before the city was broken. At that time, it may be possible to wait for the opportunity to approach those monks. The cause and effect and the killing carried on the body, although seemingly unharmed, may never be triggered. But this is like a barb Jian Wushuang will inevitably try to pull out. If these monks have no way to deal with this, then he can only wait to restore his strength, and then try to unite with the Qing as much as possible to completely wipe out the whole domain. Jian Wushuang has never been an excessively good person. From the beginning of the minute, to the boarding of the Eternal God, and then to entering the Dian Huan alone, the criterion that has been quoted is the principle. One of the heavens inflicted harm on him. This is because, if there is a cause, it will be the result, and the end of the destruction is also necessary. To discern the monk, the tactics in his hand are repeated, and the continually appearing top practitioners are forced to retreat. The 10 monks who are all yin xian already have a tendency to control the battle situation. But among the 10 monks, One did not make a shot, or to be precise, he did not participate in the battle among them. He was like an ascetic monk. After experiencing the vicissitudes of the eyebrows, he walked slowly, as if invincible. Occasionally, he attacked him, but he was forced to retreat by Qinghui Huamong, who was surrounded by him. 10 Yinxian monks, against the Sand Demon Cave where Yinxian almost does not exist, are crushed. Originally incomparable, the crazy repairers of the Sand Devil Cave retreated after the festival, and the number was reduced from more than 20,000 to more than half. If it weren't in the murderous realm, the casualties were even worse than they were now. Jian Qing is like a furious bull. As soon as Cui Jing joined the battle, he directly locked him, and then he fought against the black iron Zen stick. In just 10 breaths, Cui Jing was weak, and he secretly complained at the bottom of his heart, and the palm of his hand holding the 8-foot stick was slightly cracked. Good evil, Grandpa will send you to death today. With a deep sip, Jian Qing changed his posture, showing the tendency of mountain to catch the moon. He carried the black iron scepter on his shoulder, and then a meteor fell and heaved heavily on Cui Jing's belly. At this moment, he only felt the darkness in front of him, and the 8-foot stick was bent to a strange position, and the whole person flew out like a cannonball. Boom! Jian Wushuang only felt a sudden tremor under the city wall, and then a burst of subtle collapse sounded. Cui Jing's entire figure was completely embedded in the city wall a few meters deep, almost bombarding the city wall out of a large hole. Deadball donkey, Lao Tzu, and you are not finished. Cui Jing struggled to pull his body out of the hole in the wall, and his bones seemed to fall apart. Just as the Zoman assembled with Jian Qing headed up and overwhelmingly overwhelmed, a unique aura came to the battlefield again. The sand ran wild, and the sky was chaotic. From the broken ground, a huge, colossal sand colossus was quietly raised. Then, facing the army of Jianxiu headed by Jian Qing, the two sides covered their palms and fell down. Jian Qing suddenly raised his head. He was horrified, and he raised his Zen stick to stop it. But beyond the imagination's great power, he directly flew over 100 top repairers, including him. For a time, the disadvantaged situation was contained. Fly upside down for hundreds of feet of identification, stand in the air and hold his footsteps, and then can't bear to shed a ray of blood from the corner of his mouth. That kind of momentum was so powerful that it was difficult for him to resist with all strength. At this moment, all the eyes of Ding Xiu were converged on the huge, giant sand colossus. Every top repairer in Sand Devil's Cave showed a fanatical expression. On the forehead of the mad sand colossus sits a tall woman with a beautiful figure looming under the big cloak. With a cold face, she waved her hands, and then manipulated the crazy sand giant under her to kill more than 10 top repairers. Jian Wushuang, who had watched this scene from afar, couldn't help but gaze. The sand nymph, who is also not at the level of immortality, showed at this moment, but gave him a sense of detachment. If the former Shan Yangyang and Chen Qing are at the peak of Yinxian at most, then at this moment, she seems to have taken that step. However, the next scene is still shocking. The colossal sand colossus waved the sky and covered his palms against all the enemies, but at the next moment, a gigantic size that could not be ignored emerged. A pair of thin palms exuding hundreds of thousands of strands of radiance, with their hands folded together, covered the palms of the colossal sand colossus. The two collided, falling endless sand lime. On the skinny palms of each other, every fine crack is easily visible, exuding a general trend. Jian Wushuang's true look, this kind of magnificent style, is exactly the old monk with a beard that he has never shot since the beginning of the melee. On the black ring between the neck, a strange huamong began to radiate. Chapter 4779. His elaborate upper body, under his tough yellow skin, was surging with unimaginable purity. A total of 14 black and shining ring beads, the clear and bright huamong that escaped, blocked all grudges, evil thoughts, and monstrous blood. Above the head of the empty wheel monk, the pair of occult giant palms emerged from one side of the black mysterious light wheel. After blocking the wanton offensive of the giant sand giant, they retreated on their own. At this moment, the battlefield that had originally fought against Zhentian fell into a brief silence. Time seems to be stagnant. The empty wheel monk shot, and as soon as he shot, he met the sand maiden who manipulated the colossal sand giant. Jianqing and others backed away and came to him quickly. "Brother, you are finally willing to take action." Jianqing gasped. Obviously under the blow just now, he was seriously injured. The empty wheel withdrew his palms, and he looked forward with clear and smooth eyes. Sitting on top of the colossal sand colossus, Shan Yang also looked at him directly. A sneer appeared in the corner of her mouth. The next moment, she raised her arm and pointed to the front. The sky dome suddenly cracked and collapsed, and the condensed blood gas turned into a terrible vortex, spinning. At the same time, an ugly face condensed by the blood of countless grievances came out of the vortex and gnawed towards the empty wheel and others. The atmosphere of terror has crushed more than 100 miles. All Zoman Dingxiu who fought with swords were shocked to see this scene. "Brother!" Jianqing and others all looked at the empty wheel. The empty wheel responded, and his body was full of brilliance. He took one directly from the bead string between his necks and raised his hand into the air. Suddenly, the ring of beads rose 1,000 feet in response to the storm, and the bead burst out of the plume of Chinese awns, with cumbersome and obscure cipher text, surging in the bead. When the two collided, the ugly face that shook thousands of miles screamed and began to shatter. Countless grudges are tearing and fleeing, trying to escape from the Buddha's light, but they are all being absorbed. Blood gas was decreasing at a rate that was visible to the naked eye, and was eventually included in the ring. Between the world and the earth again stirred up fighting. "This girl is really energetic. I'm afraid the strength is not below me." On the city wall, Qinqing nodded affirmatively. "If the strength has not been restored, I would like to go up and rush a few times." Jian Wushuang did not speak. Their current situation is extremely dangerous if they rush into a dogfight. Whether it's Shan Yang or the Tin Monks, they can easily inflict heavy damage on them now. If it were not for investigating the situation, he would not risk leaving anyway. Now they can only watch the changes. Di Qing and the heroic woman dressed as a young guard have also come to the city wall, all with arms folded, watching the battle. At this time, there were only 5 of them on the entire city wall. Although everyone looked very weak, but in the face of such a battle close to more than 30,000 top repairs, they did not have any fear, even seemed to be in watch the same. But it is these 5 people. In fact, everyone has enough strength to stir up the ups and downs. In fact, each superior is not only open to his own strength, of course, but also has vision, so they show no fear. In this period of time, Jian Wushuang had already made a good decision. No matter whether the final battle situation or not, he had to meet the monk who could resist the court with Shan Yang, because in the midst, he saw each other. After accumulating more than 1,000 miles of grievances in the ring, the empty wheel raised his hand to recover it, and then reconnected it between his necks. With a stick of digital flying repair, Cui Jing quickly rushed to the side of Shan Yang. "Sister, do you want to kill this group of bald donkeys?" Cui Jing said cruelly. He was drowned with blood attacked by treasure, but he didn't care, just like a demon rushing from the sea of blood. Shan Yang waved a big wave, and the colossal sand colossus underneath was crushed forward. She said, "Everyone will be expelled, and if there are rebels, they will be captured and imprisoned in the blood." After saying this sentence, her figure rushed out directly, carrying the general trend, and brought down countless blood rain. In the world of sand and devil cave, she is the supreme existence. Although it is the strength of the peak of Yinxian, it is enough to make Wanzong and this entire heaven terrified. With the blood rain falling from her figure, all the Zongmen Dingxiu, who was contaminated, felt an unbearable burning pain, and the soul seemed to be burned. Naturally, their overflowing dynamism is also dying at a rate visible to the naked eye. The evil repairs in the Sand Devil's cave were not affected at all, in groups of 3 to 5, tearing everything in front of them. Looking at such a scene, Konglin's eyes showed pity. The 9 monks beside him, led by Jian Qing, sang the scriptures at this moment. There is a clear trend. and the Hongying Lotus Bridge is built up from the sky and the earth to directly disperse the blood rain. The thick and unresolved blood gas spontaneously retreated when facing the Hongying Lotus Bridge by the culture, and the world was clear and clear. The Zoman Dingxiao, who are resisting hard, only feel that all negative influences have been expelled, and even with their internal strength, they are constantly recovering. For a time, the war started again. Looking at the rushing figure, at this moment the empty wheel monk no longer stayed, bare feet, stepped on the rainbow shadow lotus bridge. The Zen clothes tied around his waist swayed with the wind. You shouldn't step here again and forget how I said I let you go? A pair of tall figures also stood on the Hongying Lotus Bridge, and Yin Heng's blood was spread out, gradually dyeing those flowing scriptures to blood red. The empty wheel monk stopped and gave one-handed salutes. The old deceased nature never forgot the admonition of the good men, but it still came. My purpose for this time is still to persuade the good men to turn back and never create a killing karma. Do you know the last warning that year? Sha Niangnig frowned slightly, and a blood blade had condensed between her palms. Don't forget, the empty wheel monk said, if you step on the sand cave again, the body of the Buddha will suffer cramps and bones thousands of times, and the heart of the Buddha will suffer from the worms. Her voice was cold. Why do you dare to come again? Because the old man only wants to give it a try. Even if there is only such a possibility, he will not hesitate. The empty wheel stepped forward, and there was a flow of scripture between his brows and hearts. If I win, a good person only needs to listen to me for 10 days. If I fail, I will fall into darkness forever and live on flesh and blood. Another prophecy adds body. Seeing light is dying, seeing the wind is rotten, seeing the ground is hurting, seeing all creatures suffers from the knife. The empty wheel made 4 bitter words for himself, taking the oath of heaven and earth and turning back. Can a good man? He lowered his eyebrows with a warm smile in his clear eyes. The 4 bitter words of the empty wheel were sworn to the avenue, and the sound circulated under the sky. Chapter 4780. At this moment, all Zoman Dingxiao, 9 monks, looked up at the scene above the Hongying Lotus Peak. Jian Wushuang and others naturally heard the empty wheel's oath, and the emotions in their eyes were different. Jian Wushuang's eyes are respect, Chun Qing is puzzled, spring and autumn is doubt, and Qing Qing is sneering. As for the heroic woman, it is also respectful. To testify, it is extremely painful to make such an oath. Brother, you are dumb? Jian Qing's eyes were miserable, but he didn't say anything, but his body seemed to age in a flash. Goodness! The 9 monks lowered their eyelids and folded their hands together, blessing and consolidating the Hongying Lotus Peak, not allowing blood to infect. Sha Niangniang's complexion still hasn't fluctuated, and she didn't mind the 4 bitter words set by the air wheel. In the end, she said, okay, I should go. The empty wheel nodded, walking slowly, and his back was firm. The blood blade in her hand became steep and narrow from the wind, almost as tall as her body. The empty wheel had nothing in both hands, but held up the breeze with his hands and looked at her with a smile. The two stopped talking. Sha Nyang, holding a narrow and long blood blade, stepped forward and cut her head in front of the empty wheel monk. The empty wheel was like a mountain, and it didn't move, but the clear and bright Buddha light that escaped from his whole body directly swept her away. Bloodblade left a deep gully on Hongqiao before barely stopping her figure. The empty wheel's eyes were clear and ethereal, and with each step he took, the Buddha's light behind him forced a point. At the same time, there are thick arms, derived from his back. It is impossible to have no phase, the heaven and the earth are empty. The Tao thinks of reincarnation, and the rebirth is the past and the end. A series of secret verses were chanted from the mouth of the empty wheel, synthesized into a general trend, and fell into one's body. Although his body was thin, it was as tough as an old tree, and the vigorous vigor within the meridians began to light up. At the same time, he did not know how many arms behind him were shaped like flowers, exposing infinite pressure. As the empty wheel chanted the scriptures, the arms behind them stretched out together, and together they held out a hazy treasure. The long winds and the winds, but like help, let the empty wheel go straight into the blue clouds. Then the obscure Bao Xiangzi suddenly opened his eyes and shot out the golden on. The world is big. At this moment, the thousands of persecutions of the persecuted Sand Devil Cave could not even open their eyes. Sha Niangniang's eyes were radiant, facing the sweeping golden mansions that lingered, but shook her arms and turned into thousands of virtual images of blood qi. Each virtual image has the strength of her full blow, and then, like a locust, she rushed to the empty wheel. Buzz! A wave of ripples spread, and the thousands of virtual images of blood qi that went forward and succeeded were like moths slamming the fire, and the rapid nirvana was destroyed in the Huang golden mansions. And this also gave her the chance to get her body like a ghost, quietly turned into a cloud of blood and scattered. Airwheel, this time, I will kill you. Sha Niangniang's cold voice resounded through the sky. The next moment, her figure quietly condensed on the head of the hazy treasure. An 8-foot narrow and long blood blade was held by her hands, and she was slammed into the hazy treasure's furnace. Blood flew up into the sky, 2 lines of blood tears poured out of the treasure's eyes, and then burst into tears. The sky shook, and the empty wheel took a step back. There were not many waves in his eyes. Sha Niangniang shattered the hazy treasure phase. Her figure did not stay, but she held the blood blade and fought with the empty wheel in close proximity. The Hongyinglian bridge burst into fine cracks and had a tendency to break. Every brother, no one can be slack. Once Brother Airwheel is defeated, he will fall forever, and there will be no more robberies. Jian Qing looked heavy, and he tried his best to repair the rainbow shadow on the top of his head. The other 8 monks also looked dignified. They naturally knew how terrible the hard words made by Brother Airwheel. Since the empty wheel was opened at the beginning of the spiritual wisdom, he began to practice diligently and had an unimaginable enlightenment to the Buddha. And the path of his practice is difficult and unusual, very different from others. He never sat down under the Bodhi tree for one day, but measured the earth with his feet and traveled the mountains, lakes, and lakes in order to practice hard work. Such a determined and persevering person, if the bitter words come true, it will be a tragedy. Therefore, this battle cannot be defeated. Above the Hongying Lotus Peak, the dreadful strength tears apart the sky dome. The empty wheel bears the invisible diamond arm and fights against the Sand Queen. For a time, no one can help anyone, but the empty will has a tendency to overwhelm. Brother Sword, Brother Chuanxiu, who said he will win? Chen Qing asked. Chuanxiu observed carefully for a moment and said, I think that the monk will win. The general situation in him is very strong, and he feels like a mountain. Chen Qing nodded. I also think that the monk will win. He should still have some tricks that haven't come out. When you look back at the lady holding the knife, it's already a little bit out of bounds. If you fight again, there will be no suspense. Jian Wushuang did not speak, and his brows were frowning unconsciously. His view is diametrically opposed to the two. In the midst, he thought that Sha Niangniang would definitely win, but he could not tell any intuitive reason. But at this moment, the truth that had never spoken suddenly said, the monk will lose. Jian Wushuang's heart moved, and then he glanced at the meaning, and the ideas of the two of them coincided. Chen Qing pouted, and then looked attentively forward. Sword Wushuang, however, had a bit of worry. If the result is true, it means that such a monk died. This is by no means a good result. For those who have been contaminated with cause and effect and bear the Holocaust, it is not a good result. Jian Wushuang had thought about changing the result, but now he is also insecure. His strength is only 20%. The impact is minimal. Hopefully my idea is wrong, he said secretly, paying attention to the final result at the same time. Above the sky dome, battle is in full swing. The empty wheel transformed itself into 18 treasures and worked together to siege Xiangniang. She is also not weak, and an 8-foot-long blood blade constantly reaps his momentum. Cui Jing, who was in the top fight, has been paying attention to the battle on the sky dome, and his heart is very eager. Afterwards, he turned his attention to those monks who jointly released the power and built the Hongying Lotus Peak. Cui Jing raised his stick, and led nearly 1,000 people to repair, and went forward. Headed by the monk, he knew the truth of what the monk was looking at, knew Cui Jing's purpose of running towards them, and was even angry. Dirty beasts, I will definitely ask you to destroy your form today. No, Brother Jianqing, said Jing, who was still anxious. If I wait for the strength to come together, Brother Kongluan must be at a disadvantage. What should we do? Do we have to kill ourselves? Jianqing said with a deep voice. Chapter 4781. Several monks were silent. For a moment, the net-faced monk raised his head again, looking at the situation in the sky vault, whispering, "There is only one way to do it at this moment." "Hurry up," Jianqing said anxiously. "With the help of our bodies, 9 of us followed Brother Airwheel and defeated the demon together," the monk Jingmian said in a deep voice. As soon as this remark came out, even Jianqing was silent. They helped each other. Even if they could not kill the female devil in the sand cave, they could certainly save the empty wheel. As for the 4 bitter words he said, he was also unable to hold up. For a moment, Jian gnashed his teeth. "Brothers, follow me to help Brother Airwheel. 9 Dao bodies, 9 Yin Xian." At this moment, straight up to the sky. Seeing this kind of scene, Cui Jing ran up to the heavenly sky even when he rushed. The majestic force of 9 together in total burst from behind the empty wheel and went straight ahead. Shan Yang, who was holding up her blood blade madly, realized that something was wrong, and when she reacted, the 9 in 1 united force, like an arrow, directly hit her. Boom! The tragic martyrdom exploded, completely engulfing Shan Niang's figure. "Old bald donkeys, you are extremely shameless." Cui Jing was furious, and the 8-foot stick in his hand moved forward regardless of disregard. Jianqing snorted loudly, and then smashed his palm. At this time, an iron hoop-like palm caught Jianqing's arm and stopped him. Afterwards, Cui Jing's Quan Sheng slammed into the left shoulder blade of the empty wheel. Under the realm of blood and energy, the strong dynamism that can almost fight against Yin Xian smashed the shoulders of the empty wheel into a piece. "Brother," Jianqing shouted. "Leave me back." The empty wheel said calmly. There was no doubt in his words. Although Jianqing was impatient, he was afraid of his brother and had to retreat slowly. "Sure enough, it's a good plan, monk." The blasted smoke slowly dissipated, and a tall figure appeared slowly. An incomparably penetrating injury almost removed her right arm holding the knife, and heavy blood was slowly repairing the wound. After seeing this scene, the empty wheel directly stretched out the left palm and slammed on the right shoulder blade. Immediately, the blood of the dripped, and the bone of the Buddha with the halo was exposed. Jianqing and others frowned. "All back," the empty wheel said softly. Jianqing and others did not dare to stay and step back. "Now, we are equal again," he said, and then he responded. Shan Yang did not say much. After the wound was completely repaired by the blood, the two continued to fight. The empty wheel was fighting, chanting Buddhist scriptures in his mouth, in order to contain the erosion of blood. A memorable move, shaking the sky. The empty wheel moves step by step, as if it is a steady mountain. Every shot is sinking like water, and the offense and defense are impeccable. And the sand lady who was holding the blood blade was already faintly faint. After all the hardships and robberies, Feng thought Mahayana, but in fact greed, all sufferings, and everlasting samsara. With the chanting of the scriptures, the air wheel became more and more energetic and the treasure was solemn. "Monk, who do you think you are? You want to subdue me? Do you know how hard I am and how hard to drink? No one can bear it?" She gritted her teeth tightly and refused to face the pressure of the empty wheel. "Hugh said you wanted to save me on the 10th day. Even if it was 1,000 years of catastrophe, it was delusional." The empty wheel opened his eyes and stared at her, saying, "If 10 days do not succeed, then 10,000 days will fail, and if 10,000 days fail, they will go through all kinds of calamities. How can there be no time to resolve all the causes and effects?" Shan Yang heard the words and suddenly smiled. It was Sen Long smiled. "Monk, You see me as your catastrophe, want to spin me to prove me, right? Are you worthy? You don't know the causes and consequences, only the persuasion of life. It's a big evil. The empty wheel's eyes were faint, but he said nothing. Shan Yang repeatedly asked, the narrow and long blood blade in his hand, and the falling knife was heavier than the one was imposed on you. Now you use other people's truths, arguments, and attempts to educate me on this. Is it feasible? Do you understand those truths yourself? What experience do you have to admonish me? Do you just rely on that point of reason in your chest? You said that even if people suffer all kinds of hardships and disasters, in the end, without exception, they all fall into greed. What about you? Did you just take it out directly? Do you think you can sing the truth out of the way? Can you stay out of the thing? You have spared no effort to save me. Isn't it to prove the truth, to prove yourself correct? If your purpose is achieved, isn't it falling into greed? A series of interrogations exploded in the mind of the empty wheel. He seemed to have an epiphany for a moment, but then it was chaos and confusion. All the questions are like maggots of the tarsal bones, which sprout from the bottom of my heart, and then grow and eat away uncontrollably. Self-confident, he began to question, aren't all your truths right? If at the end of the day, you find yourself using your life to prove and protect the avenue, but it is just a dream, no root duckweed, what will the result be? Sha Niang's question began to magnify infinitely in the heart of the empty wheel, like an empty valley, all of which were echoed. A knife broke through the brilliance of his body, leaving a narrow knife mark on his body. Sha Yang turned into a blood shadow and surrounded him unconsciously. All your persevering truths are lies. You are nothing more than a bead. You have been given spiritual wisdom by others, and you have borne a spiritual root. Everything is given to you by others. Qing Hui is faint, and the clear pupils of the empty wheel gradually enlarge. The streamer scriptures surging around him were also impregnated with blood. Blood gas is eroding, penetrating into the empty wheel's body bit by bit. Rather than being a believer in others, it is better to abandon those rules. You are not easy to give birth to wisdom. Do you follow in the endless years? Her voice was cold, and unconsciously, a little bit of temptation was released. The streamer rune is broken and broken. The empty wheel's gaze was hollow at a rate visible to the naked eye, and everything he understood in his consciousness was falling apart and trying to reconstruct it. At this moment, everyone noticed something was wrong. What did you do to Brother Airwheel? Jian Qingyuan opened his eyes and was completely angry. How could he not see that now the empty wheel has already spawned a heart demon, and his firm belief is only eroded by the few unreasonable distortions? No one thought of it at this time. The empty wheel that has been working hard to this day, the disciple of the twisted lamp given by the seat's deer, will come to such a situation. Chapter 4782. With a light and vigorous lotus leaf, he began to spread and bloom in the body of the empty wheel monk. Jianqing it all, no matter what else. If they directly urge their body, they have to step forward and give aid. But then they were shocked that they could not take a step forward, and there seemed to be some kind of transparent barrier that prevented them. Senior brother, you are waking up. All your thoughts are now bewitched by the female demon. Jianqing hurriedly, while releasing great coercion, trying to break through the transparent barrier. But above the rainbow shadow lotus peak, all sounds were isolated. The empty wheel monk fell to his knees, his skinny chest throbbing violently. The blood blade in his hand dissipated, and Yang Sha slowly lowered her head, looking at him softly. Hey, empty wheel, you lost. Demon Yuet, how can my brother lose? All of them are deceived by your evil law, and my brother gave birth to a heart demon. I will ask you to pay for your life. Jianqing's eyes are splitting, trying to break through. Layer barrier. The monk of the empty wheel began to swell, a trace of blood gas, black and red blood gas. He seemed to be in agony, and his clear eyes began to be cloudy, and his yellow skin split into layers of gullies. Airwheel, you lost. Airwheel, you lost. He raised his head with difficulty, and Qingguang Fo was away from him. His eyes were blank, I lost. The world is sad, and 4 bitter words are established. The so-called 4 bitter words are the oaths of the previous empty wheel. Death when seeing light, rot when seeing the wind, hurting when seeing the earth, and suffering from all things. And these 4 bitter words came into operation at the moment when the empty wheel confessed their defeat. The shape of the empty wheel changes at a speed that is visible to the naked eye. The flesh begins to rot, and the bones begin to deform. These 4 bitter words almost caused the empty wheel to push himself to a dead end. Even if he did not die, he would live like a monster in the barren years. I would like to ask, where can he stay after excluding the light, the wind, the earth, and all creatures? The Hongyiang Lotus Peak is collapsing, and the monk with the empty wheel is disappearing. At this moment, Shan Yungyang waved down a blood pool and drowned him. An iron chain protruded from the blood pool, and at the same time fixed his figure. Bizarre things happened. The irreversible dying empty wheel monk, after soaking in the blood pool, stopped his body and began to recover slowly. Everyone looked at this scene in disbelief. A generation of immortal monks actually coexist with the blood pool. Did you see that the current empty will can only survive in my blood pool? Shan Yungyang held up the blood pool with one hand and raised her eyebrows to overlook Jian Jing. Which, you are not dead with us. Jian Qing's eyes were red, and the restless force stirred the sky dome. She glanced coldly at Jian Qing. What if you never die? Since you dare to come, you must bear the corresponding price. You can of course level my Sand Devil Cave now, but you have thought about it. The empty will can only survive under the shelter of my blood pool. Once you start, I will let him die, and no one will be alive. Possible. The cold voice resounded between heaven and earth. 10 breath time. Never retreat. The empty wheel will die. The countdown began, and the battlefield of the chaotic fighting began to calm down. Jian Qing's eyes were red, and he looked at the empty wheel brother who was sitting in the blood pool, and finally retreated. A deep glance at her, Jian Qing has since taken the rest of the younger brothers and retreated from Shamo Cave. There was a whimpering gust of wind, perhaps because the force of the engagement was too great, which changed the world. The heavy rain began to fall, temporarily suppressing the murderous blood. At this moment, whether it was the evil repair of the Sand Devil Cave or the top repair of the sect, they stopped fighting. The one who had broken his arm and repaired the back of the sword of Xianfeng Daogu stopped on the spot with a sad face. A total of 8 cases, tens of thousands of world arrogance, almost a whole generation of great power died on the road to conquer the Sand Devil Cave. But in the end it was empty. Nothing at all. He was so disheartened that he looked at the real sword that had broken in his hand, and then stabbed it into his belly, self-determining the origin. Master! Hundreds of top repairers surrounded him, holding up his impending destruction. The heavens are unfair and protect the demons. After I die, under the heavens, no more sect can step into the Sand Demon Cave to avoid being slaughtered. In front of the Sand Demon Grotto, the old man of the immortal wind had ended his long life. Only less than 5,000 Zoman Dingxiu began to flee and move away. Cui Jing raised the stick and tried to rush to kill him, but was stopped by Shan Yungyang. She looked down on those leaving figures and finally said, "Retract troops." It can be regarded as an open battle between the heavens of this side. Starting from defeating the old people of the empty wheel, all the Zoman top repairs who came to the crusade finally retreated. Shan Yungyang raised the blood pool bound to the body of the empty wheel with one hand, and returned to the Sand Devil's Cave. The surviving evil demons of Sand Devil's Cave began to clean the battlefield, like a bad wolf, devouring the spirit and flesh of the dead monk. Looking at the countless corpses on the ground, Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed a heavy flash, and he thought of the catastrophe of the divine universe. The two sides of the universe continue to live forever in the chaos era. Now, the divine universe has returned to peace, but similar scenes will never disappear, and it is the same in Dayanhuan. It's really ugly. The monks and birds are really soft goods. They obviously have 9 yin xian, but they can't take it here. Chun Qing shook his head and sighed. Chuanxiu sighed, they must have had a hard time. What a pain if I were the monk. I would just push it all the way and hang to the city wall. None of the remaining debris could be run away, all slapped to death. Chen Qingdao said, in this way, it can be regarded as revenge for the monk, so much so as to drag the mud. The eyes of Chen Qing, who cast his eyes on appreciation in the Qing dynasty, seemed to very much agree with his approach. Jian Wushuang did not express his opinion. His eyes were watching the direction of Nyang Yang. At this time, Di Qingqing spoke with interest. Watching Jian Wushuang, Qin Qing, Chuanqiu, three people, Yu said, the three of you are very good, very appetizing for me. Qin Qing and Chuanqiu didn't speak, and they all looked at him with scrutiny. After all, he is the Jinwu next to Gongzi Mo, and his strength has reached a terrible level. He was alone, against the two great Yanxian. This strength has exceeded the limit of everyone's imagination. Don't look at me with this kind of look, although I have helped Gongzi Mo, but it's just for help, but it doesn't matter at all. Di Qing and Yu explained. Chapter 4783. Chen Qing and others are puzzled. Jian Wushuang will not naturally remove him from his son-in-law because of his 3 or 2 sentences. You should know that in the previous Northern Celestial State, Di Qing also hit him hard. If it was not for the reason of immortal immortality, I am afraid that he would never live to the present. Di Qing said again, now that he is dead, this seat naturally has nothing to do with him. Qin Qingpi smiled but didn't smile. After glancing at him, his arms rested on his head and said leisurely, we don't want to know what happened to you at all. After all, the death of Master Mo has nothing to do with us. Yi Qingwen said something meaningful on his face, did not speak again, and turned and ran back to Sand Demon Cave. His mother, you want to be old, you want to be younger. Chun Qing took a breath and quickly reached out and touched her face. The illusion on their faces has not disappeared. Still the image of a middle-aged man with a beard. In this way, even if the later Qing Qing is reported to heaven, he doesn't know what the 3 of them really look like. The heroic woman gave the 3 of them a complicated look, and then her figure disappeared. Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed with a dignity, and the meaning of Qing Qing hit his enemies. He will definitely report it in the future. There are 2 urgent things at present. The first one is to restore your own strength as soon as possible to protect yourself, and the second one is to wipe out the causality and the killing. Jian Wushuang thought for a moment and said, you said, where will the empty wheel monk be held by her? Chen Qing heard the words and moved her heart, brother sword. Do you want to find the monk to resolve the cause and effect on us? Yes, I had this plan. He nodded. But I want to find the empty wheel monk. I'm afraid it's more difficult. Chuanqiu suddenly said at this moment, Brother Jian, did you remember the sea of blood that we fell into not long ago? Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up. You mean, she might imprison the empty wheel there? Chuanqiu nodded. It's very possible. After all, the empty wheel monk made a vow to die first. Seeing light is dying, seeing the wind is rotting, seeing the ground is hurting, seeing all creatures suffers from the frustration of the sword. You think about it. If where will he be placed without letting him die? Jian Wushuang came to enlightenment, and the above bitter oaths were all harsh to the extreme. But placing the empty wheel monk under the unfathomable blood sea, could it just be avoided? The sea of blood is exactly where there is no light, no wind, no land, no creatures. Thinking of this, he stopped staying and prepared to explore. Chuanqiu pulled Jian Wushuang and shook his head. Now this note is not enough. On the one hand, our strength has not been restored. When we encounter an uncontrollable situation, we will be passive. I think the best time is to wait a few more years. Yes, Chuanqiu brothers, the analysis is so thoughtful. It seems that I am underestimating Chen Qing. Chun Qing patted his shoulder and gave a thumbs up. Chuanqiu smiled bitterly. I can't do much to help in the battle, so I want to help Jinxiong elsewhere. Jian Wushuang smiled and reached out and patted his shoulder. He'll leave you at that time. Since then, the 3 men of Jian Wushuang have lived in this sand demon cave, and Qing Qing and the heroic girl do not know where they're going. Earlier, Cui Jing sneaked over to monitor the 3 of them. Until Chen Qing carried the collar and flew for more than 10 miles, he never visited again. And the sand lady who created this sand cave in one hand, After the war, there was no news. The three of Jian Wushuang, still in the previous pavilion, were fully restored. For years passed away. At the beginning of the 5th year, Jian Wushuang took the lead in awakening from the Enlightenment, a ray of vast and energetic golden awns, circulating in the depths of his pupils, full of a general trend. But he also frowned, and seemed extremely dissatisfied with his recovery. Chen Qing and Chun Xiu also woke up from the Wu sit, and their brows were also frowned. What's going on? I only recovered 40% of my strength? Chen Qing couldn't believe it. Chun Xiu clasped his palms tightly, and then let go. I only recovered 60% or less. I am 50%. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. 5 years have passed since the battle in the northern celestial state, and it should be enough to fully recover from the injury. But now the three of them, the best spring and autumn recovery is only 60%. There is still a long distance before full recovery. What's going on? Is it because of the reasons in this side of the sky, or the so-called causal reasons we are contaminated? Chun Qing asked. Jian Wushuang shook his head. It should not be the cause of contaminated cause and effect. It must be the reason of the heavy injury in Baitian Xianzhou. After all, in that catastrophe, it was a blessing to survive. Chen Qing nodded, and it seems that there is only this explanation right now. 50% strength is enough for Jian Wushuang in this Sand Devil Cave. Even if the situation is unfavorable, he also has 3 emperors beside him, even if he is the same as the Sand Goddess who is also in the immortal realm. There is a battle. Dim is the main color here in the entire Sand Cave area. Even if the Sky Dome has a lot of sunshine, it is just a flash, which undoubtedly makes the sword Wushuang more convenient. Stepping out of the pavilion, the 3 ghost-like figures soon disappeared into the darkness. With the memory of going for the first time, it was only half a day to go up in full force, and then came to the ancient lonely palace where the Sand Lady was. The wraith of the wraith can be heard for hundreds of miles. The sea of blood is silent, but the ripples are rippling from time to time. People are shocked. Jian Wushuang's eyes were calm, and then he asked the 2 of them, "You stay away from this place, and I dive into this sea of blood alone," remembering not to step into the blood sea anyway. No. The 2 of them refused in unison at the same time, and then they would dive into the sea of blood together. Jian Wushuang had no choice but to persuade him to stop the idea of the 2 going with him. "Brother Jian, we can't go down for the time being, but we will keep our hands here. Once there is any movement below, we will definitely continue to pick you up," Chun Xiu said in a deep voice, and then placed a ray of strength in his palm for contact. "Relax, it must be okay." Jian Wushuang nodded, then turned to face the boundless sea of blood and stepped into it in one step. The sea of blood boiled for a moment, and there were all kinds of ugly blood monsters blending together, all floating along the place where Jian Wushuang disappeared. Chen Qing and Chun Xiu looked at each other, and they both saw the color of worry in the other party's eyes. Chapter 4784. His body fell into the sea of blood. Jian Wushuang only felt countless, and the terrible palms filled with negative emotions were constantly pulling him and dragging him into the abyss. There is no buoyancy in this kind of blood sea. Even a feather can never float on it. Jian Wushuang is like a million-gene stone statue, falling down. At the same time, there are countless ugly blood monsters, who went on to follow his whereabouts and nibble past. The blood monsters in this blood sea are all made up of the dead monk's unaccounted souls. He has no autonomous consciousness, but only an insatiable ingestion of the soul of the gods. Jian Wushuang, who fell into the abyss of blood, naturally recognized this situation. In order to avoid the fierce fighting caused by the alertness of Shan Yang, he directly opened the stopper of a bottle of yang. Suddenly, the treasure light burst into bloom, and countless blood monsters were directly swallowed into the bouillon bottle by the terrible suction. A moment later, the voice of the 3 emperors rang in the bowl of yang. "I'm going. What are these dirty things, Xiaoyu? What garbage did you bring in?" Sword had no embarrassment on both sides, so he spread his words with God's consciousness and told the 3 emperors what had happened. It turns out that this is the case. then our three emperors are responsible for the aftermath of the little friend. Thank you. Jian will have some thanks in the future. It's not necessary to thank you again. Just take us to kill the old guy in Zenliang. With the backing of the three emperors and the bowl of yang, the danger of having to spend some time on the hands and feet was solved. After the blood monster is no longer a problem, Jian Wushuang then controls his figure, looking for the trace of the empty wheel monk while avoiding those undercurrent winds. Just as he was preoccupied, a hill-like island quietly emerged above his head. Feeling that heavy sense of oppression, Jian Wushuang looked up subconsciously. At the next moment, a short arm like a giant pillar of celestial bodies stirred the sea of blood and fell down. He was startled, almost thinking, not thinking, directly condensed an invisible sword and stabbed away. Each sword is like a slender willow leaf, all condensed into the form of a waterfall, swept up and strangled straight to the shape of the huge island. Immediately afterwards, a deep wail like a whale fell, resounding under the blood sea. The whole blood sea abyss is like boiling water, restless and instantly silent. After the sword intention released by Jian Wushuang completely dissipated, the terrible figure like an island was already fragmented. It was already inactive, and then it floated in the sea of blood like that, motionless. This giant turtle-like fish looks like it is made up of countless boulders and looks ugly. At the same time, its fragility is something that Jian Wushuang did not expect. Only 3,000 sword intentions beheaded, the weakness is evident. As Jian Wushuang was about to leave and continued his search, he faintly noticed that beside the island giant, there was a thick and long iron chain. He seemed to feel something and ascended directly to the giant. Then he really saw that a chain that was several times thicker than his waist was tied to the giant. As for the other end, it extends to the infinite darkness. Perhaps this chain is about where the empty wheel monk is. Jian Wushuang no longer looks like a headless fly, but follows this chain and walks towards the darkness. The more he walked in front of this extremely dark abyss, he saw hundreds and thousands of abandoned chains of various sizes floating under the abyss, the inexplicable, mysterious ancient. Isn't here just trapping the empty wheel monk alone? Jian Wushuang was puzzled in his heart, while his figure continued to move forward. The time to move forward and fall seems to be endless. The blood is so deep that he has the illusion of no bottom. At the same time, the chains under his feet began to become thinner, from the original 2 men's thickness to the current thighs, which may be a symptom. Under this extremely dark abyss, the situation is very bad. Even with the strength of Wushuang, he can barely see the situation of more than 1,000 meters in front of him, which makes him more vigilant. I don't know how long it passed, when there was a faint light, which could not be seen if you didn't look closely, and printed in Jian Wushuang's eyes. His heart beat unintentionally. Jian Wushuang hurriedly stared at it, and saw a pile of decayed bones, a skin that was as thin as a skeleton, but as tough as an old tree, appeared. He sat like that, his limbs, waist, and neck were entangled with 6 muddy black chains, while enduring the encroachment of countless tiny blood monsters. Sword Wushuang saw this, and a chill appeared in his eyes, and he had to wave his hands to disperse those blood monsters. But at this time, the 5 giants like islands seemed to smell the breath of his body and swam from the sea of blood in all directions. The 5 island giants correspond to 5 strong chains. Jian Wushuang no longer cared about the others, directly led the sword, and under this blood abyss, he released his dazzling style. Wushuang Kendo, Zingahu Haijiani, the second type. River. The cohesion of 100,000 swordsmanship is a form that cannot be imagined or faced directly. Like the Tianhe sweeping, with a vigorous momentum, rush forward. The pitiful 5 island giants, when they had time to open up the blood abyss and swallow it, they were strangled into pieces by the horrible sword. At the same time, the chain shattered, turned into a piece of iron scraps, and scattered. In the midst of meditation, the thin, skeleton-like figure slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were no longer clear, completely replaced by deep black. And this slim figure is the empty wheel monk who was tempted out of the demon and imprisoned in the blood pool. Good. He opened his lips and said the word old. A question sounded, Master, can you see me? The empty wheel monk slowly shook his head. My dirty eyes can't look directly at the good man, but the ear can feel the good man. At the moment, Jian Wushuang concealed his body in order to avoid the empty wheel monk and suffer the frustration of seeing all creatures. I don't know what the good men came here. What happened to see the muddy monk? The air wheel said again. When it came to his mouth, he didn't know how to speak. That, I don't know the fairy master, but I knew how to remove the cause and effect of unexplained contamination. After a moment of silence, the empty wheel said, Good man. How can there be no cause and effect in this world? In the midst of all things, there are actually a fixed number of things. When and how they appear, it is actually destined. Even if you think it is unreasonably contaminated, it already has because. Chapter 4785. Sword Wushuang, who disappeared under the blood abyss, froze after hearing the truth of the empty wheel monk. The cause and effect that he contaminated was originally contaminated for no reason, and there was no cause at all. Why did the empty wheel be cut off in a breath? There is no cause and effect for all the world? This is arbitrarily arbitrary. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang looked at that end and sat on the countless dead bones, his eyes empty. Isn't he completely eroded by the devil? Is the good man still there? Asked the empty wheel monk. He slowly folded his hands, facing the direction of Jian Wushuang, and gave a gift. I have given birth to a demon, and I can no longer educate and discipline all beings, like a good man. If you don't dislike it, we will just chat. Jian Wushuang is not sure whether his state of mind has changed, but with the addition of cause and effect and mass murder, he can only talk with the empty wheel with a try attitude. He said, Master, I don't agree with you. How can there be no cause and effect for all things? If there is no cause and effect for no reason, is everything in this world necessarily connected? I don't think so. If I said that I would save the next monk when I was in the sky, for him, I was his cause and effect. For me, wasn't there any cause and effect? This is just my whim. Kong Luan heard the words and smiled slightly. Senior man, in fact, when you say this sentence, you have already involved the cause and effect. It is precisely because of the cause of your whim that you have created the aftermath. The reason is that in this cause and effect that shouldn't exist, you dominate and create the cause with one hand. Everything is so big, all the causality about itself. In fact, dominance is not always in your own hands. After saying this, the empty wheel stopped talking and folded his hands. He can grow up to the top of the road step by step, and he has a terrifying perception of heaven and earth avenue. All kinds of methods. How can he not understand the meaning of his words? Jian Wushuang realized a little bit. He asked, Fairy Master, do you mean that everyone's own causal dominance has not always been in his own hands? Is it connected with all creatures? It is so, but it is not. At this time, the empty will said an ambiguous answer, but he did not answer it. Everything is in the heart of the good man, in his hands, waiting for you to change. Jian Wushuang didn't speak. He was sorting out the connections. If it was really like the empty wheel monk said, the cause and effect he had contaminated since he entered this sand devil cave, in fact, the dominant power has always been in the hands of the so-called sand lady. It was her, forcing Jian Wushuang to be contaminated with these causes and effects, thus carrying the massacre. You don't provoke cause and effect, but cause and effect take the initiative to provoke. He sighed helplessly. Jian Wushuang seemed to be a little unwilling. After being silent for a moment, he told the cause and consequence of the whole thing to Empty Wheel. At the end, the Empty Wheel folded his hands together. Good man. This is both your cause and effect and your disaster. I don't want to hide it. I came here this time to seek a solution. Jian Wushuang said slowly, Xian Shi, what can you know? The empty wheel monk said, everything is in the heart of the good man, in his hands, waiting for you to change. The external force is only external force after all. Jian Wushuang is very depressed, and I don't know how to speak again. In this theory of cause and effect, the meaning of the empty wheel monk is extremely obvious, and only he can change it. The following time, the two of them talked about the block for a few days before they finally ended. Jian Wushuang only felt that most of the doubts in his mind had been eliminated, and at the same time he had even more admiration for the empty wheel. Even if he had already given birth to a demon, he could still hold on to his heart and not let the resentment eat away. Under this extremely dark blood sea abyss, he solemnly returned to the empty wheel monk with his hands folded. His bona mind, unique insights into everything, and the fearless spirit are enough to make Jian Wushuang treat him with courtesy. The empty will finally concluded, saying, "Good man, just a few days together." The old decay also felt the enlightenment, never felt comfortable at this moment. The feeling you gave me is that everything comes out of the dust, but it is not independent of the outside. It's like being born with a certain sense of truth, like a fright. Fairy Master praised it. Jianmo has been doing it for thousands of years, but it has only been ups and downs without stopping. Jian Wushuang smiled bitterly. The empty will looked up and asked, "Are you tired?" He was startled and did not expect such a question. For a long while, Jian Wushuang shook his head. I don't know. It's an old question." Kazuka's eyebrows stretched, and then he slowly raised his palm and took one of the most massive, luminous black beads out of the string of 14 beads between his necks. "Ring beads. Senior man, I know I can't enter reincarnation in this life, and now I will give this ring to you, and it is still a thought. This ring of beads is my source. All my thoughts, and feelings in my first half of my life have been sealed here. I hope that I can provide good help to the good men in the future. The old will be an honor." Jian Wushuang heard the words and directly and solemnly refused, and then he had to take the empty wheel out of the sea of blood. The empty wheel smiled and shook his head. "This world is in prison. Only painting the ground is the real prison. My heart and Tao have been tempted by the magic barrier. If I have no face to see the past, this will be my final destination." It was a great conversation with the good men, and at the end, "I hope to see each other." But, Jian Wushuang said a little, and calm is the reason why he hides his body because of the 4 bitter words made by the empty wheel monk, the last of which is that seeing the soul must suffer from the knife. It's okay. Even if it's the last time you see a good man and sit down, it's worth it. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang no longer refused to say anything. His original figure slowly emerged, and thousands of huamongs surging around him, like him against the sky. The black eyes of the empty wheel cleared for a moment, then he nodded his head and sent the original ring in his hand to Jian Wushuang. "Seeing the wise men today, let the old remembrance remember all the hard work of the beginning, and it is awe-inspiring. I used to be a fruit on a carefree tree that was about to die. I shouldn't have been born with wisdom, but there was a blue bird who used great perseverance to draw water every day. Took me off the tree and headed to the Buddha to listen to Taoism and sit for countless years, only gave me spiritual wisdom and Taoism. The situation now is also ashamed of the blue bird's pity, old and decayed, only to fall into extreme darkness and endure cold, in order to atone for sin." Chapter 4786. The empty wheel raised his head and looked at the unknown darkness, a rare sad flash on his face. "Walking through thousands of waters and reading countless heavens, I found that everything is not false." He lowered his head and sat down like a stone statue. Rubbing the palm of his hand, the ring-shaped bead glowing with black color, Jian Wushuang sighed silently and slowly backed away. As the empty will said, "The most difficult thing to get out of this world is actually your own prison." He did not insist any longer, and finally looked at the empty wheel monk sitting at the bottom of the blood sea abyss, and his figure disappeared. This causal discussion lasted for nearly 7 days. All doubts and empty wheels were reported one by one. Jian Wushuang himself also knew that he wanted to break his own cause and effect. What should he do? To break one's own cause and effect, one must first find the cause. And this cause is definitely the creator of the Sand Devil's Cave, the so-called Sand Lady. This kind of so-called cause and effect is originally a illusory thing. Once contaminated, it will be extremely tricky. And Jian Wushuang also made up his mind that before his strength is completely restored, if there is no effective method, he will directly erase here. constantly breaking open the blood and floating on the sea. But at this moment, he faintly heard a faint cry in his ears. There are two shouts. If you don't listen carefully, you will never hear them. Soon Jian Wushuang locked the place where the sound was made and hurried away without stopping. After traveling for more than 1,000 miles, finally in this sea, I saw two figures fighting against countless blood monsters. Upon seeing this, he directly released the force of great momentum and overwhelmed him. Countless blood monsters were directly squeezed into powder, and the two figures were obviously relieved. How did you come down? Didn't I let you wait on it? Jian Wushuang's body swept, helplessly said. Those two figures are Chen Qing and Chuanxiu. When he saw Jian Wushuang, he was overjoyed. Chen Qing waved to disperse the body of the dead blood monster, and then said, "Brother Sword, you are here by yourself? How can we rest assured that after hearing another abnormal sound underneath, we can't stand it anymore?" Decided. Brother Jian, are you in any danger? Chuanxiu looked around with vigilance. Jian Wushuang shook his head gently, looking at the moment he didn't care about himself, and resolutely descended into the blood sea to search for his two people. This kind of touch is an emotion that can only be felt when you are with the Nine Tribulation King. It is the kind of feeling that can rest assuredly fight against each other and entrust everything to the other party. Then he raised his palms on the shoulders of the two and smiled. Why is there any danger? Let's leave now. The three laughed at the same time and then left the sea of blood together. By the Sword Brothers, did you find the empty wheel monk? I found it. We have been here for a few days, and we also know some ways to eliminate the cause and effect of the body. That's good, but I wanted to leave this bird's place a long time ago. A bunch of debris that made a living from food made this place sullen. Brother Sword, you said that we should wipe this place before we leave. Apart from? Walking out of the blood sea, Chen Qing and others all breathed out a breath. After all, this blood sea is completely formed by the grievances of countless monks, and they still have a certain sense of oppression for them who have not fully recovered. At this moment, suddenly more than a dozen figures suddenly emerged from the quartet. It was Cui Jing who was led by a disheveled shirt with a mixed look. He lifted the loose waistband and said with a lip, I said, where did you sneak up and go? Where did you come from here? What's wrong? Is there any treasure under this sea? I think your grandson's mouth is still chopping, Chun Qing said coldly, and stepped forward to raise his hand to pump. Hey, I warn you not to mess up. Cui Jing looked nervous and stepped back unconsciously. At this moment, a cold female voice quietly resounded. Cui Jing, step back. Jian Wushuang turned around and saw that in front of the ancient palace of Great Silence, she was wearing a blood-red cloak and walked towards them slowly. Cui Jing stopped talking and finally said nothing and took the crowd to retreat. What about the Sword Brothers, fight now? Chun Qing asked in a low voice. Jian Wushuang calmly said, no hurry, let's see what she sells first. An unpredictable Yin Xian is still a deterrent to him, who is still in recovery. Condensed like real blood, swimming around her like a horse, terrifying. How much Ding Xiu has to be killed to condense such a terrible blood, which can be seen. After she came to the trio, her eyes locked on Jian Wushuang for the first time. You are the eldest brother of the two of them? Shan Yangyang asked. Jian Wushuang did not answer, but looked at her coldly. She ignored Jian Wushuang's gaze at all, and then said to herself, let me go. Those things that are contaminated on you. Maybe I can have a solution for you. After she finished speaking, she turned and walked on the black stone avenue suspended in the blood sea. Brother Sword, you can't go. The lady must have no good intentions. Maybe you have to start with us. Chun Qingning said, even if we want to go, we will accompany you. It's okay. Even if I didn't recover, she couldn't help me halfway. If she had a bad heart, then I would pick her head first. Jian Wushuang looked forward and narrowed her eyes. Under the dim sky filled with blood, only two figures were moving forward. The black stone boardwalk suspended in the blood sea extends to the farthest distance, without end. I am Sha Qing, is the master who created this sand cave. San Yang from the newspaper door slowly raised his palm. As you can see, all the resentment and blood here, I did it all by myself. Jian Wushuang said leisurely, You are so deep in the killing industry that you are not afraid of the way you are. You will also die in this way one day? So what? If I said I had been waiting for that day? Sha Qing's eyes were calm, and it didn't look like she was talking. Jian Wushuang obviously didn't care whether she lied or not, and said softly, "Let's talk. Why should we plant this cause and effect on a few of me?" She heard the words, and the corners of her lips quietly evoked a touch of arc great. It really is the person I am looking for. Presumably you discovered it the first time? Jian Wushuang did not follow her words. Tell me how to release. Otherwise you know the consequences, and I will let you and this whole sand devil cave be destroyed. Sha Qing raised her eyebrows and said, "What a big tone. Why do you think that the three of you can destroy this whole sand demon cave? If I were to devour you now, what chance would you have to escape?" Chapter 4787. Jin Wushuang's face was suddenly somber, and the unimaginable terrifying force suddenly rushed out. The beam of Yanli beams straight into the sky dome and shattered the blood. He stood on the spot, like a supreme emperor, so that he could not look directly. Hua Meng emerged in his eyebrows, condensing a seven galaxy. Two golden awns that made Yin Xian tremble from the depths of his pupils. Do you want to give it a try? Seeing this scene, Sha Qing's eyes also dignified. She didn't expect this guy who looked in a weak state to be able to release such a terrible trend. After a while, Sha Qing smiled again. I don't want to try. I'm looking for you, but I'm not looking for you to fight, but to discuss some things. Jian Wushuang scattered around the terrible dynamism of the whole body, the situation where the sword had been drawn like it had never happened before. The cause and effect on you, as you thought, was deliberately drawn to you. Sha Qing didn't hide it at all. The reason why I did this was purely because I wanted to go to a place to do it for me. One thing. What if I don't go? Jian Wushuang's voice was cold, and she had no sympathy for her. You can't go, because once you don't go, then the cause and effect of your body can never be relieved. Sha Qing is like eating him, and that place is not a vicious place, but a great place for a hideaway. And I let you do something for me, but it is simply to send something, which is not harmful to you. Jian Wushuang smiled coldly. If the place you are going to is a paradise, as you said, why don't you go? Sha Qingdao said, do you think that if I look like this now, if I can go there, do I still have to spend a lot of money? And the cause and effect on you can only be relieved by going there. You just planted unknown cause and effect on me for this? Jian Wushuang's voice was cold, and he could not control it. He wanted to kill Sha Qing. Do you know that this has an impact on me? How big? There was a trace of apology on Sha Qing's face. Sorry, I can only do that, but you can rest assured that as long as you go to that place, all the cause and effect on you will be eliminated. Although it was somewhat unacceptable, Jian Wushuang resisted the urge to kill her on the spot. After all, compared with killing her, how to solve the cause and effect is the top priority. That place is actually very far away, and the distance has far exceeded the distance between one side and the other side. Speaking of which, she paused and looked at Jian Wushuangdo. With your realm of immortality, I must have learned that we are in the domain of the Great Division and are under the jurisdiction of the heavenly court of the Emperor Jinwu Yang. This time, instead, it was his turn to be surprised. He did not expect that there would be such a Yenxian in this almost remote part of the heavens, who could clearly be under the jurisdiction of De Siyu and Zhenliang Emperor. Sha Qing said, and the place I want to ask you to go to is actually an infinite heaven with the same size as Daiji. Although Jian Wushuang's complexion didn't fluctuate, his heart was already rippling. He has entered the great Dayanhuan of this avenue. So far he has only wandered in this big domain, and now from the mouth of others, he heard another sky domain of the same size as the big domain. He clearly felt that the vast expanse of heavens, the researches built by the heavens of all sides, spread like a picture scroll, slowly unfolding. Sha Qing said slowly, all the monks who came to attack the Sand Devil's cave and the empty wheel monk imprisoned in the Blood Sea came from that place. The meaning in this sentence was obviously beyond the expectation of Jian Wushuang. He did not expect that the empty wheel and the 9 monks around him did not belong to see you, but came from another place. The place that can resist the Oasis Chamber. I call it the Heavenly Buddha Realm. Speaking of this, Shaqing looked at him and stopped talking. Tongtian Buddha Realm. Jian Wushuang repeated it in the bottom of his heart, and at the same time, he has built a big heaven in the bottom of the heart. There is no fighting, and some only listen to Taoism. Shaqing said, so I said, you will definitely not be hurt when you go there, and the cause and effect on you will also be relieved. Jian Wushuang then said coldly, why do I believe you? Do you just rely on your few words? You can't believe me, she shrugged. But the empty wheel is the monk who walked out from there. I think you can speculate on the heavenly Buddha world from his nature. He sneered, don't you think I have any other way than this path to relieve the cause and effect of my body? Shaqing heard some doubts in her eyes, but she quickly calmed down. Even if you have other ways to touch the cause and effect of your body, but only to go to the path of heaven and Buddha world is the most secure way. Squeezing the killing intention of his heart, Jian Wushuang said in a deep voice, I am a little curious like the brutal, murderous female demons like you. You actually have something to send to the so-called heavenly Buddha realm. Is it your own? Was the head delivered? Shaqing said with a smile, as for something, I want to wait until your strength is fully restored before I entrust it to you. This deep-minded and spicy female demon has been listed as a must-kill in Jian Wushuang's heart. Regardless of whether the cause and effect on his body can be relieved, he has made up his mind that when his strength is completely restored, he will directly kill him. Shaqing obviously will not know that she has been regarded as a must-have target by Jian Wushuang. What she is doing now is to tell him everything she knows about the heavenly Buddha world. At this moment, the sky suddenly burst into empty sounds. Sister, no good, something big happened. Cui Jing's panic voice resounded on the sky dome, and then his figure appeared in front of the two. Shaqing's face was unpleasant, and she was about to scold Cui Jing when she retreated. Her eyes caught a shocking wound on his chest. The wound is like a blunt instrument hit, leaving a wound. Although Cui Jing is only an ancestor-level top repair realm, with the blessing of the blood and gas field in this sand devil cave, even Yinxian in general cannot cause him such heavy damage. At the moment, he was almost killed for half his life. What's wrong? Tell me in detail. Shaqing knew that something was going on, and her eyebrows tightened. Chapter 4788. After glancing at Jian Wushuang, Cui Jing took a deep breath and said, those bald donkeys are back again. Actually dare to come. Shaqing's eyes looked bright. This time, I let them all become nourishment for me to learn the sea. Cui Jing shook his head. He covered the wound on his chest with his hands, and it seemed extremely painful. No, big sister, this time. You must run away. Shaqing heard what he said was wrong. Why? Sister, the bald donkeys left before, and now they come back with them. And there are two different big monks. The two big monks are not afraid to create a killing industry. Kill our thousands of brothers. Cui Jing's face was pale. We can't stop it. I just came back to spread the news to you. Let you leave quickly. How far you go? Shaqing's eyes became more dignified when she heard the news. After a moment, she looked at Cui Jingdao. Let all the sand demon caves be repaired, and all will follow me to the city to fight. Cui Jing shook his head firmly. No, this time, you listen to me, elder sister. Let me go as far as you can. However, Shaqing would not listen to him, just reached out and patted his head, and then said in a deep voice, the old lady said to gather, less to me to use those that are useless. If the sand demon cave is over, no one will end well. It is better to let go fight. After she finished speaking, she turned to look at Jian Wushuang. If I can give it to you alive, if I die, then it's another matter. At the end of the conversation, she picked up Cui Jing directly, sword forward, and soon disappeared. In this endless sea, only Jian Shuangshuang was left. At this moment, he looked forward calmly, and in the midst of meditation, he had a hunch that this time, Shaqing should not be alive. Then Chen Qing and Chun Xiu flew over. Brother Sword, look at that direction. Chun Qing pointed to the distance with his hand. Jian Wushuang looked around and saw that in the far distance, the sky surrounding the whole sand demon cave began to break. There are countless strands of radiant golden awns breaking through the blood, shining and rising. The kind of golden mansions, while giving people sacred incomparableness, and with a sense of killing that cannot be ignored, made the observation self-defeating. His brows were slightly frowned, because it was possible to form the golden power, which could never be controlled by Yanxian. It's really weird. When did so many great Yanxian come out in this whole big domain? Is it that I am ignorant? Chen Qing's perception of Yin Li was also extremely keen. At the first time, he noticed that the golden blood of such a broken blood can only be released by Dian Immortal. Is it really Dian Immortal? Jian Wushuang's heart was moving. If it were a monk and Dian Immortal, it is very likely that he came here from the so-called Heavenly Buddha realm. This time, it seems that the lady has no way to live with the whole debris of the sand demon cave. Chen Qing sighed. If Dingxiu can still use quantity to threaten the existence of Yanxian, then for Dianxian, it is no different from death. With a wave of hand, killing Yanxian and destroying Wanwan Dingxiu are all in one breath. If it is said that Dingxiu is under the existence of Heavenly Path Ultimate Qiyun, Yanxian can control the existence of Heavenly Path Ultimate Qiyun. So Dian Immortal is to build the existence of great luck. This is the distance between the realms. If it is said that the promotion of Yanxian from the top repair, hundreds of super heavens do not necessarily have one person, then the great Yanxian, there are 10,000, even 100,000 heavens, there can be no one. This is no longer the concept of 2 lives in a lifetime. It is just a path opened up from scratch. Even if it is like Chen Qing, I do not know how many years have been trapped in the peak of Yanxian, and there is no possibility of promotion to Dianxian. It is for this reason that Chen Qing felt incredible when he saw 2 Dian Immortals coming to attack the Sand Demon Cave. They could completely destroy the entire heaven with one finger. Why bother? This girl is dead. It can be regarded as an explanation to our brother. Chen Qing looked at Jian Wushuang, smiled. Let's go, let's wait and see. Jian Wushuang said, and then flew towards the head of the Sand Demon Cave immediately. The blood is breaking, and the blameless soul is wailing and dissipating. The whole Sand Demon Cave began to collapse. The 3 of them climbed up the broken city wall and looked at it. The magnificent golden mansions were like a big day that could not be looked directly at. They hung high in the air and destroyed all the dirty blood. Oh, it's really Dian Immortal. Chen Qing murmured in shock. I saw that in front of the wall of the Sand Devil Cave, there were only 11 bodies, standing in a zigzag shape above the sky dome. 9 monks headed by Jian Qing were at the end. At their forefront, 2 monks carrying a big sun wheel, naked with their upper bodies, like the angry eyes of King Kong. The big mans burst out of their eyes, full of supreme prestige. The unmatched and vast golden mansions flowed from both of them, with an unimaginable trend. Those evil demons who have been eroded by their blood and are in a state of enthusiasm all day long are not afraid of death at all. Even if those golden awns can kill them in an instant, they will not be afraid of death. In their eyes, they abandon the death, and only the vast infinite energy in their eyes. Sand Devil Cave infiltrated nearly 50,000 ancestor-level repairs with nourishment of blood, and was fully dispatched at this moment, covering the sky like a locust. But under the shining of the golden mansions, all the front ones exploded and died, and none of them could break through the barrier. This scene is extremely shocking. The blood gas sky is broken, and the wind rips the heavens and landed on every inch of the earth. Facing such a terrible situation, a tall cloak covered in blood and red, but resolutely moving forward. Sister, can't you? Cui Jing, holding an 8-foot stick, wanted to step forward to help her, but was trapped by Sha Qing with a chain of force and threw it over the city wall. Standing in the air, her cold eyes looked forward without any fear. The 2 monks headed by the big sun will also looked at her. Where is the empty wheel? The 2 of them spoke at the same time, and Wei's voice resounded. Sha Qing smiled coldly. The empty wheel has been lost in my hands. Whether he is a life or a death, it is up to me to decide how he comes and goes, and how is it related to you? It's purely a move to find death, hand over the empty wheel. I'm reluctant to let you step into the reincarnation. Otherwise, you will definitely die. A monk on the left is tall and has a bearded beard like the empty wheel. Out loud, on his bare chest, there were red flowing clouds and water lines flowing. Chapter 4789. The indescribable horror wind swept through. Immediately afterwards, the monk Jian Qing said with a deep voice, Sister Kong Tong, Brother Silence, don't tell her more. Just destroy this place, and you can certainly find Brother Kongluan. Called Kong Tong, the silent two did not speak, apparently waiting for Sha Qing's reply. There was only sarcasm left in her eyes. I said, the empty wheel was lost in my hands, and his life and death were in my hands. Do you think that you can save him by destroying this sand devil cave? Ridiculous. Since you are so obsessed, then use your life to atone for it. The two monks folded their hands together at the same time and said in a deep voice. Suddenly, the Qinghui Buddha's light pierced the sky, and all projected towards this land of evil thoughts. All the evil cultivations that are in a madness and madness are bursting into shape, turning into a plume of blood and disappearing. Jian Wushuang looked real. Almost when the indifferent Buddha light was coming down, he directly released the majestic force and turned it into a barrier to block the heads of the three people. Cui Jing has been so scared that he has no chance of survival under this kind of Buddha's light. Then he saw the three men of Jian Wushuang who were not far away. When he twisted his body, he rolled forward. Three heroes. Help me. Cui Jing hysterically said. This kid is really dead. Chen Qing was surprised. Jian Wushuang did not squint, but stretched out his hand to lead Cui Jing. Cui Jing, who is not a stingy face, is definitely not a good person. Although he has no good feelings, he still offers a helping hand. Because Cui Jing didn't make things difficult for them in the past few years, and has always been in peace. Thank you, thank you. He nodded to Jian Wushuang, and then breathed out. The indifferent attacking Buddha light then descended, and everything in Sand Devil's cave was directly destroyed. The disordered walled city, the high wall, and the earth covered with sand and stone were all turned into powder. Buzz, buzz. Buddha light swept the enchantment above his head. Jian Wushuang snorted, and then a ray of divine blood dripped from his nose. Qin Qingqiu and the two saw this and hurriedly released Yinli together, which completely stabilized the boundary. This bunch of godly bald donkeys, this is going to be slaughtered. Chen Qing's face was flushed. He has not fully recovered, obviously also a bit difficult. Wiping away the blood of God, Jian Wushuang's solemn gaze looked at the broken sky. Under the Buddha's light, Sha Qing kept shining, and let the Buddha's light shine on her and penetrate the holes. She is looking for death. This happened. Even Jian Qing and others who hated her were stunned. She carried her hands on her back. She did not resist at all, even with a hint of decomposition. When the light of Buddha coming to the earth dissipated, the entire Sand Devil cave was destroyed and collapsed. The 11 monks such as Kong Tong and Kongji all stared at the crumbling figure. The blood-colored cloak shattered with the wind, and Sha Qing's figure was almost intact, and the inexhaustible blood flowed from her. Please tell me, where is my empty will brother now? Jian Qing Shun snorted. The pupils that had been gradually collapsing together again. Sha Qing looked at him, then slowly turned around and went to the ground shakily. Enough courage. Jian Qing sipped, raising her hand to smash her figure. Jian Qing. There was no silence to speak, looking at him warning. The monk Jianqing took a step back and took back his palm, but his eyes were still intact. In the same air and silence, the two did not shoot again, folded their hands together, and looked straight ahead. There was blood of God on the enchantment, and Sha Qing, who was broken in shape, fell directly on the broken ground. Cui Jing gritted his teeth and his eyes were red. Sister, why don't you leave? She was already the end of the crossbow, and then looked at Jian Wushuang. Hey, I'm going to die, she said. Without even realizing her death, she even raised her eyebrows. Then, with her broken palm, she shivered and reached into her arms to take out a thing, and suddenly threw it directly at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang didn't intend to reach out, but in the end he couldn't bear it, but still stretched out his palm to catch the thing. With a restrained blood, it was a crystal skull the size of a palm. This thing doesn't reach the heavenly Buddha realm. Don't give it to anyone. As a compensation to you, I will give you all my insights. Sha Qing has already been unstable, but she still got up toward Jian Wushuang. With a crisis in my heart, Jian Wushuang's eyes glanced at the monks on the broken sky, and then said quietly, "If you want me to leave alive, start now. Don't come close to me, let alone your feelings. Give me." Sha Qing heard it, stunned for a moment, and then smiled indifferently. "Yes, you are a supreme being. How can you see my feelings?" Jian Wushuang frowned slightly, and some didn't understand what she meant. "Let's go. We'll finally open the way for you." Her eyes gradually recovered, like burning the fairy source. Jian Wushuang did not stay any longer, immediately turned around and was ready to leave. "No, I won't go. Sister and I will stay with you." Cui Jing shook his head desperately, but because of the chains on his body, he had restricted his movements. "Don't follow me. The sky will be far away, and you won't see each other again." Sha Qing turned around and said coldly, "Adult, if you really don't want to go to the heavenly Buddha realm, please send me the thing you trust to Cui Jing, and let him go." After this last sentence was spoken, her broken body stared for a moment, and countless strands of dignified blood blew out of her body, covering the sky and the sun. Jian Wushuang's body paused before moving on. "Let me go. I won't go." Cui Jing twisted his figure hard. Jian Wushuang directly smashed it with a palm knife. Chen Qing and Chuanxiu also knew that the situation was urgent. Immediately carrying Cui Jing, flew out. Where does the rest go? The empty monk, the two monks in the air, made trouble at the same time, and punished them. The indescribable power of great terror is like the Tianhe, falling down, and it is about to hang out the sword and other people directly. "Hey, monk, you are so indiscriminate. So you have created a killing karma. How is it different from me?" In the boundless blood mist, Sha Qing's figure exuded a strange and crimson red. Jian Qing's eyes narrowed. "Bad brother, she will break the fairy source." As the voice fell, the dark sky was completely torn apart, and a huge amount of blood gas swallowed everything up and shattered it. A broken immortal source of Yanxian was the final blow, enough to destroy and smash all the heavens. And this is also the first time Jian Wushuang has seen Yanxian's broken fairy source after he entered Dayanhuan. The horror energy generated almost swept them into it. Chapter 4790. The immense energy of broken Xianyuan suddenly helped them, helping Jian Wushuang and others to leap hundreds of millions of miles in one step. This vast expanse of heaven was also destroyed by more than half of this blow. The nihilistic wind raged, but this boundless blood only existed for a moment, and was then dispelled by the Buddha. Simultaneously, empty and empty waved at the same time, directly erasing residual energy. Sha Qing desperately shattered the immortal source, but it was simply impossible to shake their Buddha's light. Since then, the entire Sand Demon Cave, along with more than half of the heavens, have completely disappeared. Only a sea of blood that is strange to the extreme has not disappeared, floating in the void, without borders. Senior brother, the few remaining evils must have been the last details of Sand Devil's Cave, and they must not be allowed to escape. Jian Qing said urgently. Kong Tong, silence stands in place, hands folded, and then slowly take a step. One step shrinks the mountains and rivers. Billions of miles can be flat. A step of hundreds of millions of miles, but just a few steps, caught up with the few people who ran away. Jian Wushuang's mind suddenly sank, and now they knew they could not escape. Sure enough, an uncontestable, unimaginable Buddha-light prisoner cage was then pressed down and trapped in it. Air waited to create countless killings, only redeemed with death. What else to run? Kong Tongwai's voice resounded. Jian Wushuang didn't like his indiscriminate style. Even if he said loudly, "How do you think I have created countless killings? Is it just because we have spent several years in Sand Devil's Cave?" Kong Tong snorted coldly. Huh, since walking with Sand Devil Grotto, it must be a group of gangs. How can I not determine that you are waiting for the killing karma? He frowned, apparently shocked by the empty argument. Chun-Ching obviously wanted to spit him, I said bald. Monk, are you confused in your head? Even if we are part of the Sand Devil's cave, but it was only the lady who caught the empty will monk, and now you are in your hands. What does it have to do with us? There have been more killings in this world. Didn't you just kill monks just now? Everything should be reasonable. Don't live with us a few people, because we really have a half-cent relationship with Nasha. Nothing. Regardless of whether it matters, you all stay today. Kong Tong apparently didn't want to talk nonsense. His eyes were cold, as if he had controlled the killing of them. Chen Qing looked iron green. Damn old bald donkey. It seems that we are the one to eat. Jian Wushuang did not speak. His palm was already touching the bowl of yang bottle. With the real shadow of the three emperors, even if he was facing Dianxian, he was confident that even if he was invincible, he could retreat. The air was cold in the eyes of the air, and the palm of one party carrying the force of terror had already been bombarded. At the same time that Jian Wushuang had pulled the cork off, it seemed that the chaos had been torn apart, and the cries of awakening from the ancient times rang through the heavens. Tianwo Lieyuan, driving the void, are shocked. On one side, the golden and black treasures spread their wings for thousands of miles, without the shackles of the heavens, and stretched wantonly in the void. The huangmangmang that fell from between the wings was comparable to the Buddha's light on Kong Tong's body, and even more so. Jin Wuming mingled, and at the same time lowered the unmatched golden on from his body, directly counteracting the air attack. The sword in the Buddha's prison cage had a slight gaze, and the first time the golden and black treasure appeared, he knew that there would be no second person besides Qing Qing. Empty and retreat. I thought that the situation of 10 points and 9 steady, but arrogant, actually jumped out of such a supreme existence. After seeing this scene, monks such as Silence and He Jianqing also stepped back and were full of vigilance. The golden and black treasures dispersed and turned into a luxurious figure dressed in a gold costume. There were golden feathers all over his body, and he had the power to capture people. The person who came here was Qing Qing. He didn't pause at all. He waved his arm and shattered the Buddha's prison. The time in Baishangxianzu, am back now? He looked at Jian Wushuang. If you want to owe me another favor, I will take you away. Jian Wushuang knew that the time in the mouth of the truth was in the northern celestial state, and he was hit hard by his stroke, almost breaking the source. One thing for one thing, 1 yard for 1 yard. He said coldly. How can it be confused? I Ching, stunned, apparently did not expect that he would not give face, so immediately did not know what to say. Not far away, the empty and silent duo looked at each other, and they both saw a surprise in the other's eyes. What kind of scene is such a golden realm with deep ancestors and ancestral veins if it is conquered and becomes a mount? It was a little ashamed that I Ching had returned to God and was ignorant of Jian Wushuang's ignorance. Damn fellow, you know that without my aid, you have already died, and you dare not appreciate it? Do you know that I could have left long ago, but only because of your hardship would you come here and barely rescue you? Jian Wushuang listened to his angry voice, and then pointed his finger behind him. Di Qing looked back, and then he saw 2 bright heads, and a guy with a bad look came over. Little Jinwu, can you belong to the old seat and become the old mount? Empty hands folded together, a solemn face. Your dead bald donkey, dare to humiliate this seat? Di Qing was already on the top of his head, and was humiliated again, and his eyes were crimson. Lao Tzu as a mount? You don't look at how big your is. Di Qing jumped angrily, and even if he exploded in supreme power, he hit him both. The empty face sank, and he waved his hand to kill it. In other words, are you reluctant? The meaning of Qing Qing is anger, and even if he sighs, infinite. Immediately, a huge black Wuboxiang who spread his wings thousands of miles came to avoid the dark tassels of the fringe, scattered from the wings of the black Wuboxiang. A heavy murderous intention swept up. At the next moment, the black sorrowful figure crowed and carried forward with the supreme momentum. At the same time, Qing Qing's figure is no longer calm. When crossing Jian Wushuang and other people, Shen said, "Run. My law can't last long. The faster the better." Jian Wushuang had already realized that he was the end of a strong crossbow, so he did not hesitate to escape while he spoke. If it was during the heyday of the Qing dynasty, blocking these two Dayan immortals from the realm of Buddhism might not be a problem. But right now, he, who has also recovered 50% of his strength, is really likely to be accepted as a mount. For freedom and dignity, Di Qing chose to run the road for the first time. Chapter 4791. Empty and empty. The two snorted at the same time, stepped forward with their hands folded, and a great power surged out from all around them. The two collided heavily, belonging to the confrontation of Dayan Immortal, bursting in this void. Even if Diqing didn't recover completely, he was actually a solid Dayan Immortal. He was once in Baishang Xianzhu and had the terrible strength of one battle and two battles. Therefore, the black and white treasure he released now is enough to hold the air and the dead together. Jian Qing and others were terrified and rushed back. But the terrifying aftermath that was enough to break the void still made their throats sweet, and then vomited a breath of blood. The black and white treasures were dispersed in the Qinghui town of Supreme Buddha, and both of them had dignity in their eyes. The shock that Diqing brought to them is more than that. They are already coveting. If you can take this Zuwu under your command as a mount, then your own strength can hardly be estimated. Immediately, the two of them set off, ready to conquer the truth. At this time, Jian Qing waved his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "Brother, we still need to find the whereabouts of Brother Empty Wheel." Kong Tong heard the words and turned his hand to point at the blood river in the area of the original Sand Demon Grotto. "The younger brother of the Empty Wheel is there. You go to help, we go to suppress the remaining evil." After the words were finished, the two bodies carrying great potential energy chased them again. At this moment, the five physiques ran away furiously in this boundless void, and even Shui Jing, who had previously been stunned by Jian Wushuang, was awakened by Qin Qing and followed with a dizzy turn. His mother, "This group of deadball donkeys is like a mad dog. We had to kill us before. Now we have to take another mount. Isn't it saying that all four monks are empty? I think they do everything except close to female sex." Qian Qing gritted his teeth, apparently wishing to turn around and kill him. Di Qing turned his head, and his face rarely appeared nervous. "I said, but I saved your life just now, and I will protect me in any case later. It's still our destiny. We are the grasshoppers after the autumn, and we can't jump for a few days." Chun Qing was frustrated. "Damn." Di Qing snorted and ran away more desperately. If he was really caught and used as a mount, it would be more intolerable than killing him. Jian Wushuang's mood has always been dignified. He is thinking about how to get out completely. Immediately, he no longer hesitated and quietly opened the bowl of yang. That is to say, at the same time, the two of the same, the empty and the silence chased them up and directly released the infinite strength, overwhelming everyone. The purpose is to clear the eyes and break, already planning to fight against the water. At this moment, a deep, angry rumble rang through the void. Hundreds of thousands of tassels flowed out of the bowl and bottle, scattered over the ancient void, and finally gathered an old man in imperial clothes. Unmatched strength, should be pointed up, jump around the old man. He has bizarre double pupils and supreme dignity. Even Dianxian is inferior to him. Along with him was a prestigious elder dressed in a black emperor costume. The two figures are Su He and Dao Gong respectively. Di Qing looked back subconsciously, and when he saw these two figures, his frightened soul flew away, almost hit Qin Qing, and muttered in his mouth, "Emperor, Emperor." Chen Qing was also horrified. "I'm going to see Zhang." Chuanxia was so moved that even if he said anxiously, "I'm still stupidly doing something, and he'll fold here if I don't run," in one sentence, he directly brought Diqing and Chen Qing back to their minds, and hurriedly urged them to escape. What the did he do? Chuanxiao picked up Cui Jing, "Run." Jian Wushuang looked back at the real shadow of the two emperors, and then left. Faced with the force of the heavy cover, the two emperors were disdainful, but their halberds flicked their fingers, and the breeze that did not know where they came from dispelled the offensive of the two monks. The void is silent, the same. The two are also frowning fiercely, can't believe this scene in front of them. The Emperor, the supreme existence. One side will be born in the large realm that contains countless heavens. Even in this great Yin Huan, the emperors are supreme in the existence of a dictatorship. Now there are two people directly? When are there so many emperors in this big division? The appearance of the two emperors made Kong Kong Tong and Kong Kong even have no idea of fighting. The emperor killed them, just like crushing an ant. Only Di Hue could not resist them. Retreat. The two of them shouted at the same time, backed away and walked away. Dao Gong Lao Air, do you want to teach them a meal? Su He said in a deep voice. Ben Emperor loosened his bones. Dao Gong shook his head. Don't try to regenerate the incident. The most important thing for us now is cultivation, not fighting. It's really boring. Su He pouted, but he still obeyed Dao Gong's meaning, and he prepared to leave. At this moment, a burst of noise suddenly sounded. Dare to pretend to be an emperor and die to death. I saw that the two monks who had been far away had returned again, enough to cover the horror and coercion. Su He and Dao Gong stared at the same time, waving their arms to block. When the two collided, a tremendous loud noise erupted. The void was broken, and the endless aftermath stirred hundreds of millions of miles. For figures, backed up at the same time. Su He was furious, and Ing Run Di Hui surged from his body. Suha, no. Dao Gong restrained Su's Emperor Hui, shaking his head solemnly. Although the entire domain is vast and boundless, they are all under the jurisdiction of Emperor Zhen Wuyang. If they freely release Emperor Hui, they will surely be noticed. By then, Zhen Wuyang will surely know that they did not die completely. Su He also knew the seriousness of this, and finally suppressed the urge to release Di Hue. Damn shit, dare to attack the emperor. Dao Gong was exasperated. In the same air and silence, the two silently said nothing, but the Buddha's light in their hands was covered again. The void concussion, the sword Wushuang who was originally running away, noticed the vibration behind him, and there was a bad hunch rising in his heart. Su He, Dao Gong, and Yang Jun, although they are real emperors, control the emperor's luck, but their emperor's true body has long been broken, and even the true shadow is in the long years, and is nearly broken. In the beginning of 10,000 Eyes, Jian Wushuang could capture Yang Jun in the realm of immortality, which shows their weakness. Right now, let them face up to Dianxian. I'm afraid it will pay a big price. For a time, Jian Wushuang could not bear it. If the true shadows of the two emperors were broken, he would certainly be guilty. Thinking of this, he decided to go back and pick up. You are at ease, little friend. If the two old guys can't stop it, it will be too embarrassing for the emperor's face. Chapter 4792. The voice came from the bowl of Yang bottle. The voice of the tall and thin old man Yang Junjian Wushuang heard the words and couldn't help saying, "Are they really all right?" The voice of the old god of Yang Jun sounded again. Reassure. The old Wuyang Lauer couldn't help us, but now how can he overturn the boat in this gutter? Let's just escape. With Yang Jun's affirmation, Jian Wushuang's dangling heart fell back into his stomach, and he dedicated himself to escape. At this moment, another shocking blow broke out, and the rest of the prestige directly took off several of them. Emperor Yang Jun, is it okay? This, I'm not sure. The two old guys seem to have been unstable all the time. Just when Jian Wushuang was about to ask again, a stream of light flew over from far and near. It's Dao Gong. However, at this moment, he looked a little embarrassed, carrying the real shadow of the Su River on his shoulders, and the two sides were blowing wind. Jian Wushuang looked at the reel, and directly opened the bowl to pick them up. For their true shadow state, only the bowl bottle that can nourish the soul is the most beneficial to them. Dang Gong's voice sounded when he plunged into the bowl of Yang. Only 4 words, "Shall you run?" Jian Wushuang heard the words, without any hesitation, directly transported his strength, and fled again. Just before their forefoot left, the two bodies radiating radiant brilliance arrived. In the same air, the two were even more embarrassed to the extreme. The blood on the heads of the two shining bright men were covered with blood wounds, and even the upper half of Jing Qi was covered with sensuous wounds. Obviously, the injuries were not light. Hangtong, let's retreat. We can't go any further. Fear that the law enforcement officers of the local government will find us. I was dissuaded by the heavy silence of the wound. Kong Tong didn't speak, but the anger in his eyes reflected his inner true thoughts. Withdrawing so hard to understand my anger, the two of us would be so teased. Kong Tong was not reconciled, but he no longer moved forward. Then, facing the void in front of him, he suddenly waved a palm, and supreme power rushed past. Let's go. Gang Feng sobbed, coming from the so-called heavenly Buddha realm, and then returned. Feeling that the crisis like a thorn in the back disappeared, talents such as Jian Wushuang finally had a moment of breathing opportunities. Finally, there is no danger, but I'm exhausted. Chen Qing breathed heavily, breathlessly traversing dozens of heavens, which was very expensive for him. Only the truth is still unbelievable, and it seems that he has not recovered from the previous shock. Did you just see that two emperors appeared? Di Qing was shocked and looked at a few humans. Chen Qing heard the words and was also surprised. In addition to Zhenliang Emperor, how could there be other emperors in this big division? Are we wrong? Di Qing shook his head firmly and said, No, I can never be mistaken. It is indeed a unique luck that only the emperor can have. Chuanxiu also said at this time, It was a blessing that someone saved us, and now we still have to think about how to restore our strength and leave this place. After reminded by spring and autumn, several people discovered that they had reached a place where there was no starry day in the cold and dead void, and there was no other heaven. Here, it's like a piece that was wiped out by some external force, filled with gang wind and cold air. Strange, there is not even a heaven here. Chen Qing touched his chin and looked at the void. At this time, the void from the far away suddenly swept a layer of luminous Buddha light, with a tendency to destroy, swept across. The few people who stopped and gasped were shocked, and it was too late to evade. The void is broken, and the glorious Buddha light can shatter everything, but when it is far away from everyone, it seems to hit a layer of enchantment and suddenly dispersed, leaving only a few people with a blank face. What's the situation? Immediately afterwards, a fine cracking sound came into Jian Wushuang's ears. He was vigilant and found that the 5 people were the center, and the void began to collapse and shatter. At the next moment, an unimaginable vortex emerged from their feet, and while engulfing the void fragments, even they swallowed it together. Rao Shiqing could not resist, and the 5 figures disappeared in this vortex in a flash. Morin, the irresistible Morin, seems to be able to reach the bone marrow and freeze Yanli. In this chaotic vortex, Jian Wushuang can't even release the derivation force, and can only be passive. I don't know how long after that, the originally chaotic darkness suddenly disappeared, replaced by misty gray. Jian Wushuang's figure hit the sand and stone directly on the ground, and Chen Qing and others then fell like a dumpling. It's just asking Lao Tzu to die. Chen Qing opened his eyes and looked dizzy around. They were all caught here by the weird vortex, unknown. The dark sky dome presents a unique kind of silence and withering. Under the sky dome, there is endless dark brown ground. 3 or 2 twigs of twisted dead trees slanted on the ground, adding a bit of death and desolation. Where will die here? Jian Wushuang slowly glanced at everything in front of him. The world seemed to be silent for countless years, and the air was filled with a thick haze of lingering waves. There is no sense of crisis, there is no feeling in the world. Here is a real dead zone, a dead zone that is too dead to die. Jian Wushuang didn't expect that under the void, such a strange and mysterious place would be hidden. Chen Qing was shining in his eyes, looking at him with a little excitement. We may be this time. Maybe it's into a mysterious cave somewhere. Mysterious Dongtian? Jian Wushuang was puzzled. Chen Qing nodded, then said, Speaking of our big division, the borders are infinite, enough to encompass countless heavens. But the most worth mentioning is that in the early days of the Great Division, countless great people were born. At that time, almost all of them followed Xinjiang Emperor to expand the territory and finally establish the heavenly court to achieve supreme achievements. And when expanding territory here and annexing the heavens, some supreme existed, especially like hoarding and collecting heaven and earth treasures. They opened up their own big realm to store their treasures. The place that we entered by mistake now and then may have been a mysterious cave that was created by one of the supreme existences and placed in one hand. Chun Qingmai's flirtatious dances. Obviously, he can't wait for the exploration of this unknown sky and the exploration of unknown things. Chapter 4793. Looking at the dying, lifeless sky at the moment, Jian Wushuang doubts the authenticity of Chen Qing's words. This is like the mysterious cave that remains the treasure, saying that it is a dead tomb. Chen Qing scratched his head. But after all, although it is not the same as the places where treasures are imagined, there must be some treasures hidden, which may be of great use to us. At this time, Chunkiest voice sounded, Brother Chen Qing. Are you sure this is the treasure in your mouth, not a battlefield? Jian Wushuang looked at the sound, and saw Chuanqiu bent over and waved his hand. A large piece of dark brown soil was pulled away, and a broken treasure sword was exposed. I don't know if it's been buried in the ground for many years, but the treasure sword still reflects the coldness of the people. But everyone's eyes looked down at the broken real sword. It was a shining bone that had disappeared from flesh and blood. He even held the last posture of his life, holding a real sword in one hand and covering his chest with one hand. But his head was gone. This is a white bone with the peak of Yinxian. Jian Wushuang determined at the first time that his fairy source was crushed by external forces, and even the same was crushed, as well as the real sword he stabbed before. There is no other possibility to directly kill such a peak of Yinxian except Dianxian. Jian Wushuang seemed to feel something, and he also reached out and rolled up the layers of dark brown sand. Next, a shocking scene appeared. With the peeling of the dark brown sand, all kinds of treasures with broken handles and a terrible body were exposed to the air. Looking around, there are hundreds of fairy bones. There are so many bones just under the hundreds of thousands of feet of ground. Are all the bones under the ground that has not been lifted? Only these exposed bones. Jian Wushuang glanced at them. All of them were Yinxian realm. How terrible should their opponents be so buried in so many Yinxian? The fairy body of Yinxian, even if he died, has no possibility of becoming a fairy bone after several years. But now, these dead Yinxian have been transformed into fairy bones, which can be seen that their time of death is definitely more than it's been 10 years. 1 year is enough for one party to reincarnate 10 times. 10 years can no longer be measured by years. Everyone's complexion unknowingly thickened up. This is definitely not the so-called treasure place in Chen Qing's mouth. It is an ancient battlefield. Looking at the ancient battlefield. Here, wouldn't it be the true Wuyang Emperor? When the big division was opened, the ancient battlefield left behind? Chen Qing murmured. But no one can answer him, all confused. Brother Jian, what shall we do? Shall we leave, or shall we investigate? Chuanqiu asked. Jian Wushuang waved those sands and buried the hundreds of fairy bones again, and then said, Since we have come here by mistake, let's explore and say again. There is no longer any breath of spirits here. Big deal. Chuanqiu nodded and followed Jian Wushuang so far. He has long believed in Jian Wushuang's decision, and he firmly followed. Immediately, he followed behind Jian Wushuang and walked forward. Chen Qingxing was soaring, and from time to time he explored the places where there might be treasures. Di Qing didn't say much. As Zhujuan died immortal, he also realized that this side of the heavens had reached the point where he could no longer die. So he naturally followed Jian Wushuang to investigate. Only Cui Jing, a man who lost his soul, apparently has not walked out of Sha Qing's death. The 5 figures, headed by Jian Wushuang, shuttle through this deadly sky. The dark brown ground beneath your feet seems to have no boundaries, and it extends forward indefinitely. This shows a dark brown ground, which is not the color at the beginning, but the color infiltrated by the blood of the blood and Yanxian. Perhaps here, there has been a great ancient war, countless Yanxian, and even the great Yanxian died in this ancient war, and was eventually buried by the wind and sand, dead and desolate. As we moved forward, some changes began to appear in the distant sky dome, one after another, like a rift in the sky, tearing the sky dome. And at the same time there is a square column engraved with a mysterious ancient pattern, the broken wall, floating in the air still. An unspeakable, ancient silence, ancient atmosphere, unconsciously suppressed in everyone's mind. Looking at the quaint gravel distributed on the sky dome, Jian Wushuang began to build at the bottom of his heart what happened in this war. When the ground underneath was broken and cracked, the broken buildings finally appeared in everyone's eyes. Chunqing also became excited, and his eyes became dignified. He has found that the sight cannot be simply described here. Brother Sword, what would you say is this place? Chunqing asked, looking for an answer. Jian Wushuang did not answer him, but his figure accelerated. When there were faults and pits in the ground before him, he stopped and looked forward. Looking around, everyone was horrified again. I saw a broken, quaint, and broken hall suspended above the abyss on the broken ground in front. Despite its brokenness and antiquatedness, it shows a trend of being intriguing. Qingyun flowed slowly in front of the broken hall. Here, there is a heavenly court, the former shattered heavenly court. Sword Wushuang opened his mouth slowly and firmly. Chunqing swallowed involuntarily and agreed with Jian Wushuang's conclusion. Only where the emperor once existed will there be a flow of emperor luck. Right now the giant palace floating in the abyss seems to have no other name to match its identity except the heavenly court. The grand sovereign belonging to the Emperor Zhenliang had experienced the most tragic expansion in the early days of its establishment. Countless Jinghong Yanxian and even Dianxian have participated in this ancient war. No Yanxian knows how long this ancient war will last, because all the participants died, and those who did not die have become one of the elders under the Zhenliang seat. But just the emperor who fell into the hands of Zhen Wuyang, never less than 10. Only Jian Wushuang knows that there are 4 of them. They are Yang Jun, Su He, and Dao Gong, who are now in the bowl of the bottle, and the emperor of the spring and autumn period, Fenghua Emperor. At the moment, such a broken old court is likely to have been established by an emperor who was defeated by Zhen Wuyang. I really didn't expect that in this dead void, there was still a broken heaven. Jian Wushuang sighed softly. Chapter 4794. Chunqing also said afterwards, if this is really a former heaven, it is really rare to preserve it like this. After he finished speaking, he gave Jian Wushuang a secret smile. It can be found by them that this old heaven hidden in the void is of supreme nature and great opportunity. Even though it has become a dead zone and broken, even if you can find a hint of the emperor's existence here, it is an unimaginable opportunity. After achieving the position of Yanxian, time and years have become the most meaningless existence. Naturally, every step of the spiritual realization is unimaginable and unknown. The practice above Yanxian is no longer a life in 2, but a self-opening avenue from zero metamorphosis. The difficulty can be imagined. And the opportunity from Yanxian's enlightenment to Dianxian is to comprehend the fairy type. Once the fairy type is understood, it indicates that promotion to Dianxian is no longer unknown. But 99% of the immortals are stuck in this step of comprehending the immortality and can no longer make a half step. Because the road to promotion is so difficult, even Yanxian is keen to find some mysterious caves, trying to find the secrets left by the supreme power. Right now, there is a possibility that the atmosphere in this former heavenly court may be gathered up. Even Dianxian can't resist it. Standing at the end of several people, the eyes expressed covetousness, but he quickly returned to his normal look, without any movement. Jian Wushuang's heart was moved. If some kind of luck still exists in the former court of heaven, for them, it is really a creation. Looking at the ancient silent heaven that was standing above the abyss of the earth, Jian Wushuang gave a few words, and then stepped on the broken earth and walked forward. Chunqing and others followed up. Although they have been reduced to burial ground, they still remain vigilant. In case there is a terrible danger in the dark, for them who are already at the end of the crossbow, they are really dead. Stepping forward on the suspended stones underneath the feet, the cold aura blew out of the abyss without seeing the bottom. The strength here is so thin that it can hardly be understood and absorbed, which means that Jian Wushuang and others will not get the slightest supplement here. Everything was so dead that he could hear his breath. Jian Wushuang walked carefully over the abyss. At the next moment, it seemed that something unknown was touched, and the abyss at the foot suddenly set off a breath of extreme air. Jian Wushuang reacted first. His arms shuddered suddenly, and Yanli slammed down. The two competed against each other and swept through a shocking hurricane. Chen Qing and others also foretell that they would step into the air and avoid the hurricane that swept through. The gravel over the entire abyss was blasted away, and the hurricane lasted for a long time. The sword has no double-faced dignity, and he looks under the abyss like a deep abyss. Click, click. A bit of bitterness, like the sound of unlubricated bones, came from that abyss. At the next moment, 3 Changhong streamers suddenly rushed out of the extremely dark abyss and into the sky. Those who break into heaven die. The sound of Hongzhong Da LV is like a thunder sky, resounding through the 8 wastelands. When the Changhong streamer dissipated, the 3 bones holding the real sword were reflected in Jian Wushuang's eyes. These 3 sensuous bones are full of strange, colorful wamangs all over their bodies. Their clothes have long been ragged to the extreme, and even the real sword in the palms of the bones has been broken, full of barrenness and ancient silence. But no one dared to underestimate them, even if they have been dead for countless years. But that belongs to Dian Xian's breath. Even time cannot be erased. 3 bones, 3 great Yin Xian. Despite their avatars, their obsession keeps them guarding the heavenly court, so that no one can get close. Their celestial bodies are not completely free of flesh and blood, and there are a pair of shiny eyes scattered in their orbits. Those who break into heaven die. They repeated it again. The real sword shattered in his hand, and the sword headed directly at Wushuang. Jian Wushuang did not retreat. They inadvertently came to this formerly shattered heaven. The purpose was to find a possible opportunity. It would be a great regret if they returned. Opportunities and dangers coexist, so he doesn't want to retreat. Others have similarly found a former heaven. This is something that they dare not even imagine. If they don't go to investigate, I'm afraid no one will be reconciled. But in the face of such 3 great Yin Xian, no one has confidence. For a time, Chen Qing and others looked at Jian Wushuang. What should I do, brother sword? Shall we rush in directly? Chen Qing's voice passed. Jian Wushuang didn't speak. At the next moment, when everyone hadn't responded, he actually broke up directly, and an invisible sword was quietly condensed in his hand, and he cut off his head against the 3 fairy bones. The space is shattering, and the sword that carries the general trend is cut without any obstruction. The guardian in front of the fairy bone tried to lift the broken real sword in his hand to stop it. But under this sword, its real broken sword was completely broken. The invisible sword cut off the real sword and fell on the shoulder of the guardian of the fairy bone. A sword that is not going to be unfavorable, but left no trace at all. Immortal Bone Guard raised his palm directly and flew out the sword Wushuang. A trespasser, one will not stay. They took a step back at the same time, each holding up the real sword in their hands, surging out the momentum of the power, and suddenly condensed into a magnificent sword array, leading the sky and pushing forward. 36,000 swords. Each sword became a mountain and sea, and Wang Yang raged. Chen Qing and others were frightened and hurried to release the Yanli confrontation, but Jian Wushuang spoke with it. Don't move, don't release Yanli. Although Chuanqiu was puzzled, he dissipated his strength and stood in place for the first time. Chen Qing was shocked. The Yanli, who was about to get out of his hand, was agitated. He couldn't understand the meaning of Jian Wushuang's words, but he immediately crushed Yanli with his teeth. Cui Jing, who is the weakest, has not yet understood what is going on, and the dynamism that almost came out of his hands was also immediately killed by Chen Qingshan. Di Qing's eyes were dignified, and he faced the unspoken sword intent. If he did not resist, he would definitely die. In this way, he had only 8 real lives left, but one more had to be removed. He was hesitating whether to do it or not. 36,000 sword intentions lead the world down, like the brilliance to the ultimate Huamong, swallowing everyone. At this last moment, Di Qing finally gave up the resistance to release the Yanli forces. In the face of that uncovered sword, the palm of his extravagant hand had already condensed into a fist. Chapter 4795. He is betting. They are betting. You are right to bet against the sword. Including Jin Wushuang is also gambling. This celestial sword array they bet with cannot be lowered. The reason for betting is that there is absolutely no way to make a decision. These few people really want to fight. They are by no means the opponents of the 3 Dian immortals who do not know the depth. 36,000 swords hover. At this moment, even Qing Qing had forgotten to breathe. The sharp edge of the sword, hovering in front of everyone's eyes, did not go further. Heaven and earth were dead, and the swordsmanship that hovered suddenly, like wind and sand, retreated. Jin Wushuang spit out a clouded breath, and his beating heart calmed down. Everyone breathed a breath for the rest of their lives after the robbery, and even Qing Qing could not help but re-examine him. This is in Baishangxian's Hu, which can attract his attention, and the strength of Yinxian realm can give him a young man who feels like a thorn in the back. It is never so simple and ordinary as he shows. Di Qing was curious. How many secrets did he still have, and what purpose did he have to swim in this big domain? Jin Wushuang bet on the right. These fairy bone guards who were originally supported by the last obsession. After the threat disappeared, their offensive then disappeared. It was too late to be happy, and the next thing caused Jin Wushuang several people into deep contemplation. Although they escaped this offensive, their purpose was not to stop there, but to go to the heavenly palace. With these 3 immortal bone guards on guard, it is almost impossible to smoothly enter the temple of heaven. But he couldn't release Yanli to fight against it. For a while, even Wushuang felt thorny. Since what supports them is obsession, can dispelling obsession persist in them? Jin Wushuang thought to himself secretly, and then he moved, facing the 3 immortal bone guards, said, "Do you know your current situation? Those who break into heaven die." They repeated this sentence. He went on to say, "You, together with this heavenly court, including your emperor, have actually perished. Now you are just obsessed and have no meaning." The 3 immortal bone guards didn't speak anymore, and Jin Wushuang's words seemed to evoke their long-lasting sleep memories, and the light in his eyes began to fluctuate. Jin Wushuang saw the effect of his words and took another dose of fierce medicine. Why? Don't believe it? But the fact is that your heaven has already been destroyed. All those who participated in the war, no Yinxian can survive. All it became a dead bone. After he finished speaking, his arms moved back, and the floating soil on the ground was lifted up, exposing the infinite layers of fairy bones. In fact, you have all died out in that war. Just sleep well in the next time. Looking at the layers of fairy bones, the tragedy of the previous war reappeared. They were in pain, the obsession in the body, and the strength began to dissipate, and then fell back into the abyss. It was only tens of hours, and everything fell back into silence, and the violent ferocity disappeared. Go! Jin Wushuang waved towards the dazed crowd, and then swept towards the heavenly court. Chen Qing and others also reacted and hurried to keep up. Jin Wushuang, who was about to enter the heavenly court, suddenly stopped again, as if remembering something, turned around and urged Yanli to bury the exposed numerous fairy bones again. After doing all this, he hurried to heaven. Stepping into the broken square, the 5 figures appeared extremely small. Compared with the magnificent palace of Zhenliang Emperor, this magnificent heavenly court, although not as magnificent as it is not as unremarkable as it is. On this broken square, there are also bloodstains, which belong to Yangxian's bloodstain, which can survive the reincarnation of all ages, and today it exudes rich strength. Everything is showing the tragic war that happened here. But what makes Jian Wushuang somewhat puzzled is that this entire heavenly court does not seem to have suffered much damage. Could it be that the battle between the emperors and the emperors could not damage this heavenly court? It seems that this heaven is not like being destroyed, but more like being sealed. Jian Wushuang's thinking stopped with Chen Qing struggling to open the gate of the imperial palace. No obvious smell came out, and even any luck, the breath did not show the slightest. Then, everyone crept into this heavenly court. A unique dark blue hue, reflected in Jian Wushuang's eyes. The interior of this vast expanse of heaven is magnificent and majestic, and all that is visible is the decoration painted in dark blue tones. The heavenly dome above the head depicts thousands of flying birds, showing an indescribable prestige. In this heavenly court, on the 18 mountain and sea columns lined up left and right, the totems of birds and birds are also depicted in dark blue tones. These flying birds are all of the same characteristics. They have hexagonal heads, golden eyes, dark and magnificent bodies, and are extremely luxurious. Chen Qing and others are looking at this majestic heavenly court, but only Qing's eyes that have been silent for a long time have been glorious. Jian Wushuang's gaze locked in the deepest place after entering this heavenly court. There was a towering throne standing still. Sitting on the throne, a figure was sitting. A figure in Mayu Luyun Emperor's costume. There are thousands of black lotus blossoms on both sides of this invisible body. I don't know how many years have passed, and they have never withered. Everything showed a mysterious state. What makes Jian Wushuang strange is that no matter how he looks, he can't see through the face of the figure in the imperial clothes. Chen Qing and others also noticed the figure sitting deep on the throne deep in that court. It seems that it is already dead. Feeling the breath of silence in the hall, Chen Qing opened his eyes. Jian Wushuang didn't speak, he also felt the same. Sitting on the throne, the incomparable figure really had no breath and was dead. His emperor's body is ancient. The emperor's luck has completely dissipated. This emperor, even if it fell, the general situation surging from the whole body made Yan Xian tremble. Behind the death of an emperor is the fall of countless heavens, Yan Xian, and even Dian Xian's death. This battle of unknown era was eventually buried with the death of one emperor. Jian Wushuang has no doubt that the emperor now waved his hands to destroy countless Yan Xian, suppress countless enemies, open up infinite territory, and establish heaven. But right now, everything is meaningless. The heavenly court he created eventually became a burial ground, and countless Yan Xian also turned into dead bones. But at the end of the destruction, it was good to be able to die so decently. Chapter 4796. Feeling the complete dissipation of the emperor's luck, Chen Qing sighed. In this whole heavenly court, although it is vast and magnificent, there are no treasures that can be taken away, and some are just dead. Brother Sword, let's meet the emperor's true body to see if there are any treasures or insights that will catch your eye? Chen Qing asked. Jian Wushuang nodded his head and did not object to him. He came to this heavenly court for the purpose of treasure hunting. If he did not seek the treasure, it would be called unreasonable karma. As he prepared to leave, he stood at the end of the crowd, suddenly violently, and went straight to the emperor's body in the depths of heaven. Fuck. I knew that this guy was not well-meaning, and the Sword Brothers would keep up with it. Chen Qing exclaimed. His feet suddenly rushed to catch up. Jian Wushuang did not hesitate. Almost at the same time as Qing set off, he also set off. The three streamer-like figures are chasing me, but in a moment, they reach the deepest part of this heavenly court. In front of him is the base, the real body of the emperor wearing Mayu Luyun's costume. Being so close, Jian Wushuang could see the face of the dead emperor clearly. His facial features are handsome and deep, with a somewhat restrained shadow, perhaps because his face is too handsome, covering up the deep texture of his facial features. Just like an emperor who had already died, now his eyes are closed, like a nap, so that no one can see that he no longer has any breath and luck. Di Qing turned his head back and looked at Jian Wushuang and Chen Qing coldly, and then walked without any scruples, walking among the innumerable black lotus, close to the throne. Chen Qing was furious and directly released his strength, and he fought against him regardless of his preparation. Jian Wushuang pulled him at the right time, and his head shook his head calmly, as if he had no plans to fight or snatch. Chen Qing also knew that Jian Wushuang was thoughtful, and that he must have some kind of plan to stop him from fighting. After he snorted, he gave up the fight with Diqing, but he couldn't help saying, "Brother Sword, are we really going to go and investigate? That's the real body of the emperor. If there is any emperor's treasure, it must be swallowed by the guy to the whale." "Don't worry, just wait and see." Jian Wushuang didn't worry at all, the old god was saying. Seeing this, Chen Qing had no choice but to stay in place, staring angrily at Diqing's back. Walking in the lotus path with great strides, it seemed that Qing could not restrain the excitement in his heart, and his eyes were full of anxiety. After walking for more than 1,000 steps, he finally stood in front of the mighty emperor's seat. Facing the still emperor body, he swallowed his throat and reached directly with his hand to touch it. But only a moment later, I Ching quickly withdrew his palm. I saw his right hand stretched out, covered with scars at this moment. Blood was dripping from the scars, and the pain was very stinging. The body of the emperor's real body, the Mayu Luyun emperor's suit, was sketched by a piece of black ink feathers, and the tail of each piece of ink feathers was too sharp, so that the anxious Diqing did not pay attention arrived and was injured. But he didn't care at all. The scar on his palm recovered instantly, and then he stretched out his palm and stuck it to the position of the emperor's true body and could not wait to feel it. Chen Qing was not angry. This thing is actually thinking of swallowing everything, and it really is not a good thing near Gongxiamo. Jian Wushuang didn't listen to Chen Qing's complaints. At this moment, his eyes were gathered behind Diqing's, the lotus path with the spreading black lotus. I wonder if it's his illusion. The still black lotus seems to be much taller than before, and it has become a lot bigger. He began to feel that there seemed to be a problem in this grave and dead heaven. Seemingly to confirm his thoughts, the next moment, the black lotus and the lotus lanes on both sides suddenly grew wildly, and then all twisted the Qing in front of the throne. Where is the Qing who is in excitement to predict such a crisis? When he responds, thousands of tentacle-like lotus necks are directly wrapped around his limbs and dragged down. This horrifying scene happened only in the blink of an eye. When everyone responded, Diqing was under siege. Chen Qing immediately grinned and said, "This retribution comes so fast?" However, all this is just the beginning. A sensational trend quietly spread out from the throne. Immediately afterwards, a dark cyan flowing cloud sprang from the cranial crest of the emperor's real body, and a dark blue hue with a hexagonal head and golden-eyed flying bird was quietly condensed in the air. It was just clear, and the irresistible sound waves swept through the heavens in an instant. Jian Wushuang felt that the heart could not bear it and burst. The spring and autumn with a slightly weaker state, and Cuijing even vomited and spit blood, and the breath faded. It was horrible at first. Such a flying bird flying from the cranial crest of the emperor's real body, carrying an immense momentum, hovered in the air, and the golden eye wheel revealed the dignified color. Then, it changed abruptly and became a stream of clouds, which directly drilled into the fairy body of Diqing. The unbearable pain resounded. The skin of Diqing was tearing, and the blood of the gods was falling. It seemed to be unbearable. It could burst at any time. The body is good, but unfortunately I dare to covet the last breath of this emperor. I can only destroy air. A cold, solemn, and irresistible prestige sounded resoundingly. The fairy body of Dianxian was irresistibly destroyed. Seeing this, Chen Qing couldn't help but whispered, "Brother Sword, let's run as fast as we can now. It's too late to be late." Jian Wushuang nodded slightly, walking slowly, and then withdrew his figure. This kind of irresistible emperor's breath, even the weakest one, is not conceivable. If they are iron, they will only be smashed their heads in the end. The four bodies slowly receded, and after trying to move to a certain distance, they flew out of heaven with a rush. But then, Diqing's figure stopped exploding, and his blood-stained red eyes suddenly looked at Jian Wushuang and others. Air waited for Zhenwu Yang to be the head of the thief, and wait for my last obsession to kill. Run! Jian Wushuang's heart suddenly sank. He directly released Yanli, and suddenly pushed Chen Qing 3 people into 1,000 feet. But he himself was already incapable of escape, and the essence of the blood dripping with blood was quietly coming behind him. The palm with a very hot breath was attached to Jian Wushuang's back heart, making him fall into the ice cave, and even the rebellious mind was not born. Quick escape! Di Qing's voice came from the position of his belly. He even reluctantly affected the emperor in his fairy body. Chapter 4797. The Blazing Killer had a moment of stagnation. It was this momentary stagnation that made Jian Wushuang breathe. He tried almost all his energy and fled to escape. But it was still half a minute late. Unparalleled, beyond the terrible atmosphere of imagination, it is easy to directly destroy the sword without arms. His right arm holding the invisible sword was completely broken. In exchange for the chance of escaping at the cost of breaking one arm, cold sweat flows from Jian Wushuang's temples. That kind of irresistible, intangible breath is really terrible. Just the last emperor's obsession is so terrifying. If the emperor came in person, what would it be like? Good boy, you can escape. Di Qing looked at him coldly. If at first, I might accept you as an emissary, but now, those who dare to touch the heavens will be destroyed. Hong Zhong's voice resounded loudly, and his pupil with golden eyes scanned everyone present. Chuanxiu and Cui Jing, who are a little weaker, seemed to be unable to bear the unnamed oppression at this moment, and kneeled directly on the ground. Chun Qing was obviously not well received, but he still struggled to get rid of the shackles, his arms stretched out, trying to drag Jian Wushuang out of the range. But Xingho Anning competed with Hao Yue, and the momentum he released was directly obsessed and defeated by the emperor in the body of Qing Xian. The sword with the right arm broken shattered, and there was no possibility of escape. He was already deciding to disperse all his strength and try his best to preserve the last breath. The entire heaven is trembling. Although it is the last emperor's obsession, they may still be easily beheaded and destroyed. No one can escape the sanctions of the emperor. Jian Wushuang only felt like he had fallen into the endless abyss. The ice was cold to the extreme, and every cell was breaking. Jin Shangdashing seems to have pronounced their death. Did it really die like this? He couldn't believe it, and the deep face reflected in Qing Qing's cold face. Everything is annihilating and the final fall apart. Just when the emperor obsessed and lowered the punishment, a sudden and outdated doubt sounded around Jian Wushuang's body. Huh? How can there be such a familiar atmosphere here? Have you 2 old things been found? It was the voice of the tall, thin old man, Yang Jun, that came from the bowl of Yang. Jian Wushuang shuddered as if grabbing the last life-saving straw and desperately opened the bottle stopper of the Yang bottle. Yang Jun's figure came out of the bowl of Yang, and his eyes directly locked the body of Yi Qing, a little surprised. The original Qing, who was lowering the penalty, also stopped the action and exuded the golden eye pupils, which was also unbelievable. Yang Jun? 6 crows? 2 suspicious voices sounded simultaneously. The tall, thin old man, Yang Jun, couldn't believe it. He went straight ahead and circled around Qing Qing. He murmured in his mouth, "Aren't your old kid not dead of scum? Why did you become this pair? Appearance?" I Ching took a deep breath and stared at Yang Jun for a while, and then he was a little uncertain. "You? Is it really Yang Jun? Wandering through the sky of the sky? Who can find the second place? Who is more emperor than my Yang Jun?" Yang Jun stood straight, caressing. "It really is you." Di Qing's eyes twitched slightly, and then he said with emotion, "I didn't expect that I could meet an old friend before I was going. Having said that, I remember that you haven't. How come you are fully recovered now?" Yang Jun was a little puzzled and looked at him carefully. Di Qingwen smiled bitterly, and then a dark cloud of smoke poured from the top of the skull. At the same time as the plume of dark blue clouds of smoke blew out, Di Qing's entire body was directly weak, and then fell into the hall, fainting to death. The cloud smoke slowly formed in the air, and finally condensed into a real body of the emperor in Moyuliu Yundi costume. My real shadow has long been broken in that war, and even my real body has turned into powder. And now what you see me is just one obsession that is about to dissipate. Called the Emperor of Six Crows by Yang Jun. A touch of loneliness flashed through Qi Jin's pupils. After hearing this remark, Yang Jun couldn't control the angry voice. Damn Zhenwu Yang. When the Emperor is completely restored, he will keep his blood feud. At the same time, two streamers streamed out of the bowl and came to the Emperor Liuya. Six Crows, long time no see. Su He, who was born with bizarre double pupils, and Dao Gong, who had face and prestige, all appeared together, smiling. Emperor Lu Crow's eyes narrowed, and finally he smiled. I know, you three old guys must be alive. The year was gone, only to see the last one at this moment. The atmosphere was a bit heavy, and the three emperors naturally realized that the real shadow of the Emperor of the Six Crows had long since disappeared, and now he was only the last obsession. You are too stubborn, don't understand the reason of leaving the Green Hills, and don't fear that there is no firewood. Yang Jun sighed, and the old friend who was also the emperor became the look of the moment, and he was very lonely. But the Six Crow Emperor smiled comfortably. I was shattering the real shadow, and at the beginning, I also put Jin Wuyang together fiercely, leaving him a wound that could not heal. If I were to choose one more time now, I still do it. This is my destination. You don't have to worry about it. Since you all left a real shadow, there will be a day to recover. It is not too late to ask Jin Wuyang to collect debts. The three emperors saw that the Six Crow Emperor was so open-minded and could not help asking, Lu Crow, have you put down? Put down? Emperor Liuya took a deep breath and then scolded with full energy. Put down. I let his mother's fart go. I want to give birth to his bone blood all the time, to give my son burial with people. The three emperors looked at each other, and they all couldn't cry or laugh. This is the style of this emperor who seems to be calm, and everything is superficial. It seemed that the imprisonment had been thrown away, and Lu Chao then simply said, Lao Tzu is about to die and kill the true Wuyang. I will leave it to the three of you guys to do it. Remember, if there is a day, don't forget to stab me a sword. It's a pity that in the end, we four emperors can't swallow once. Emperor Liuya was sorry. Yang Jun heard the words and seemed to feel something. His nose shook slightly and then turned to look at Chen Qing below. Chen Qing, who was dragging Jian Wushuang back, only felt that an inexplicable crisis had arisen, and the cold hairs behind him all stood up. I smelled. This kid has the smell of wine. Yang Jun little, and then stretched his hand a long way, directly picked the wine gourd from the waist of Chen Qing. Chapter 4798. Chen Qing was frightened, almost opening subconsciously, but then Jian Wushuang covered his mouth with his hands. Don't make a sound. Chen Qing nodded, and no longer dared to make a sound. At that moment, the wine jug that was taken away by Yang Jun was actually filled with chewing wine. Right now, Yang Jun unplugged the cork and drank with the other three emperors. Di Qing woke up from fainting death. When he saw the four emperors drinking, he was terrified and moved to Jian Wushuang quickly. Come on, go. Di Qing whispered, his eyes full of panic. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. Although these Six Crow Emperors and Yang Jun three Emperors are old acquaintances, this does not mean that they are safe. After all, it was they who first thought of entering this heavenly treasure hunt, and now it is a blessing to be able to exit steadily. Immediately, Wu Dao was ready to leave heaven while the four emperors were drinking. Stop! Emperor Luyu's eyes shot a cold light. Those who covet my heavenly court want to leave like this? Cold sweat flows from everyone's temples, and the pressure brought by the emperor is too vast to make them fall into the ice cave. Six crows, they can kill. Only the little friend can't kill. Yang Head filled a mouthful of wine, and Yang Jun then pointed at Jian Wushuang. Why? Emperor Liuya asked. Because that little friend is destined to wait for me and shoulder a big responsibility. Yang Jun mysteriously said. The Emperor Lu Crow did not refute, and his eyes automatically dismissed Jian Wushuang and looked at Chen Qing and Chen Qing. Immediately, the great crisis between life and death made them all look at Jian Wushuang. Can't kill, senior. Just as the Sixth Crow Emperor was about to start, Jian Wushuang's calm voice sounded, and then he slowly stood up. His arm was broken, and he had not fully recovered. His figure was crumbling, and his face was not half bloody. We have been chased and killed by the outside world before, and we did not intend to break into this former heaven court by chance. It wasn't that we came here deliberately with the coveted heart, not to mention that several of us didn't make a move that harmed the heaven court. It would be too much to justify beheading us in this regard. In the solemn hall, only Jian Wushuang's calm voice echoed. The Sixth Crow Emperor heard the words and sneered. Without the coveted heart, why did he touch the true body of this emperor? I. Di Qingru fell into the ice cave and looked at Jian Wushuang like a cry for help. He frowned slightly, thinking quickly about the countermeasures in his mind. A moment later, Jian Wushuang raised his head and said, "Senior, this is indeed our first priority. I was thinking of seeing the true face of the emperor, but because I couldn't help myself, I subconsciously touched the real body of the emperor. It was really guilty." At this point, he turned to look at Di Qing, calmly said, "Di Qing, cut off one arm." Di Qingwen said it was startled, then nodded without any hesitation. This is Jian Wushuang found him a step to avoid death, in exchange for a living path at the expense of one arm. He didn't hesitate to wave his palm to his arm, but then he found that he couldn't cut it. Sword Wushuang saw it, and his heart sank, indicating that the Sixth Crow Emperor did not intend to give them a way to live. The Sixth Crow Emperor, hovering in the air, snorted coldly. "Just want to calm down this matter with just one arm?" Judging from the cold tone of Emperor Liuya, it is obvious that he still decided not to let them go. But Jian Wushuang looked calmly and said, "Yes, just an arm." Buzz. The unparalleled Emperor's majesty swept up and almost crushed them all into powder in a flash. Then, Emperor Liuya raised his arm and dragged Jian Wushuang directly from the air. The unspeakable suffocation brought him close to death. "Aren't you afraid of me?" The Sixth Crow Emperor's voice without any emotion resounded. Jian Wushuang looked at him directly and said hoarsely, "Afraid, but everything can be solved without fear. Instead of being afraid, it is better to find the best solution." There was so much silence in the heavenly court, even so dead that he could breathe. I don't know how long it took. The Sixth Crow Emperor, like a stone statue, moved, and the corner of his mouth quietly evoked a trace of an imperceptible arc. The three emperors Yang Jun glanced at each other, and then whispered back, "Come on, I will wait for you to take a look first. Don't fart. You all can't help yourself. What help can you give him?" The disdain on the face of Emperor Lu Crow overflowed with words, and then looked at Jian Wushuang. "Your kid has an appetite for me, and I want to give you a great chance." Jian Wushuang heard that although his head was a little dazed, he still reacted at the first time, and shook his head simply. "The junior qualifications are mediocre. I am afraid I can't take it, or forget it." The atmosphere was frozen. Everyone was shocked, and even the three emperors Yang Jun were shocked. An emperor, even the emperor's obsession, and the opportunity given by himself, are enough to let countless heavens fall into a melee battle, and countless dying immortals fall into madness. It is a supreme and undesirable existence. But now, it was actually rejected. Everyone is puzzled. Only Jian Wushuang has his own thoughts. No chance for no reason. If you want to get it, you must pay the corresponding price. If he bears the great chance of the Sixth Crow Emperor, there will be corresponding entrustment waiting for him. After hearing his rejection, the Sixth Crow Emperor was also stunned. But he even said angrily, "If you don't know what to say, you must agree if you don't agree today." At the end of the speech, his phantom was suddenly dimmed, and then countless strands of dark blue huameng rushed out of his body and directly led to Jian Wushuang's body. Heavenly court trembles and collapses at the same time. "Listen, kid, my last obsession is about to die completely. The great chance I gave you is very much tolerable and perceptible. Now, I will give you the last obsession and sentiment, and understand it well." The final obsession of Sixth Crow Emperor was collapsing and dissipating, and a pair of golden pupils stared at Jian Wushuang. If you finally get to that step, don't forget to poke me a sword of Zhenwu Yang Lao Air and talk to comfort. The six crow heavenly scriptures can be enlightened and usable, but they must not follow my path. Jian Wushuang has been unable to speak, as if the fiery heat that even the soul can burn in each of his cells. An irresistible amount of external force poured into his body, leaving indelible marks in his mind and in his consciousness. His broken arm is growing rapidly with terrifying force. The five dark cyan characters of Lu Tian Tian Di Wind turned into dense lines, accompanied by the general trend, with the breath of Wanggu Emperor, all lit up in the sword of Wushuang's consciousness. Chapter 4799. This is the supreme perception of the Emperor, and no one knows how powerful these ciphertexts will be. But only the word Emperor is enough. The Emperor represents supremacy, and the Emperor's perception is naturally supreme. As the Six Crow Heavenly Emperor essays continued to flow into Jian Wushuang's mind, he gradually became clear and enlightened with some reasonableness, especially the enlightenment of the realm. He knows that in this great Yanhuan, Yin Xian has a transcendental meaning. Above Yin Yin is the so-called Dian Xian realm. But if you want to enter the realm of Dian Immortal, you must feel the immortal style in the territory of Yin Xian. The so-called immortal style is equivalent to a bridge, which is built to reach the point of succession. And after entering the realm of Dian Immortality, it is divided into 3, 5, 9 turns, 3 small realms. Of course, what shocked Jian Wushuang most was that the Emperor was actually in the realm of Dian Fairy. The Emperor, who was mysterious and controlled Wanwan, did not exceed the realm of Dian Immortal, which was not thought by Jian Wushuang. Each of the 3 transits of Dian Immortal is a heaven. The 3-turn Dian Immortal can skillfully use the immortal style, the 5-turn Dian Immortal, carrying the light wheel of the Yin force, and thoroughly crushing the Dian Immortal under the 5-turn. Above 5 revolutions, it is 9 revolutions, which is also Jean Woody's current state, and its strength is unfathomable. After getting the feelings and obsessions of the 6 Crow Emperors, Jian Wushuang learned about the Emperor's luck, and he also knew that the Emperor's strength was the best. Although the Emperor did not transcend the realm of Dian Immortal, it was obviously different from Dian Immortal. Even if it is the essence of Jiao Zhuan Dian Immortal, in the face of the slightest obsession of the 6 Crow Emperor, there is only the situation of worship. In the final analysis, it is the existence of the Emperor's luck. The Emperor is the title, the cohesion of the common luck of countless heavens, and the infinite change is beyond the scope of Dian Fairyland. But it is Dian Fairy. From the perspective of Jian Wushuang, Dian Xian is already the pinnacle of all realms, and the Emperor is the pinnacle of existence. After sorting out the problems between the realms, Jian Wushuang realized in his heart that he no longer resisted the opportunity and obsession given to him by Emperor Six Crow. My request is not excessive. Even if you don't want to be an enemy of Xinliang in the future, then take my understanding and live well to open up a realm in this great Yanhuan. With the transmission of the last sentiment completed, the Emperor Lu Crow's obscurity of obscurity has been extremely dim, and there is a possibility of dissipation at any time. Looking at the unsmiling and expressionless Emperor in front of him, Jian Wushuang bowed his head in salute. I will. The obsession of Emperor Liuya finally dissipated completely. On the occasion of his death, he finally greeted the whole family of Zhenwuyang with the last sentence he left. The demise of the Emperor was not so shocking. Even the entire heavenly court did not collapse completely. Everything is silent. Perhaps he died long ago, dozens of years ago. Because of his obsession, it has been supported until today. The 3 emperors' complete demise of their old friends seems to be extremely indifferent, but all the wine in the wine gourd is dumped into the heavenly court to talk about comfort. Endless Shouyuan, countless battles, brothers and friends have long passed away. They have all experienced it, and they are sure that they will enter that kind of footsteps in the future. So naturally there is no need to be hypocritical. The whole heaven was silent, as calm as they were before. The 3 emperors and real shadows all smiled slightly at him, and their hind bodies became invisible, and they fell into the bowl of yang again. slowly spit out a murky breath. Jian Wushuang seemed to collapse, falling from the air and sitting on the ground. Chun Qing quickly approached. The excitement on his face could not be concealed at all. Brother Sword, this is your future path of spiritual practice. It's worry-free. That's the Emperor's gift. Jian Wushuang heard the words and shook his head with a wry smile. What the Emperor Luya just said was still in his ears. The six-crow heavenly emperor can be enlightened and available, but it must not be able to follow his path. This belongs to the emperor's perception, and his future use will inevitably affect his mind. This is why the six crow emperors will say this. Jian Wushuang also knows the stakes, so he is not planning to enlighten him. His condensed right arm is intact, but if you look closely, under the skin of the entire arm, a dark blue bird flying like a totem is drawn by the meridian, and it will soon disappear. The news of the heavenly survival of this death completely shocked a few people, especially Di Qing, and some are still unbelievable. But soon, he recovered and looked at Jian Wushuang with a complex face. Thank you for the matter just now. No need to thank you. It's also reported your previous kindness. Jian Wushuang shook his head. I Ching stunned slightly, and soon understood the previous grace in his mouth, referring to him at the most critical juncture, which restrained the obsession of the six-crow emperor and gave Jian Wushuang a chance to escape. I Ching spoke up and smiled, and then stopped talking. Jian Wushuang also said no more. For him, the meaning of Qing, from initial resentment to vigilance to indifference to today's talk, has changed too much unconsciously. Just a scene from the previous critical moment makes Jian Wushuang feel that this guy is not as bad and untouchable as imagined. It should be possible to try contact. After sorting out this relationship, he set his eyes on the heavenly court again. Now that the six crow emperors in charge of this heavenly court have dissipated, the entire heavenly court has become a truly unowned thing. Just as Chen Qing and others were eager to move, the sounds of Hongzhong and Delu sounded outside the heavenly court. Those who break into heaven, die. The familiar voice was made by the three immortal bone guards guarding the front of the heavenly court. Jian Wushuang suddenly became alert. Chen Qing frowned. No, we haven't been in the front foot for a long time. Someone has found it in the back foot? Could it be 3 or 2 crossing the road? Entered here by mistake? Soon, a large number of aftermaths of warfare from outside the heavens foretold that the situation was not as simple as they thought. Let's go and see. Jian Wushuang got up, and the vigorous force was surging. His dynamism and state have returned to the peak. As long as the Comer is not dying immortal, he is confident to destroy it. Chen Qing and others nodded, followed by Jian Wushuang to the sky outside. Outside the heavenly court at this moment, under the chaotic and dark sky, everything suddenly became disturbed. The broken treasure true sword, the corpse after Yen Xian's death, and the violent Yin Ligang wind were all miserably scattered in the abyss. The 3 immortal bone guards that once again condensed from under the abyss were also hit hard. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.